When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Welcome everybody to RiftMSTRS 2022, the 30K Showdown. I'll be your host and play-by-play for today, Cody Kangas. I'm joined by Smacks for the off-season of Wild Rift. Let's go.
Yes, I'm so excited. It's been a while since I've casted some Wild Rift gameplay here at Kangas, and I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be in a world where there are like 10 new champions since I last casted the game.
Yeah,
2 of them not released yet, but 8 of them in the game. So
the WNS Championships is the last time that you and I got to cast Wild Rift together. That was a while back now. That was the first season of North American competition, but now it is off season. So we get to see what all the teams and players have been up to getting ready for season 2. And if you're wondering, hey, what's going on with this tournament? What's the whole structure and everything? Well, we actually have a handy video that we're going to run through. So let's play that and catch everybody up to speed on what RiftMasters 2022 is all about. First up, the most exciting thing on my mind, Smacks, it's North America and Latin America versus each other.
International gameplay over the next 5 weeks. We've got 3 open qualifiers. This weekend is going to be one of them, today and tomorrow. And the points are what you really want to take away from these events. You want to place as high as you possibly can in each of those 3 weekends, because the top 3 point earners go straight into the playoffs.
And then there's a last chance qualifier for the final playoffs spot. And now you're going to see a lot of information about the qualifiers and last chance qualifiers, bracket information. It's a single elimination up until quarterfinals, or rather best of 1 up until quarterfinals, single elimination for the entire thing. So this is grassroots. This is old school tournament format, everybody.
Yeah.
You have to win these tournaments in order to get a chance of the prize. 30,000 total across the 3 qualifiers and the playoffs. Each qualifier is $5,000. For a total of 15 across all 3, and then playoffs is 15,000 in itself. Only 4 teams will make it into playoffs, and there's the breakdown there. It's like one of those tournaments. It's off season. This isn't official structured, competitive play, but we see a lot of these teams of, pros from season 1 getting ragtag groups together saying like, all right, let's run the gauntlet, baby. We're going for that number 1, because if you can get all that first place prize money, that's a lot of moolah for an off season.
It's a lot up for grabs. And speaking of things that are up for grabs here, Kangas, I've heard rumblings that the defending champions of North America haven't lost anything the entire year, are not participating in this event. We do not have the fabled Immortals, the best team in NA. They're not here as a group. There are pieces of Immortals spread across other teams, but those 5 members are not playing together in this event.
The craziest story that I had, I was chatting with Kimmy from the Cloud9 Discord server about Wild Rift, about the craziness that's been happening in the offseason. There is a team, I'm hoping, we're looking at the bracket. They're still playing their best of 1 to see if they make it into quarterfinals against Enemy. We'll get to that in a bit. But a team, it's KFC. Smacks, this roster is absolutely insane. If you've been following Wild Rift, you'll probably recognize a lot of the names on the KFC roster. If not, we'll be talking about them a lot, I'm assuming, because KFC have some of the heaviest hitters that we have in North America, starting Molly, Lebmont and Gume from Immortals, and Zello all on this roster. This is probably like the most super team roster we've ever seen in Wild Rift.
Yeah. Unaffiliated with the chicken franchise, by the way. This is Kansui Fan Club as a squad, and I believe they also have Hestia on the roster too, and in the back. So pretty stacked all across the board. I cannot wait to see them play. It seems like the biggest super team moment that we've ever had in North American Wild Rift gameplay. Just imagine, like, there are 2 mid laners on this team. 2 of the best mid laners that we have in NA are on one roster. We have Starting and Molly, who of course has been playing a lot of jungle recently. But then you think, okay, he's playing jungle, but Lebmont is on this team. Lebmont's playing support. What's going on?
Gume bot lane with Lebmont support. That has got to be the craziest role swap that we've seen so far in Wild Rift North America. A lot of eyes will be on that team. They are up against New Massive Ego in their round that we're still waiting to hear the results of. And of course, New Massive Ego in the most recent Team Liquid tournament, the Summer Showdown, they actually made a run all the way to the finals. Sandvich, Tybe, Meals, Jackie, and Asami on that. So a lot of mainstays of the Wild Rift North American scene. Really cool stuff. But For Qualifier 1, it's important to note it was random seeding going into this qualifier. For future qualifiers, it's seeding based on points earned from previous qualifiers. So it should even itself out throughout the course of the entire event. But week 1, we got some chaos because with random seeding, you can get 2 teams that maybe could have been pushing for the finals playing against each other much earlier.
And if you'll remember to the video that we just showed as well, only the top 8 teams in each qualifier earn points. And points are everything. You got to get as many points as you possibly can so that you can make it into that top 3. If you miss out on top 3, there's only 1 spot left in week 4 to get through to that last chance qualifier and make it to the playoffs. So everything's on the line here. I'm getting word that KFC did just win their match. So that is officially going to be the matchup, KFC versus Enemy. I don't know if we're going to be watching that one right away, but I'm sure we're going to be watching that one soon.
Well, I believe that, so they just took the win over Enemy, which means that according to the bracket, and again, a cool thing about this, North America and Latin America, this is open to both regions, and there are Latin American teams coming in. Infinity is one of note as well. They're up against Kiri team. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know as much about the Latin American organizations and players and teams. I'm very excited to see more international competition, though, so we'll be learning together in that front. But whoever wins between those 2 will then be up against KFC. And that will probably be our first streamed match. We're going to kind of take this as they come in. You know, we're going to try and streamline the process as best we can. We'll watch every quarterfinals match, but we'll just kind of start them as they're ready.
Yeah, one thing that is making us a little, maybe not perfectly organized today is because we have 37 teams in this event. That is, I'm pretty sure, the most amount of teams ever in any North American Wild Rift event. I'm pretty positive that's the case.
I can't think of anything in Season 0 or 1 that matched it,
Right. That's so many teams. And, like, that's super exciting. For me, it's super exciting. For you, I'm sure, Kangas, everybody should be very excited about that number is going up. That just means more people are joining Wild Rift. More people are enjoying it enough to the point where they want to play competitive. And that just gives us more fun today, but also gives us more matches, which is why we're a little late.
Well, a big thing about Wild Rift, if we're being honest as a community here, you have a very short season of actual competitive play, and then there's, you know, the icons that happened. Only 2 teams from North America win, 3 teams from Latin America, and then big offseason. There's not a lot of Wild Rift competition, so these events are so important for the community and for the scene and for all the players that are trying to compete. Even the cash prizes they get, yes, you have to win to get it, but hey, if you think that you're a top player and you can get your other top player friends on the same team, that is what we're seeing at this kind of tournament. That's why there's not a single North American org represented. So Latin America has some orgs coming in. Infinity is one of them. Stamina is actually here as well, one of their representatives from Icon, so that's kind of cool to see. Hopefully we'll get to see some of them. I'm assuming we will. You know, they're pretty good, I hear. Wild Rift. But the point is, it is one of those off-season tournaments where everybody's just grabbing their friends and just seeing how far they can go, and that makes it really exciting.
Talked a lot about the players, talked a lot about the teams. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of those later. We got to catch ourselves up with a few changes that have been happening in Wild Rift. I know for you and I here, Kang, it's been a bit since we've actually cast the game. Support items, they exist now. That's pretty neat.
I've barely played on the most recent patch. I know I didn't hit Diamond this ranked season yet. I've hit it on the last couple, so I'm going to grind here in the last couple of weeks. But talk to me about the big changes. Support items in particular, because you're a support in Wild Rift. How much has this really impacted how the lane's played?
So, funny enough, the support items haven't impacted the support role as much as they've impacted the Dragon Lane role, because you can run 2 support items in a lane and not really get punished. You get gated a bit by the gold if you go a little too overboard. I believe there is a rule there where if you get too much out of your gold item, then it cuts you off. Sure. At least that's how it works in PC. I'm pretty sure they put that in for Wild Rift as well. I haven't actually gotten to that point myself yet, but that is something that has been a strategy that people have been exploiting, if you want to use that word. It's in the game, so you can go get some wins with it if you want to. A lot of gold there, and we're seeing both bot laners take that one. So I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing a bit of that. We were hearing from our producer, Tasty Bacon, that some tournaments around the world have been banning this strategy, but it's not banned here.
And I've also seen some discourse on Twitter as well, some of the pros and top-ranked players talking about how exploitable this is. Again, I don't know all the ins and outs of all the math, but from the items themselves, you just earned 50% less gold from minion kills if it's in your inventory, but you still get gold per second, or I guess every 3 seconds you get some gold, and then you also earn gold from nearby minions that your allies don't kill. So if you don't get the kill, your ally doesn't get the kill, you get 100% of the bonus gold from that. So I don't know exactly what the strategy is going to look like. Hopefully we get to see it because it is enabled in this tournament. I know that's selfish of me because a lot of the players don't like the strategy. So but I'm excited to learn.
I do also want to point out this item, the Relic Shield in specific, it's very strong if your lane partner knows what it does. Because if they don't, then they just think you're stealing their minions and they just get mad at you. So assuming everyone in these games knows what Relic Shield does and they don't get tilted at their supports, it should be a very strong strategy.
It's so fun because Wild Rift is kind of a blend of players that were on other mobile MOBAs, things like the Vainglories, and then they've made the switch over to Wild Rift, and they're learning all of the intricacies and mechanics that a lot of the League PC players have known for a while. And then we have the League PC players that made the switch to Wild Rift, and they're like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly what this does. Like, this is totally new. Especially champions like Gwen and Yone being out right now. Speaking of, Yone is also globally banned for this week, so we should not see it in this qualifier. Maybe in the next qualifier it'll be enabled. But Gwen, hey, that's on the table. Some new champs have come out.
I think this is the first event where Gwen is enabled. I don't think she was allowed in the Team Liquid event at all. So she is here. She's ready. I've already seen a whole bunch of Twitter clips about it. Most recently, I saw one from Snitch where he got like a 1v3 and survived the whole thing. The healing on this champion, very high. And I was talking to our friend Alk Battery about it as well. She works very well with the Nashor's Tooth item because it gives her all the stats she wants, you know, attack speed, ability power. It also has ability haste on it in this game in specific. Whereas, you know, you and I have seen a lot of Gwen in PC League where Nashor's Tooth doesn't have that ability haste. A lot better on her in the mobile counterpart. So she's very strong. I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing a lot of bans for Gwen just across the board today. Gwen's pretty good.
I'm curious because when I looked at her numbers initially, I was thinking that she would most likely be a jungler, but her win rate in jungle and diamond and higher is very bad. It's like 45% win rate right now. But if we look at it in just the solo lane, it definitely is much higher. Wait, now that I look at it, it's actually still around the 45%. Okay, well, Gwen players, come on, let's amp those numbers up. I remember being higher on release, but maybe they tweaked it a little bit. I'm also excited to see Sion because I've been using Sion right when he came out. I don't remember who. I think it was Zello that tweeted it out. But the fact that you could do the full donut loop with the ultimate because it doesn't stop, that was fantastic to try out in my own ranked games, and it's infuriating for people that don't know how to manage sidelines.
Speaking of spinning around the map, Samira is in the game as well. She recently got a whole bunch of buffs. Very fun champion for me. I'm a big Samira player. So I'm hoping that we get to see some action out of her. Very unlike a lot of the traditional dragon laners that we've seen in this game. You know, you think of even like the actual marksmen that you see in this game are very different from Samira. So it's like Varus and Ashe, but she's very, very different from the mages and everything, of course. She's the kind of champion that's going to go in, deal a lot of damage, and just keep resetting. It's very similar to Katarina in a lot of ways. So I really want to see that different element of Dragon Lane if she is going to be playable. Because with all of the buffs that she just got in this patch, it's very clear that Riot did not think she was really playable before. So I'm hoping she is.
I'd have to admit, she's a snowball champ. Like, if you get a lot of items on her, you can be crazy. But it didn't feel like Katarina, where it's like, oh, as soon as she's level 6 or level 5, she can just kill you. Katarina kind of feels like that, where it's like, even you just gets it back, it's like half an item completed, and she's already a threat. Samira, it was like, okay, if she's fed, she's a threat. But now they buffed her base health, so she's harder to kill in earlier levels and at the later levels as well. And they just gave her some more damages on her abilities and her Daredevil Impulse. So passive as well as some abilities. A little stronger. She will be doing some more damage earlier on, and of course we'll have to keep track of that because off season it feels like the patches are a little more experimental usually. In off season patches they just try and see what they can tweak around things to make the game more fresh and exciting.
one big experiment that I saw that they made. This is the thing that I gasped at right before we went live, by the way. So you're getting a little.
Now I get to know. Now I get to know what you were excited about.
Yeah, I know you've been on the edge of your seat waiting for me to talk about this. The big thing that I saw in the patch notes that got me so excited is the Yuumi change. Ooh. Yuumi, as we all know, has been an absolute menace in Wild Rift ever since she released, because you could play her top lane and then just completely take over lanes. I read all the changes. They're effectively just completely reworking her. She's still, all of her abilities look the same, but they all operate very differently. And I'm actually really excited to try this out in my own games. So the passive, right, the auto attack that gives you a shield, it doesn't give you mana anymore. So you can't really play at top lane. They also increased the cooldown by like 6 seconds. You can't really play at top lane anymore. That was the reason you could play at top, because you just won every auto attack duel with your passive. That's not a thing anymore. You still get a shield. You can still give it to your ally, but you don't get mana back. That's huge. The Q, the first ability, Prowling Projectile, you aren't gated by the circle around your ally, right? I don't know if you ever played Yuumi, but if you have played Yuumi, you know what I'm talking about, where you can't Q outside of the range of the circle wherever your ally is. It's very dependent on where they stood. That circle is just gone now. You can shoot it however far you want. You can hit anybody with Yuumi, Prowling Projectile. That's crazy. And then, on top of all of that, they completely changed how her heal works.
Okay, before you get into the heal, the Prowling Projectile early cooldown also went from 9 to 7 seconds, so it's way more spammable now. That's going to be interesting to see. Yep.
That's really cool. And the E as well, the heal, the zoomies, the third ability. This spell used to take a percentage of your mana, so it would remove the possibility of you building tier on Yuumi and just spamming all your spells all the time, never reattaching to get the mana from your passive. You don't have to do that anymore. You can actually build tier because you're not eating your entire mana bar, and your heal is costing like 500 mana because you have a Tear of the Goddess. You can now build tier and stack all that mana, and they changed how it works. It's no longer an upfront heal. It now applies the heal like a Nami third ability as well. You know how that works, where you get like 3 stacks and then you damage someone and it damages them more and slows them? It's that, but it heals you when you damage them. It's like lifesteal. You give your ally lifesteal on their next 3 hits. It's a lot of changes.
Yeah,
I know, like, that was a bunch of word vomit.
the heal values were like pretty high numbers, like 80 at level 1 plus 40% ability power. That's down to 20 at level 1 and 10% ability power. It looks like it's gutting, 4 times now. But then if you keep getting autos, if you keep doing damage, and you can get that a couple of times. So that's where that kind of balances out. It's interesting. I almost wonder if that's like more of a competitive change, because the distance on the attached ally feels like a solo queue change. It's like, oh, you don't have to be frustrated by your AD carry walking away from the enemy anymore. But then the other changes is like, well, now they have to be paying more attention. But we are into Pick a Band for game number 1, our first best of 3 series. It looks like we will not actually have Infinity up against KFC for our first round. We have Team Yas versus longer team name. I love these off-season tournaments because there's always just these random teams that get thrown together. Let's see who's on these rosters real quick, but you can take it away, Smax.
Yeah, I've heard from our producer, by the way, that those team names are wrong. That is the match we're getting. We are getting the one we're intending. So I will say, if Yas is in this tournament, that is very exciting, because Kansui is actually on that team. His fan club may be the team we're really excited about, but that's the team that Kansui is on, and Luan DJ is on that team too. So they placed 4th overall in the Team Liquid thing. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
But anyway.
I'm a big Luan DJ fan. But if this is, of course, KFC Infinity, we'll get confirmation on which side they are on. KFC with Starting Molly, Lamont, Gume, and Zello, and then Hestia listed as support. Infinity with Matalex, Yeso, Jean, Rui, and HK. Again, if I mispronounce any players' names, please just shoot me a DM on Discord or Twitter and correct me. I would love to get them correct. But here we go! We actually got them all on screen.
Look at that KFC roster, Kangas, in all of its glory. We are so fully expecting that this team will win today. Tomorrow, I should say. The entire weekend, because I mean, this is, by all accounts, a super team. They have the best players in the region on this team, all mostly playing their main roles.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show that this team thinks that Molly and Lebmont are so good that they can play their maybe second, maybe third best roles and still be that valuable to have on the team.
That's the thing about Lebmont is, in my opinion, I know I've been pretty vocal about this on other streams. Some people in Twitch chats have been, debating me on the topic, but in my opinion, Lebmont is the best player in North America, hands down. Not just best jungler, I think best player in North America. And Lebmont now role swapping to support, so Molly can play in jungle, who we know Molly and starting. There's kind of the meme that they were duoing jungle mid together to get, starting to first place on the ladder. Really cool stuff. But let's catch up. We got KFC and Infinity now, and we know who's on which side. It's a Gragas first pick for KFC. Infinity, real quick answers with the Lee Sin and the Renekton.
Ooh, and we have a Vi here also. I know that Lebmont has been playing a ton of Vi recently, but he's playing support. So we don't know if it's actually possible to be played in the support position or if it is just a jungle champion. We're going to have to find out. I know that's a Yikes special that we've seen some Vi support bouncing around, but I don't know. Some flex picks perhaps as we're getting some pretty heavy early game, I'd say, for Infinity with the Renekton and Lisa.
And that another point that you had made before of like, hey, expecting KFC to make it to tomorrow and be gunning for that championship. The LATAM teams have actual orgs here, top tiers that are in their own region, and I think we get to see maybe one of the coolest matches of today right off the bat. We're treated right now, everybody, because I don't know as much about Infinity or the LATAM region and how competitive they are. I just know from international competitions like Icons where I was casting them. They're not terrible. They're taking games off of Chinese teams. Like LATAM is no joke. So we say KFC, they have the super team. They got all the name brand of the players, but Infinity, they should be no slouches.
There are no NA orgs left in this event, at least. There may be an Immortals team later on down the line. This is only just the first qualifier, but at least for this qualifier in specific, there's no Immortals team, and teams like Cloud9 and Sentinels are no more. The thing that I'm the most sad about is that Suzaku broke up. They're not here anymore.
I mean, I wish we had brought that up earlier because now we're actually in a pick and ban, so I feel like we should talk about. We'll talk about Suzaku later. We'll give them an actual eulogy here, Smax.
I'll save my tears for later.
Yeah, let's save the tears. But right now it's Lux and Morgana rounding out the draft, so we have some AP drafted for both sides now. A little bit of pick potential. Infinity have a lot of single target pick potential damage with their 3 champions.
We're also getting the mages in the Dragon Lane. I assume that both of these are going to be the Dragon Lane options. Not really too popular elsewhere, the Lux and the Morgana. So that's my expectation. Taking a few mid bans off the board. It seems like Infinity actually might be disagreeing with me with the Ashe ban. We'll have to find out. One thing I do want to say about Morgana is Black Shield is so good against Vi. You can just Black Shield whoever she's charging up on. Completely negates her entire ultimate ability if you time it correctly. So I do really like that pick.
And they have the Janna, who just says, okay, you're going to try and ult in. Yeah, the Vi ult won't be stopped by the Monsoon. But Gragas jumping in, if Vi's already used the ult, now she's trying to get closer with just a first ability, something like that. There's a lot of peel right now for Infinity between these 2 support champions they've locked in, which will enable the Renekton and Lee Sin to be even more aggressive.
Okay, it seems like I might have been wrong as well about my Lux read, as Infinity seemingly correctly have taken Ashe off the board. That's something that Gume really likes playing. Now moving on over to that Varus. You know what? These are all the champions that I said are really popular instead of Samira, so at least I got that read correct. Cool. Maybe we'll get some Samira later on, but yeah, Varus still a lot of utility. KFC actually are building up a lot of single target lockdown of their own here with the Varus and the Lux and the Vi.
A lot of range between those 2 champions that they can just blow somebody up from distance. If Vi goes in, Varus and Lux are throwing out all their damage, and things like Morgana, Janna, if they're actually locked down by a Vi, they're just going to get popped. Now we get the Garen front line, so we got 3 beefcakes with the double poke. This kind of feels like way back to Horizon Cup, we saw a lot of this. It was like just 3 tanks and then 2 poke champions with them. That was a lot of the meta back then. Infinity, they have a lot more options with what they've drafted.
and Ezreal will be the final pick. So just a ton of marksmen
Interesting.
here. Ton of champions that I would have expected to be the dragon laners. I've been completely wrong. You know what? Maybe this is the doing of the new support items. Maybe I'm just not ready for this big meta shift with all of the relic shields and the spectral sickles running around. And yeah, we'll find out. Maybe spectral sickle is the option, because it does look like all of the ranged champions are going to be going down into this dragon lane. We're just gonna have to find out here. I'm super excited to get right back into this. As you said, a lot of melee champions for KFC, not quite so many for Infinity. So the frontline difference is really big for KFC.
If anybody on Infinity gets hit by a Lex Binding or a explosive cast or a Garen Silence, that can even be followed up by a lot of champions. Yep. Unless you're Renekton, you're probably the only one that might be able to survive some burst here. You're going to get popped if KFC are all together. That's the thing. And a lot of times the super teams, when we've seen in other esports titles in the past when they put together, we've had the concern. Do they share resources? Do they view the game the same way? When you're the superstar on your team, usually people play through you. But if you're the superstar on a superstar team, where everybody can do that, you know, how is that going to balance out?
Yeah. And, you know, we've got some of the best solo queue stars here on KFC as well. We were looking at the ladder earlier. Starting Molly and Lebmont. That's 3 players on this one team are in the top 10 on the ladder right now.
Ooh.
That's absurd. I don't even think that's happened in PC League. And that game's existed for 12 years. I can't remember the last time that's happened. So that's really cool. I cannot wait to see this team play. We're getting them on our screens for the first time ever here in North America. Kansui Fan Club, the big super team. Are they as good as we think?
Will they live up to the hype of this roster, or will Infinity come in and say, no, LatAm will reign supreme? The record internationally for North America and Latin America, I hate to bring it up, Latin America are currently 3-20 at international events. They got 2 wins, 2 game wins at Icons, 1 game win at Horizon Cup. North America's not doing too much better. We're 7-18. So technically this is an international tournament, and I will count this towards the overall total.
You know what?
Does my math check out, Max? Are you down for this also?
Your math checks out. I just don't know if putting a win in the NA column here, if it happens, is going to feel completely honest. But you know what?
Hey,
I'm with you.
I think this is LatAm's chance to pull ahead. That's what I'm saying. I think this is an opportunity. First of all, I just love the fact that we have this. The 2 regions getting an opportunity to interact with each other more. I know it's happened in the past, back in Season 0, but it's cool that, you know, in the offseason we get this. I hope we get more. But it's also an opportunity for us just to both, you know, steel sharpens steel, metal sharpens metal. Let's get better as 2 regions together here. As now catching up, we got a dive potential here. Molly's looking for it. Oh, wow, nice double. Rue coming in from Lamont, setting up the play. Who's going to die first? Rui's taking the damage. Gume gets it, and a double. Nicely done. Beautiful execution.
Trying to match it here in the Baron lane on top of Zello, the Garen, very tanky, trying to return a kill. Can't quite manage it. Successful dives for both teams, but KFC are first to the punch.
Very close margins of error right there, but Infinity pull it off, answering that dive. But you're right, KFC with the first dive and 2 kills really pull ahead in the gold department. There's 2 turret platings lost on each side, but if you look at the goal, that's 1,000 lead for KFC early.
And that's just a math equation there, Kangas. KFC, they focus the lane with 2 targets. Infinity, they only get 1 to dive. So that's just how that works. As starting gets a successful roam down to that lane as well. KFC off to a slight gold advantage. I do also really want to quickly mention, like we said before, this strategy of double relic shield in this dragon lane really taking off as the most successful, most efficient way to play the game. And yeah, both teams taking advantage right now.
And I think that that's got to be part of the reason why they were able to pull that off. Hard shoving the lane, getting it under turret quickly early, and then going for that dive. We see Yeso hanging around the bottom half of the map, and Gume Lamont seems like they read this, say, look, our jungler's topside, let's back off ourselves and just you know, play a little bit safe early on.
It does look like Molly was spotted up there, so perhaps some counterplay options. We see Yeso defending the Raptors. I think he gets to take these. Oh, I think that was Molly's with the smite. Yeah, Yeso still got his up.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. All right. Molly's also a level up for right now. Yeso should hit it off of this next camp, so not for too much longer. But Molly does have a slight lead over Yeso in the XP department. We'll have to keep track of that, see how much that factors in once objectives like Dragon and Herald come up.
Yeah, speaking of leads, Gume up about 1,000 in this Dragon lane at this time. Seems like the Relic Shield not stopping the gold gain. He's got the most on the Rift right now. A lot of that is because of the first blood from earlier. Maybe can use this power to translate into one of these objectives. Got the Drake, got the Herald spawning same time. 5 minutes. Very different from when I was last casting at 4.
I mean, in Wild Rift, a 1 minute difference actually is pretty large, so
I'll
give you that one. I'll give you that one. Now we have the lane swaps coming in as well. The Dragon laners are now going into the mid lane to get priority there. Use their Relic Shields, now upgraded to the Bracers. Push in the wave, because with these objectives spawning, if you have wave control, you can get to the objective first. All of Infinity's vision is now expiring, as we see here, so there's a chance that KFC can actually get some priority of their own.
Very plain to see the item difference from the Dragon laners, too. They're both going for the same first item. Gume's got it. HK doesn't. That's as clear-cut as you can get as we move over to these objectives. Seemed like Starting was trying his best to get some vision down. They have a Scuttle Crab on this Dragon. KFC looking to secure that one. It seems like Infinity have already taken note.
Traded. Molly's right here, though. They go straight on to HK, locking him down!
Wow.
And that is the chain CC combo that this team can do. If you're out of position, you are dead. And with that, KFC will get the Herald.
Ooh, that map read was crazy from KFC because, like I said, Starting, he was trying to get some positioning onto this Dragon Infinity. They took the bait. They said, okay, there's a Gragas on that Dragon. We don't want to walk towards that. Let's try for the other one where Molly was already waiting. That's a full Rift Herald, charged up, ready to take some plates in mid, almost a full turret. But KFC, with that pressure, they're looking for the Dragon.
Rui saving the turret right there. Let's see the implication of that later on, because now they can hold the mid lane, and Infinity are on the Dragon. They have their Baron laner joining first. Let's see what Starting can get done here. Does a lot of damage to Gene, but now everybody's right in on top of Starting. He goes back in, and Molly with the damage. Can look for a double here. Ultimate's about to come off cooldown. Flash from Gene. Molly's still looking for more. There was some action happening in the mid lane as well that I missed out on, but there we go. Gene's still alive. Black Shield stops him, but still a killing spree for Molly, as now HK could be in some trouble. Jumps away, but a double kill as Molly just blows the Ezreal up. Metallics has to jump away. Zella was putting it work in the side the entire time.
Molly's damage is incredible as Metallics tries to play the assassination crocodile. Can't quite land it, but
Yeso's
gonna be a return kill.
Chain of Corruption. Lamont chains the CC. Yeso's dead! Oh, there is Lugs, baby. Get hit.
Oh, man, this fight never ends, Kangas. Right back to the Dragon. Molly, he's taking it for himself right now. His team in position to try to push out these lanes, and it looks like KFC might just secure both early objectives. This one, 2 minutes out of delay, but there's the smite to secure it.
And gets out as well. A scrappy fight. KFC walk away the victors, and they get the objective. And this is what, honestly, both of our regions are known for. We will scrap for the objectives.
Yep.
And even if Infinity, it felt like they were a little split there, going from multiple fronts of the fight at different times when they had the quicker roam from the Baron laner. Maybe it would have been better to wait and just say, hey, let's group up as 5. Garen's not with them. Fight then. But good on Starting and Molly to find an isolated member.
Let's check out a replay here of what just went down. I don't know how long this replay is going to be, because it felt like it lasted for an eternity to me. But at the very beginning, we get to find out what's going on with the double knockups from Starting and Molly. These two have been so lethal in these exchanges so far as a duo, and we know they really enjoy playing duo queue together. They have played so many games of Wild Rift ranked together. That's why they're ranked 2 and 3 right now, respectively. And that synergy's continuing on the Rift.
They know when to go in together. And Infinity, again, I'm just going to say it, a little out of position right there. You saw Rui get caught out as everybody's flashing away. They didn't have their battle lines drawn, so from Infinity's side, I want to see them actually find a flank themselves or commit to setting up at the objective early, because now with a second Herald spawning soon, it's all KFC with control. Yeah, they can get this mid turret and then look to go in. Yes, so almost finds the play, but Molly with the beautiful interrupt now goes right back in for the re-engage and a kill over to Gume.
And the durability is crazy as well for Molly. All these shields keeping him alive. He can be that front line for this team. And again, like we mentioned in the draft, Infinity, they really don't have a front line on this team at all, especially now that we're seeing that their Renekton is not building for it either. This bruiser style for Renekton, expected, but something that will be sorely missed is that front line for Infinity when compared to Molly, when compared to even Starting, who has a lot of healing on this full damage build of this Gragas. KFC, they can pretty easily steamroll this game, you have to imagine.
Going for one big hit here. They secure it. Metallics, can you get out now? Molly's coming in. Zello still has the ultimate. Ooh. Yeah, you're dead. It's going to be a couple ults burned. Under the turret, Dominus popped. Actually, trade some damage back. Not enough. Zello does pick up the kill.
Flashed there, too, from Metallics. So this is just, it's just proving the point. It's so hard to get away from all of this lockdown, unless you maybe have a Lee Sin safeguard, turns out.
That helps, sure. But still, you saw he almost got popped. If you get hit by one thing, you are in danger. And KFC, they're a dangerous team. With another Herald under their belt and a 7,000 gold lead, they're in a prime position to take game one.
A lot of objective control here for KFC. We're on an Ocean Rift, I believe. Wait.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I see all the flowers.
It is.
So, yeah, it looks like it.
I thought that it was, I don't know, maybe my understanding of it is off. I thought that it meant this was always going to be a Mountain Soul, because Ocean was the first one, and then you get to the Infernal. Does it change based on which one was just killed? I need to brush up on my Wild Rift, Kangas.
Yeah,
I'm lost.
You know, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, I'm actually confused as well, but maybe somebody just give us the update, the lowdown of what's going on right now. Molly, again, reading the map here, sees HK, all alone under the turret, follows through, doesn't quite have the damage to kill. Oh!
Whoa!
I spoke too soon! Gume with the long-range arrows.
The patience to wait in that brush just up until the squishiest member walked into his clutches. Incredible stuff from Molly as he's going to continue forward.
Yeah, Gene, and over the wall goes Lamont, flashes, and just one-shots Rui. Lamont dies for the Endeavor. Yes, so still going forward. Flash from Molly gets the assassination. The Croc is trying, but not succeeding. Gume and Starting have too much damage, and that is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of KFC.
The best 5 players in North America continue to show their mechanical prowess in this first game of the series. The first time that anyone is seeing these 5 players work together on a competitive team. It's going well so far.
I was holding my excitement. I mean, okay, I was excited. I was holding my expectations, let's word it that way, for a super team like KFC, but they are delivering right now, Smacks. Molly in particular. In the jungle, this was the kid, cracked in the mid lane, Sentinel, second seed, going to Icons from North America. And now in the jungle role, not missing a beat, actually just popping off right now in a 1v3. Gets the backup now as the kill goes over to Lamont, the jungler. He is now taking the role of, and Metallics has to back up. This dragon belongs to KFC.
Taking their 4th consecutive objective off of this Rift. If they do secure this one, there's no way for Infinity to walk in. It's trying to fire at range, but it's just not quite going to work out. So we've got all of these objectives here for KFC. 10K in the lead. Going to start taking down these inner structures. It's only a matter of time here, Kangas, before KFC claims the first victory.
Yeah, once it gets to 10,000 gold lead, that's usually the mark in Wild Rift where I say this game at the professional level should be unwinnable. I'm getting flashbacks to Immortals versus KY and Icons, but we're not going to talk about that because, of course, KFC have their own lead right now, but as I say it, I cast or curse them. Lamont, Squishy Lux cut out of position.
I do want to point out, I think this is the first time I've ever seen Lebmont pick a ranged champion. At all. I'm pretty sure he's only played melee champions because he was previously a jungler, of course.
I'm trying to
Maybe.
think.
Oh no, he had that
He played
that
Morgana.
Kaisa game.
I think he's played Morgana
yeah.
jungle too.
You know what? That's true. Maybe I'm off base about the range champions. This is certainly the first time I've ever seen him pick Lux, though.
Also,
And-
I think just at my skill level, Lamont could absolutely kick my butt as jungle Lux. I do believe that.
Probably.
Oh, Molly finds out 2 members here, and the arrows go through. That's a lot of burst damage, and Molly just cleans it up with the Triforce. He's got the damage build. Double kill to Molly, as well as the participation. That is 3 dead, or actually just the 2 dead right there from Infinity. Looks like I got a little ahead of myself, but still, that's massive.
He is fearless on these plays, just diving in, no holds barred, is now turning their sights over to this Baron. It's warded by Infinity. I don't think it matters. There's no smite here for Yeso. He's dead. Half
Really?
HP already. Jana Tornado
The hero?
could be the move.
Is this the hero play? Oh, okay,
Nope.
that was closer than I expected, but no. It is secured by KFC.
Nicely done there. Testing the abilities of whether or not a mid laner can, in fact, smite the objectives. He's been 5 for 5 so far, I will say. Molly, we know he's practiced on the jungle, but to be this multiversed in Wild Rift, it's worth noting.
Molly has yet to die, Smacks. Is he gonna die? Game 1? Do you think so? Is he gonna get way too overconfident, like dive in fountain or something?
Does
Or just
Guardian Angel
walk
count?
into 3 people right now. Again, I gotta stop with these caster curses. Molly sells Guardian Angel. Oh no! Just turns it right back around. Molly heard me, said, "What you got, Kangas? What if I just take down 3 and don't even pop?" The Guardian Angel sidesteps away from the Q. Finally goes into GA. Is this a clean ace for KFC? Rui flashes under the fountain. So KFC cannot get the 5th member, but they have the waves pushing in. They're on the Nexus, and that is game 1 between KFC and Infinity. NA will strike first against LatAm.
Clean gameplay so far, Kangas, from KFC. Like I said, those mechanics, they're going crazy so far.
Yeah.
All 5 players firing on all cylinders. They have not skipped a beat. I do want to say, Lebmont still, maybe he needs to get more used to playing these ranged mages, as he did die a few times. He kind of, I bet he saw Molly's like, oh man, he's playing this Vi. He just dive right in. Remember when I could do that? And he's just not playing that role anymore. But Molly stepping into those shoes quite nicely. True.
Not plays support, still a carry. Absolutely insane to see. Yeah, but I gotta echo that. Flashing walls to get big stuns, and he's like, I frontline. I can do this. Kind of crazy. Oh, the damage numbers between Molly and Lamont. Wow, that's also very close. Shoutouts to tank players, by the way. Zello, I see you. You're valid. There's no shame. There's no shame in these stats. You did your job.
That's just a top lane moment, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have those games where your team doesn't need you. And so your stats don't look like anything special, but that's just because you were the trump card that they just didn't need to play.
Exactly.
Waiting until the next game. So.
And hey, Zello is that player. He's played on Cloud9 before. You know, he's used to being the one that's a role player on a team where there's other players that are the superstar carries and the ones that are meant to do all the damage. So I think Zello's actually the perfect slot for this team. I was teasing around with him in Twitter DM saying, this team is the 4 best players in NA, and you. But as a role player, Zello is a rock that the team needs to actually enable everybody else to pop off. So shout out to Zello. We love you, man.
You said that to his face?
Well, I mean, that's how you know it's a joke, right? You know, it's.
Okay.
It's good to rip the players, Smacks. You know, it keeps them grounded. You got to remind them that at international we've only won like 2 series, but. Yeah.
I mean, who's counting, other than you and the stats websites and all the fans, especially the European fans. Actually, it's a lot of people counting. So, yeah, that's fair.
But hey, after
we
Icons,
won this game.
I think there's a very strong argument that NA is stronger than EU. Horizon Cup, we didn't have that argument over them. But now that Icons is finished, I think we do. We'll wait for Game 2 to get underway, but what did we learn from this one, from the side of KFC? And then also, I do want to talk about Infinity, because again, this is a team that I'm learning about, a region I'm learning more about, and want to, still show up in these kinds of tournaments, because it will only mean better things for both of our regions. But starting with KFC, what are some of the takeaways from the Game 1?
I have learned that this super team is going to be pretty good. I think they, especially if they can work together as a team more and more as they play together, because especially, like, this is their first day as a team in any competitive setting at all. It's today. Previous to this, Gume and Lebmont were on Immortals the entire year. So the fact that they slotted in pretty nicely to this team together and still look pretty solid as a duo in a lane where Lebmont hasn't really played before, that's good news. I like that. And yeah, I want to see some improvement for them as far as communication goes, as far as strategy is concerned as well. I know they have Glaciox as their coach also, previously from Tribe. So that's pretty exciting if he can work well with this team. I'm pretty excited if this is going to be the big dogs on the NA block. So
that means he would have worked with starting before already, right? From the Horizon.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. You love to see that players and coaches that have worked together in the past. Hopefully, they're able to find more success going forward. Because I think NA as a region, because we're so early on in the development of the competitive scene, and orgs are still kind of deciding whether they want to get into Wild Rift and actually invest in picking up a roster, teams like this are just nuts. Because if you have a bunch of unsigned players that are all like arguably, if not definitively, the best in their roles, that are willing to play together, and they can run tournaments like RiftMasters, that is how you get eyes on you. So not to add extra pressure to these 5 players, but there will be eyes on this roster.
Yeah. I'd say the other thing I learned from that game is that double sport item, yeah, that's real. That's pretty good. They're going to have to change that in some way. I do not envy the Riot Balance team that is in charge of that. I know it took a very long time for it to get into the state that it's in currently in PC. I can tell you how many seasons in a row it was that support items as a concept just were like tried out. Oh, this random champion can abuse it. All right, we got to completely rework it, completely scrap it. And like, oh my God, do you remember when Relic Shield used to heal you when you used a charge? Yeah. And so
those were the glory days.
Oh my!
You could back in those days. You could go like pretty much any champion with I forget the league room, but it was like when you heal an ally, then they can like. Or no, if you slow an enemy, they can heal up. But then if you heal them, they do like extra damage or whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of crazy stuff you can do with like all kinds of different champions. Those are fun times. But Wild Rift, it's just kind of a Wild West with a lot of this stuff. Also, a big reason why I think some of the bot lanes might be doing it is just the gold value you get. It's 500 initial investment for the 100 health you get. Not the best, but then it upgrades for free to 150 health, 5 ability haste, and then later to 200 health and 10 ability haste. That was still only 500 gold that you invested for all of that. So pretty good gold efficiency.
Certainly not bad.
Infinity
pays for itself too.
I want to go for the other side now, on the side of Infinity. What did we learn about this organization, or rather this roster of players in Game 1?
That's a good question. I think if they got their map read correctly on the first objective, that game would have looked very different.
Yeah.
I think their idea made a lot of sense. It's just that they got the bad end of the mind games there in terms of which objective they wanted to go for. So I think if they maybe get some more vision early on which objective they actually want to go for, find where Molly is before they start that, then it looks a lot better for them. But again, that map state was just really tough. I think they were in a position where they needed to prepare earlier. Because after that happens, that game is like completely snowballed out of control. You lost both objectives. The team fights are really shaky because you don't have a front line at all. That team comp is very reliant on getting ahead early and finding picks from there. So maybe need to build something more stable to overcome that, or just come with a better strategy.
They had 2 opportunities. to pull off one of the objective plays. Molly had the good read and a really strong execution on an isolated squishy member for the Herald. And then for the Dragon, it was again Molly and Starting that found out the jungler from side of Infinity. But now a swap of sides might do Infinity well. Let's see what they decide to ban out here. Already adapting with the Varus ban. They did not want to give that to Gume twice.
Definitely not. The enchanters that were taken off the board last game are really interesting to me, because it seems like that's going to be something that we're going to be witnessing a lot with how the support items affect that lane and how you do want to stay together more in a longer extended time. That does make you want to play enchanters, because those are the champions that are going to be buffing up the marksman as much as possible. So the fact that Karma, Senna, and Lux taken off the board, I really like that as an idea. Lucian is a champion that would benefit a lot from having an enchanter. So
yeah.
It seems like I might be right about this.
Infinity locking that in. It also can be played in the solo lanes. We saw that a lot back at Icons. It was actually more prevalent in the mid lane. And they banned away the Varus and the Lux, two of these really long-range champions that can try and abuse somebody like a Lucian. So let's see what KFC wants to answer with here. It will be a different look for the bot lane, which I'm excited about, because that means that we'll see their adaptations, how they're able to shift a game plan. They're locked into the Jace, who recently also got some slight buffs, some cooldown reduction. So looks like KFC want to go for that. Lamont actually was a big component of the Jace jungle last time I saw him play competitive.
I don't think it's a support champion, though.
Yeah, probably not.
However, we did just see KFC lock in 2 starting champions, effectively. Because Starting, really big Chase player. I remember when the Jace first got released in NA, he was the first guy to pick it up and make it a big thing in the mid lane. He really wanted to make sure that he was on the ball when it came to the mechanics of that champion. Speaking of new champions, Kangas, we're seeing our first look at the new Gwen in competitive play.
Okay.
I can't wait for this one. What role is she going to be in? I don't know.
I mean, win rate's very low across the board in Diamond and above, but of course, Gwen is a brand new concept of a champion for Wild Rift. A lot of players that play Wild Rift did not come from the PC version of the game. I've actually seen more people that came from other mobile MOBAs. So when a new champion from the PC version releases, they do take some time to warm up and learn the champ. It's cool that we get to see Infinity play this because of what she can do to the map state. We'll talk about that more as we see the overall comps come together, because it's Lucian plus Nami, probably in the bot lane, and Renekton is the answer for KFC.
Yeah, the most PC League experience that these players have gotten from talking to them, it has been like when they heard that Wild Rift was coming out, they all tried PC League so they knew how the game would work, because they knew it was going to be big because Riot was publishing it, which makes a lot of sense. So I've heard a lot of these players like figure that out, hit like high diamond, like GM in some instances in League, because they're way better players at all video games than I will ever be. And then they got used to those champions, brought them over here. So they may have seen a little bit of Gwen, but even still, not a long time. So 100% agree. Very new concept, especially considering when you're a PC League player, there are other healing, magic damage dealing top laners that exist in that game, like Mordekaiser. That existed for a while before Gwen came out. So you were kind of used to playing that style of champion. That doesn't really exist in PC at this point, or in Wild Rift at this point. Gwen is kind of the first of its kind. So that's another reason why it is very new. Yeah.
Can do a lot of damage to the backline, can also, with her Shroud, dodge a lot of damage from a Jace Shock Blast, from an explosive cast of a Gragas. So it can be difficult for players to get on top of her.
Oh.
Yasuo locked in. Okay, that's got to be Starting, right? Or
I don't know.
Gume has played Yasuo in the past too. No way it's like Yasuo Jace bot lane. That would be the most troll thing I've ever seen. I really like this Shen locking from Infinity. I actually think this really shuts down what Yasuo wants to do.
Yeah. Really good Shen pick. I think it's Yasuo Gragas bot. I think it's Gume and Lemont playing those two champions, because you got the knockups there for the last breath. It's a classic duo for those two.
And
I
good
still
luck Lucian Nami at that point.
Once you hit level 5, yeah. Before that, a lot of ranged damage. Speaking of ranged, KFC have 3.5 melee champions on this team so far. Maybe looking to draft their first of its kind, the first range champion on their team, because they are certainly outranged now with 2 marksmen against them.
Yeah, I think Infinity are identifying just that. Smack saying, all right, let's pick something else that can kite away. Who's going to stop the hook shot? Maybe a Renekton, flash stun or a Gragas barrel, but even then, it comes down to execution, and you can kind of play around that as the Ixan. Just be annoying, play at the max range that you possibly can. You have the Shen to ult on you if somebody does get on top of you. But there's the Fiora lock-in from KFC, so quadrupling down on the no-range champions. 4.5 melee champs, as you called it, Smash.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's funny because, the Renekton got locked in, I was like, okay, that's definitely the Zello champ. And now, as soon as Fiora got locked in, my brain, I was thinking, okay, yeah, that's definitely the Zello champion. And I realized, oh, I said that about 2 of them. What are we doing? Is it Fiora jungle?
Still could work, right?
I think it is.
And then at that point,
I think it's Fiora jungle. And
yeah,
at the same time, I'm pretty sure it's Gwen jungle. Because I don't think Shen really operates in that role very well.
not very
So... very odd jungle matchup. The first Gwen game we're seeing in NA is jungle Gwen. If we're right about this, of course. We still need to actually get into the game. This is crazy. I can't wait for this draft. I hate to say this, but it does kind of feel like KFC are doing a little bit of flexing right now. They're very confident after that last game, and they're just picking all the melee champions.
I believe Fiora jungle can technically work, but according to the stats website I'm using, it has below a 1% pick rate in Diamond and above. So it is not listed on any of the jungle's statistics. I'm seeing if Jace is on here. I don't think Jace is picked either. These are more like pro-level picks and even pocket picks of pro junglers. So that's why they're not oftentimes played enough in solo queue to actually populate and then have any stats behind them. But interesting to see. We'll have to wait because, of course, it's still in pick order. Now we get to see where everyone is.
Hey!
And here we go. Gwen jungle for Yeso versus Molly's Fiora.
I still got it, Kangas. I got the draft reads ready. Even though it's been months since I've casted this game, still got it.
I'm going to say...
All right, so...
Oh, yep.
Go ahead.
You set up an expectation of early poke from HK and Rui. I agree. Levels 1 and 2, they can absolutely harass the Yasuo Gragas, but once you hit level 3, I think it starts to turn. Once Yasuo has Wind Wall, he can actually block the empowered autos of HK if you time it correctly, and then just out-trade and look for an all-in. So I'm looking at these early levels. How much work can HK and Rui put in to keep Lamont's and Gume's health bars low?
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think the early game, very, very big for Lucian Nami. Side point, I've never paid close enough attention to Shen to know what that second yellow bar is for him. Can we look at Shen real quick?
Yeah.
He has 2 yellow bars.
Yeah, so one yellow bar, the first one that's kind of broken into... I play a lot of Shen, so this is like the perfect opportunity for me to give a breakdown. The first one is basically like your energy or like your mana substitute. Can you cast your ability? And if that's full, you can cast all your abilities, but then, it uses that up as you cast them. The second bar, if that is all the way up, it charges by autoing and moving around. If that's all the way up, you get a shield on the next ability that you cast. So that's where the Shen shield comes in from. And no matter what ability he uses, Jean almost dies to starting flash forward for starting. He's gonna miss it! Woo! Jean with first blood outplay.
Wow! Oh my God!
Molly flashing for the trade. All right, sure, 1 for 1.
I mean, that's a really big first blood for Jean, though. This matchup can get really dicey. The ranged poke from the Jace. I mean, we already saw it. He had to flash underneath his own turret there.
Gume, they caught out Rui and HK. There we go. The knock comes down to Rui. That's what I'm talking about. They have a lot of damage between both these champions kit and a decent amount of lockdown. Rui feeling all of the impact.
If you get in range for the Yasuo and the Gragas, then you can get all that damage down on the Lucian and the Nami, and fighting in the river is the exact way that you accomplish that for Gume and Lebmont. Nicely done there for the KFC Dragon Lane duo.
Pops it, goes straight in. It's Yeso that they're focusing down first. HK gets away. Molly still looking for a little bit more. Rui throws out the bubble, does not land, but with the turret help, I think Infinity should be fine here. Ooh, Molly is reading Yeso right now.
Okay, Lebmont did just hit 5. I was holding my breath to see the explosive cask and last breath combination would be thrown out, but no, not quite. I do want to point out also, just real quick, HK didn't go for the Relic Shield this time, so it's not double support item for Infinity. It is for KFC. That's a slight variation that we're seeing. Similarly aligns with how these lanes are functioning. It seems like Gume and Lebmont, they know that they just want to hit level 5 before they can really deal that damage. This is the perfect way to achieve that because you're buying an item that gives you a lot of gold and a lot of scaling and a lot of HP, which is a defensive stat.
HK is going to need to get ahead now with this kind of build. I don't see the Lucian scaling in general, and now especially with this choice of build. You go for this, I imagine, so that you can do damage early. Now let's see that damage. Can they fight for the objective? Can they get a setup at the Dragon or rotate HK and Rui to the Herald fight? Whichever one happens, I feel like, again, a lot of this game will come down to the early decisions of Infinity.
They will need to get the map read right this time. On the previous Rifts, they found themselves falling directly into Molly's trap. He was playing the lockdown Vi option. Very different champion in the Fiora. You don't have that same level of crowd control. You hardly have any crowd control at all, and you certainly can't dive completely past the entire team's front line. You gotta poke your way through. So let's see if Molly can actually do that. They really are lacking that same assault and battery tool, or cease and desist, as it has been renamed to, as they had in the previous game.
I think it comes down to Lamont much more this time around to actually be that engaged champion, that one to start the fight off. Dragon is spawning, Herald is spawning, and we see that the lane swaps have come into effect. KFC's a little faster on it. Starting gets a couple of plates on the bottom half of the map and the lane shoved in. All the wards in the bottom river belong to KFC. So since they see Dragon, they actually go for the Herald. We get a trade.
Okay, this is what Infinity was wanting to do in the last game. They're not confident enough to fight KFC early game at all. They just want to go for the objective trade. It seems like KFC, they're giving them that option this time around, not without a shock blast to the face, but still it will be an Infernal Dragon for Infinity, and they're not devastatingly behind this time around.
I do like the look here from KFC. I think that they come out ahead when they're up in gold right now to say, let's keep the snowball rolling. We're going to make this 3K gold lead into a 4K. Try and get that to 5. Just keep it up on an upward slope, and then they can close out games. I feel like the first Dragon does not matter as much if you cannot stop the snowball.
Apparently it matters for which Rift we get, though, because we have Infernal Rift now. And, okay, hold on.
Molly's looking for it. That might have been too aggressive, though. Does get out successfully. Yes, a lot of damage right there. Multiple ult procs. Flash forward from HK. Getting the damage down is now Shen teleported in, and Starting loses the 1v1 in the side lane. We do see everybody else still alive from KFC. Huddled under the turret. Flank from Zello. He's not committing to it, though, and now he's caught out. Has to pop the Dominus and does not find any play. This is big for Infinity. Really massive momentum swing.
Good pick for sure. Still down quite a bit of gold, but they can find things off the Rift. They just proved to themselves and to us that they can take fights in this game, which is not something they were able to prove in the last one. It's a big confidence booster for any team. You can actually go for any play that you want to as long as you have that proper setup. It really helps you clear your mind. So Infinity keeping themselves afloat in this series. They do need to win this one to make it forward into this bracket.
I said it was a massive swing, but I'm actually going to take that statement back. They didn't get much for it outside of just the one kill. They just went for resets, spent their gold. Now they're down ultimates, specifically Metallics. Gumi and Lamont have theirs. I actually still think KFC are in the driver's seat right now as they see Gene in the bottom lane right now, just going all in on top of him. The explosive cast. Lamont, beautiful predict. Knows exactly where he's going to flash, says, hey, I got Aftershock. I can tank this turret a couple more times. You're dead.
Oh, man. Gene, he's been the most volatile member on this roster in the early game so far, in the best way, but seems like it's gotten ahead of him just a tad. Taking a few of these structures off the Rift right now is KFC, the bottom lane one, the top lane one, looking for it as well. Yeah, this is continuing that gold lead for KFC so far.
The super team is delivering, Smacks. I was holding out hope in game 1 before we saw any of their play, but now they are working together as a well-oiled machine. Outside of that one messy play in the mid lane where Infinity got 1 kill, I have not seen a lot to massively critique from KFC. They're setting their lines, they're going for their objectives, they're playing well in their isolated side lanes and grouping up when they need to. This is some pretty good Wild Rift that we're seeing from them.
Yeah, this is a lot more about the objective trades and trading up on the map here for KFC. It's much less about flexing, which I kind of thought it would be, considering the champions that they picked for themselves. But yeah, much tamer gameplay. I mean, this time last game, there were like 20 kills already in the game, and now there are only 6. So that's a good way to narrate it.
Yeah, I think Molly's still feeling fine about that. Gumi's still feeling fine about that as they find again in the silent. This time it's Metallics who has barrier. That's supposed to be the tank, and he dies under turret. Now Yeso thinks maybe I can find something. This tidal wave goes out as well. Re-engage comes through. Yeso's down. Gume getting the kill as Rui now underneath the turret, starting taking some damage. Here comes Gene. Can he find anything? Does he get the kill? Mott can cancel that. And now Molly says, all right, Gene, you're running right into my waiting arms. Gene did not expect a full health Fiora right there.
I don't know what you're talking about, Infinity. He ran directly into my sword. I didn't do anything. He just walked right in with his web swing, and now I get to take the Rift Herald. KFC up 8-2. They take the mid lane turret as well, because Zello was not needed on the play, and it's at that 10k gold lead again here. Kangas, KFC, they just keep finding it, and they just keep winning with it.
This is the team that just took down in their last best of 1. The team that got second place, the Team Liquid Summer Showdown. Now they're bringing it to a Latin American organization in Infinity. I love the look of AFC right now, and if this is what we can expect from them throughout all of RiftMasters, this is only Qualifier 1, day 1, so obviously, you know, they'll have to prove it themselves, but this could be the next team in North America if Immortals cannot find substitutes to field in their roster into the next qualifiers. Gene and Yeso looking for a pick on the Molly right now, but they don't have any lockdown. There's no CC. Finally, they land the taunt here. That's a big pickup. Starting's down.
That's pretty big. The Dragon's alive. Infinity, they didn't really use a whole lot on that play. The Akshan ultimate, that's really not anything too big. It's Metallics. He used his Stand United, but he's already here. This is where he needs to be. He doesn't need to teleport anywhere, so they can set up for this Drake. This would be 2 in a row for Infinity if they can secure this one, then they've got a good position.
Now Metallics trying to front line here as the tank taunts back in, and big explosive cast just knocks everyone around. Not enough damage to really kill anybody, though, but now the re-engage comes through! Last Whisper from Gume! Double kill for Molly, making the triple as Gume dancing onto another member. Double kill for himself. Clean ace for KFC in the 4v5.
Good positioning just does not matter when you're down this much in the game. KFC have all of the damage that they need to break through this front line of Infinity and just shrug off any damage that's thrown their way. They give up that 1 kill onto starting, but now all of this control on the Rift, they're taking every single inner turret at the same time.
Smacks, Molly was a mid laner throughout his professional career. We know he plays jungle in solo queue, but still deathless in the first series on stream right now against a Latin American organization in Infinity. This is insane levels of play coming in from the jungler of KFC right now, and Molly on the jungle debut, just a thing of beauty as we look at the replay.
2 very different champions that he's playing this time also. If he's playing the Vi, like the previous one, he'd already be in that back line right now, but he's playing front to back. He's playing to his mobility and to all of his durability as well. Meanwhile, we're watching this complete team wipe.
Live,
I think we're getting another one live.
Okay, KFC, they found their angle in. However it started, Infinity do not like how it will end. KFC just continue their momentum forward. Metallics and Rui under their Nexus. They're trying to hold off the final stand, but with the Herald drop from KFC, this could be the victory push.
It's looking like it here. 15 seconds between Yeso and HK before they can respawn onto this Rift. Actually, that Rift Herald doesn't do anything. It looked like they were going to use it to end this game, but instead, perhaps positioning themselves around the Baron that is spawning in 5 seconds. KFC, they take their first inhibitor turret, they get all the super minions that they want, and regroup.
If I'm coach, that's the moment I say, team, next time we end the game there. There's 2 members up, and you got 15 seconds on the death timers. What's a Shen and a Nami going to do to stop you? It's all right, though. They do go for the safe bet instead.
Okay.
Super's pushing mid. Baron on the table. And, okay, Ollie just finds somebody again.
Ooh.
Vitalis knocks back. Full combo from Gume and Lamont, locking him down. There's no front line now, so that means it's up to Zello and Molly to just run through the rest of Infinity. And I think now they can probably look for the end. Will Molly even die? Still alive, barely survives it. Deathless in the streamed debut of Molly in the jungle. KFC undefeated so far in day 1 of the qualifier.
Oh no!
Molly goes down right at the end. Oh, it hurts.
KDA ruined as he executes to the fountain, but Molly executes on the Rift as well in his newfound position. Exciting the masses is the super team Kansui fan club, as they are named so far. The new additions of the Immortals duo in Lebmont and Gume seem to be slotting right in to this team.
And you know what that means, Smacks. They are a team, I haven't seen one yet. I don't think they have a logo. And you know what happens in Wild Rift streams when there's a team that wins without a logo? We have to make one for them. So we will be sending to a short break here in a little bit. Maybe while we're doing that, we can do something. Or maybe live, if we're waiting for the next stream to get going. But either way, I mean, this is a roster that you look at the names and you get excited as a North American fan because of all the star potential. And now we see the star execution. Stepping up as that second most damage dealer this time around, but it's still Molly, the one who's turning heads in that best of 3.
30% damage in both of the games so far.
Wow.
That's wild. That's consistency. And again, I have to mention it on 2 very different champions. Vi and Fiora could not play the team fights any more differently. Molly's still finding ways to make it work. I'm super impressed.
And for Infinity's side, my first look at them so far at these Rift Masters, I hope we see much more of them going forward. Still making it in to the top 8. Very impressive run for them. And the big takeaway I have is maybe a misread of the meta, or at least a very different read of the meta that did not match up well against what KFC was bringing them. If you don't get that Lucian ahead very early in the bottom lane, you're going to struggle, and we didn't see Yeso on a jungler that could actually help in that endeavor. We didn't see the mid lane on a champion that can help in that endeavor. If I see something like that, I want to see backup that can actually get it ahead early on, but it felt like they were a little pulled around the map into what they wanted to do with their individual pieces. So still happy to see Latin America and North America competing against each other here in Rift Masters, though. And if that's a teaser of what maybe Stamina can bring next, I'm very excited.
I am as well. We're going to have to find out. I believe we are taking it to a very quick break before we get into our next best of 3. Staying in the quarterfinals, the top 8. These teams have already qualified for the point benchmark. They're just fighting to get a bit more and fighting to stay alive as we continue the fight tomorrow as well. But stay tuned. We still have some more action for you today. Be right back.
Hello, everybody. We are back for round 2 now of our RiftMaster 2022 series, the 30K opener. I'm again Kankus, joined by Smacks, and match 1 was a banger. That best of 3 ended quickly, so let's see what the second series has in store for us, Smacks.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the full bracket. We have 8 teams remaining, I guess 7 now. As we did watch one of those quarterfinals, we have 7 teams left after that. You can see them all there, and if you at home or wherever you're watching this don't recognize a lot of these teams, that makes sense because honestly, I don't really either.
Off-season,
I don't know.
baby!
I don't know any of these teams other than the ones that we just watched. Also, I was wrong. Imperius seems like they got a bye or they're waiting on their opponent. Either one of those.
I'm going to rank
we'll find
it
out how
again
it's gonna
because
go.
I don't see Stamina from Latin America listed. I would be surprised if they were knocked out earlier, although with random seeding, that can happen, so it's not
Right.
impossible for something like that to come along, but maybe there's a spot holding there. We'll have this graphic updated throughout the whole day, though, as wins come in. It is NXGL versus Redline as our next stream match, and actually I have confirmation from production that Redline beat Stamina. So,
Yeah, I'm seeing
Redline,
that.
okay, let's see it. Also, I do have confirmation that from Asmo on Discord, he let me know that Suzaku disbanded and a lot of the players are now on Imperius. So that is kind of like the team that caught a couple of the players after the disbanding. So
Okay.
it's going to be fun. We'll
Very
see some
good.
recognizable names and faces there.
Is this the time where we acknowledge that Suzaku is disbanding and we can cry?
I suppose. No disrespect to NXGL and Redline. We'll talk about you a bunch over the next hour and a half here. But rip Shizaku, Smacks. Round of applause for everybody. It was awesome having them with the WNS, showing up in their actual kind of jerseys that they all brought in. It was so fun to actually get to interact with a lot of the players.
Yeah. I'm definitely bummed. They were a top 4 team at pretty much all the events that they participated in for this year. They were top 4 at WNS. They were top 4 at the Team Liquid event just a couple of weeks ago. So, this is one of our best teams, one of our most beloved teams as well in NA. Glad to hear that some of the players are still participating in this event. I am very excited to see that team.
I'm excited to see Tsuki on Imperius because that was a player on Suzaku that I think I was the most impressed with from an individual standpoint, individual performance at the WNS. So with players like Dienzio, Jotu, and Alui around Tsuki, that's going to still be a very fun roster to watch too.
Wait, Alui's back.
Yeah. I just peeked to the Imperius roster. But of course, we'll talk about them later on as we get their stream up later on in the day. But for right now, it is NXGL versus Redline. So let's talk about these players on these teams. NXGL with Riffle. Oh, we're already into pick and ban. It looks like it's completed. So I'll cover that in a little bit here because I want to react to this and see what everybody locked in. NXGL. This is like a very solo queue comp. I can see it working. I can see it working, but like this just seems like everything I've seen popular in solo queue in my ELO right now.
Yeah, other than the Dragon Lane duo, I fully agree with you. I think Morgana set, it feels to me like something that you would see in a competitive setting with a very specific purpose. And it seems like that purpose is to counter the Lucian Nami.
And that is what Redline has built themselves, but I do like it more than the last game where we saw the Lucian Nami because the Xin Zhao jungle can affect this lane very early on. They can look for dives. Even an Orianna can look to maybe try and shove a wave and then join in. Has that shock wave underneath the turret to set everything up. This feels like a Lucian Nami comp, so I actually like it a lot more.
Yeah, very clear cut. This is the front line. This is the back line. This is the team fight power that we have on Redline's composition. Whereas for NXGL, they've got a lot of skirmishing power. They've got a lot of pick potential. A bunch of assassins on this team, and some other just wayward frontline champions with some crowd control in the Renekton and the set. So much more scattered on the side of NXGL. Maybe some comfort picks, maybe some champions that they've just got a solid read on being strong right now. This definitely feels like a lane that's going to be using the Relic Shield.
I'm noticing not an Yeah, true. Yeah, probably will see that now. I'm not seeing an abundance of scaling on either side, so it looks like early game will probably be the name of the game, especially for Redline. NXGL Assassins and Pick Comps, they can sometimes scale. You know, like they will still be able to one-shot you if they find you in the late game with you know, a full build Ahri, full build Morgana and Kha'Zix. Yeah, I've definitely seen more focus on the early game. To catch everybody up, though, on the rosters, NXGL with Riffle, Mecha, Osu, Platinum, Sweet Tea, Bonsai, and Raphael. We'll see which players are actually on the Rift. Every team was allowed 8 players on their team. That would include, like, coaches, managers, things like that, and then substitutes as well. And they're up against Redline, the team that just beat Stamina. Blanks, Fez, Nap Station, Nielsen 4, and Boom. We get them all up on stage. We can see NXGL do have Riffle, Mecha. Okay, Shut the Pack You. That's not a name that I saw on the website, but I like that one with Platinum and Sweet Tea. Huh.
What do you suppose a Pack You is? I'm picturing like a yak-like animal.
Ooh, I was thinking it might be like another word for front door or something. You know, like people like shut the front door. It's kind of funny, you know. Shut the Pack You.
Do I dare Google it?
Oh, looks okay. I actually do have cover. Osu, thank you for being in my Discord right now. I said Shut the Pack You is Osu. So this is a player that we have seen in the past. Was a sub for Suzaku back at the WNS. So has actually been around the Suzaku org before. So welcome, Osu.
All right.
Now Shut the Pack You.
I have confirmation that we should stop saying that word because it is Tagalog for the F word.
Gotcha. Well, clip it while you can, everybody. That's your only opportunity. I'm just gonna call him Osu from this point forward. I love off-season.
You know what?
Oh, this is incredible.
We should have expected that. To be completely honest, we should have expected it. But
what do you think it means, Max? Okay, bringing attention to other things on the Rift now, though. Let's catch up on where the pressure is being exerted early on. NXGL and Redline seeing each other in the mid lane right now. Mecha's actually walking up to Boom here. Scrapping with the Zinjao early. That is bold.
Wow, yeah. And immediately forced to jump away there as well, Mecha. You don't really have a lot of dueling power on the Kha'Zix until you get a few levels, maybe a few items in you as well. Scales very well with the assassination items, especially some of the new ones. The Serpent's Fang is one that I think we saw out of Varus from Gume in the previous game. I'm pretty excited about that one. The extra shield denial can be pretty big, especially when big items like the... the Guardian, the Guardian, that's not what it is. What's the big boot enchant? The shield one.
Oh,
Stoneplate.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Stoneplate.
I was distracted by the fact that Fez flashed onto Riffle and was trying to chase him down, but didn't get the kill.
That's fair.
But yes, love the point. So now we're catching up to the bottom of the scrap here. Boom actually steals away the Krugs and gets back to it. A lot of just untempered aggression right now from both of these teams very early on.
That's what we expected, though. A lot of early game, not a lot of scaling in these teams. When Orianna and Lucian are the strongest scaling pieces on the Rift, you know that we've got some brawling in the early game. And even though the early game has been put back a bit from the most recent really big competitive play at Icons, now at that 5-minute mark, we still are expecting more of these skirmishes. Maybe once all these members do hit that level 5, around right now, we start seeing those ultimates used and looking for some big kills.
Both mid laners hovering around the top river makes me think the top lane could be where they want to put their attention next. Riffle is still up a summoner spell, has the Dominus completed, but Fez so far is controlling the lane. So it looks like Fez getting the better of Riffle. And at this point, this is, of course, the team that beats Stamina. I have high expectations for Redline just based off of that fact alone, not knowing too much about their players. But I'm already learning Fez is a player that likes to exert himself in this lane.
Very exciting stuff. For Darius especially. Because you have just so much of that one-shot power. And you really do appreciate when you're playing Darius having just a big tank in front of you for the entire game. That's going to be Renekton. That's going to be set where you can stack up all your passive, then spread it to everybody else. That's exactly what Darius's ideal trade patterns and teamfight patterns are. That's where you get the big pentakill moments where you're annihilating everybody with that dunk.
Ooh, wait. Did Sweet Tea just get that? I actually couldn't tell. Maybe Boom secured it, but either way, we see some interesting rotations come across from each of these teams. As now it's mid lane and top lane that is the focus from NXGL. They're a little quicker to the roam. The Nami's with the Orianna, not the Lucians. The Lucian's alone against the Ahri. I'm not sure if I like this as much from Redline. Mecha as the Assassin's going forward. This could be the first kill that we see. Big engage from Sweet Tea setting it all up. Haymaker for the damage. Nap Station in trouble. Flash from Riffle gets it, but not before Fez. First blood. Darius cleaning up kills. And it's a 2-for-1 for Redline. Still looking for more though. Fez is here. Slow out of Sweet Tea. Flash out of Sweet Tea. Fez is big.
You just cannot fight this Darius early game, it seems like, as Fez used his flash aggressively again. Like you highlighted earlier, this is gonna be an exciting player to watch already at a strong lead early game. NXGL are going to be starting up onto this Drake. It seems like only Luck is here to try to stop them from doing this, but just the culling already used. I don't think a sole Lucian can really do much to stop this.
Yeah, that means Dragon secured, but Herald dropped from Redline, so NXGL, they'll get the first Dragon, losing the first turret. That's a more gold injected into Redline and into Fez, who is now 1,000 gold up over Riffle.
All right. That's a big turret. That's a big amount of gold. It's going to be the full boot enchant as well. Oh, man. Didn't save it.
Oh, but
so much damage.
Tea gets stopped in the bot lane. I wonder what that setup was.
Huh. It looks like he ulted.
Yeah, I think he was probably forward in the brush, maybe thinking that there was an isolated member. Yeah, maybe we can get a replay of that at some point if that's possible, because I'd be curious into why he was that far up.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be possible. This game has had a lot of action.
True.
But I would like to see it as well, if it can come to fruition. So far, though, Redline just doing a really great job of finding all of these just stray kills around the Rift. It's funny, because that's what we kind of expected NXGL's comp to be very good at. Didn't save it.
Okay, so we still
Oh.
get the start of it, but yeah, it does look like he was just far up.
What that setup was.
It was a 2v3, so I'm assuming somebody showed up from out of Fog of War and surprised NXGL, because I can't imagine Sweet Tea would opt for a 2v3 in that situation. Either way, more gold in the side of Redline. At least it didn't go to Luck, who's actually only participated in 1 kill. Really hasn't pulled ahead in the gold department.
That's kind of true of everybody on Redline, that they haven't participated in all the kills. Just been, you know, a few one-offs, just a lot of these assassinations, as Fez maybe in another experience very similar to that one. He doesn't have any assists of his own, just the 1 kill that he found.
Diving to Darius can go south quickly. Sweet Tea's the one that starts tanking it up before the minions even get there, and they should have it. Nicely done. I like that execution. They didn't even wait for the minion waves. They just knew exactly what they wanted to do.
That was super close from Fez. I think if they waited to use the Rocket Belt until after the heal came through, then it actually would have worked. But because the Rocket Belt was used a little early, the heal didn't actually apply, and Fez couldn't get all of the extra stacks down. But the position was really rough regardless. I think that's one of those things where you're probably dead in most instances. It takes a lot to outplay it.
I've just seen too many highlight clips of Darius turning these dives under turret and finding the kills. But that is more momentum kind of dissuaged. Now they find some more. NXG in the mid lane looking at Luck. Riffle with a massive flank. Luck is down. That's flash out of Nielsen 4 plus the heal. All summoners down. And they get the turret now. Boom is slowed. Everybody's looking at the Xin Zhao, who now dashes onto the next enemy champion to get away from all the damage. It's just 1 kill picked up for NXGL.
Just a nice read there, too. They saw all of these members from Redline, and they know that Redline feels like they have a lead in this game. And that's because they do. But even still, just having just one not very easy to kill Morgana in that mid lane. Redline just getting too aggressive for that one, and they are going to need to play the map a little bit more than looking for these kills. Because like we keep saying, they've got some scaling on their side. NXG doesn't really have that, especially not to that same extent. So if they do slow down the pace of this game and keep that lead intact, Redline surely will win this game from here.
Redline just needs to make sure that they're not getting picked. As I say it, Luck almost getting picked. Sweet T sees Fezzy. It says, Fez might be my escape route out of here because I'm a little more forward. Looking for the pick onto Luck and punished for it. Big pickup for Redline. As I was saying, there's so many pick options on the side of NXG, and they find another right onto Boo. Pops the stone plate, survives through the shield. Fez now refront lines. Another kill for Redline. Really well played. The defensive nature of Redline coming through.
Kind of mirroring both teams, it feels like, as both of them now are getting antsy to find these kills on the Rift, use the assassins that they have. NXG, it makes a lot more sense that that's what they would be looking to do, considering they are the ones that have this Kha'Zix and this Ahri. A couple of evolutions there as well for Mecha, but not quite enough yet to find all of these kills. And Redline, this is what I wanted to see from them. They're using the advantage to play this map. They take the Rift Herald off this Rift, and they've got enough time to recall and come right back to try to deny the Dragon too.
I will say NXGL do still have options to come back into this one. The game's not out of their control so far that it's doomed. And they even have first setup at the Dragon. Nicely done from Boom to spot out Sweet Tea right there, but you gotta watch for the Ahri, you gotta watch for the Morgana. Boom walks forward and drops the Herald. The charm misses. I love these orb placements from Nap Station. Just making sure that nobody comes in, but over the wall, they actually pull the support. Sweet Tea has to re-engage now. Shockwave used, but a lot of damage traded right on back. With the pentakill! Massive performance from the Baron laner.
There it is! You stack up your bleed on the front line, and then you get to work. You slam everybody back to back to back. We just got to watch Fez in this team fight. Look at this. He has the pull over this wall, gets all of his stacks onto the set, who's so durable that it takes forever to kill him, but then the true damage. Look at this. Just whack-a-mole on the enemy team. 5 dunks, 5 kills. Redline, this is their game.
Presses Decimate, flashes into 3. Tap, tap, tap. They're all dead. 3 ults in a row. And then a Rocket Belt into the final ult. Fez putting in the work right there. 7-1-1. I was already impressed based on what we saw in the laning phase alone. I could tell Fez is the player that this team leans on, and now delivering in the big moment as well.
He's tapping that ultimate button like he's playing an idle game. Every time you push the button, you get a bunch of gold.
Yeah.
Powered by the team.
It's an easy game,
All right, that's
you
a
know?
Flash Forest. It is an easy game
Boom,
for Darius.
still far up there. Still not dead yet. Could be traded back. Flash to the wall. Still alive. Riffle follows through. Now Nielsen out of position here. Okay, NXGL picking up a couple. You gotta be careful though, because Fez is joined in. This is the carry. Oh, it's like you gotta play boss music. It's like, why do I hear boss music? Get away, Fez is coming. He's right there.
We gotta run. Now it's a horror game. For Fez, you know what? Now that I think about it, if you're the thing in the idle game being farmed, it kind of is a horror game. You just gotta run away from the person tapping the screen. That's Fez right now. 7 kills on this Darius.
I'm just imagining now, like, Riffle's POV. Like, okay, I know I'm 4-2, but I'm supposed to side lane against this, and he just, like, looks up in the sky and sees a giant with a finger just gonna tap him. This is my button.
The finger is holding an axe, also. Very, very, very scary.
I don't know where this analogy is going to the end game, but
I don't either.
I'm happy we're painting this picture for
though.
everybody. Yeah, absolutely.
I think if you listen to the whole thing, you know, just hear us out. Okay, we're not crazy, right?
I don't think so. I think so far I'm tracking. I just want to see now Fez versus Zello in a lane, because I know that we're excited about the super team of Kansui Fan Club. Fez right now putting in the work for this team as the super carry in the Baron lane. Not necessarily a lane that we always expect to see the carry from. But game one, that's how things are shaking out. We'll see how the rest of the series plays out. But for right now, it is control for Redline around the Baron. They're getting their vision down, keeping their waves pushed.
They got the last dragon there too, so perhaps stack up for whatever they want at this point. They can wait for the Drake to spawn. They can go for that. They can maybe find a team fight around this Baron and secure that one as well. But NXG, they don't really feel like they're giving it to him anytime soon. They don't want to engage anymore. They've already seen what happens when they're the ones engaging if Fez is in position. It's just a pentakill.
They're getting chased out of their own jungle right now. We have the camera panning down. Yeah, now we can see it. Redline. It looked like Boom just isolated some members in the jungle and just ran at them. Said, I got a Nami and an Orianna behind me. What are they going to do? And that's just a hard-forced pick onto Riffle.
Oh, Mecha spotted.
More. Fez goes forward.
Okay.
Black Shield onto Mecha. Can they damage the Darius? He's looking low. Flashes to safety. Bleeding down. Has the burn. Goes back in for the re-engage. Heals himself back up, and he's down. That's a big shutdown. NXG find the raid boss, and they win the dungeon. But another kill picked up. Boom takes that one as Osu falls.
That was really good spell sequencing from Boom to get all the damage down, and the skill shot accuracy was huge onto Osu there. So many dashes for this Ahri, but Boom still finds it in the end. It's a lot of damage that you can land when you're playing this Xin Zhao if you do find the poke with the Wind Becomes Lightning. Ooh, Mecha.
Now that everything's settled, though, yeah, everyone's going to be spawning here soon, in time for the dragon fight. And Mecha actually gets poked out before the dragon's spawning, so you're going to have to back reset. This is a window for Redline to get their wards down. You see them all reset. I would not be surprised if they all just run right to this dragon, drop their wards down. They will have a slight lead on tempo over NXG.
Boom is here in this position on Xin Zhao, setting up for the Scuttle Crab also, and he just went back to buy a whole bunch of extra items. Got a full Spirit Visage now. Extra shielding gonna be pretty big. A lot of front line still here for Redline, and we lined that up early on into the draft too. The front line is the one, the two members that are really, really big, which means the damage isn't quite as there for Redline, but it's still certainly popping because they've got the Lucian.
Riffle pops the Dominus. They're looking for the fight, not the objective. NXG say, we are not on the dragon. Let's see if we can get a pick, but they're getting picked themselves instead. It's Sweet Tea. The front line. Bleed stacks are there. Big shockwave, but Fez is down first, and Sweet Tea's still alive. NXG, they don't get the dragon, but they will actually win the fight.
Yeah, everyone's still alive, and they found the fight timer when Boom wasn't in the vicinity. Taking away that dragon does help a lot for your team, but you're not there for the 5v5 and what otherwise could have been an entire wipe if you have those battle lines secured. That's the big deal when it comes to Redline. They have a very traditional composition. It's very easy to figure out what your champions want to do once you're in that fight, but you do have to be there. You do have to make sure that it is a 5v5 because you all have very specific jobs to do. It's a well-oiled machine. You just got to have the parts.
And we've seen now Fez die twice relatively early in the fights. He's not finding the big pick on a squishier member. He's just grabbing Sweet Tea consistently, who will survive the initial burst. And then Darius, once he goes in, he doesn't have like escape options, really. If he uses the rocket belt forward or the flash forward, well, hey, now he doesn't have that to get away. And there's a lot of range. Now, as I say it, Fez walks up. Oh, he's just right into the brush. Sweet Tea says, now I pull you to the Krugs. Has to use both defensive tools to run away. Massive shot. Oh, Mecha! Mispositions the range damage there. Nielsen has to flash. Almost picked out a position themselves. Nice knock-up chain. Sweet Tea's still alive. Such slim margins of these health bars surviving.
Fez lives there because those spikes went the other way for Mecha. Maybe Tapcast isn't your friend in this scenario. I wonder what he could have even been tapping on.
Napstation was there too. There's a chance that Napstation blocks it regardless, so I'm not going to hold it too much against him, but so close to catch Fez.
Still very tense around the Baron right now. As Redline, they still have this advantage, but NXG, they're stacking up pretty well around it. They haven't given them the opportunity. So, oh wait.
Boom taking some isolated damage, but
I think
2
Boom
levels
wins
up
this.
over Mecha. Yeah, I actually think Boom does win this. Decides to flash, though, because realizes it's not necessarily a 1v1. Now an app station, that's some damage onto Riffle. Still has the shockwave. Heal used as a speed up. Now can they get them? Boom taking some damage. Luck as well. This might be an over chase from Redline. Nap station isolated. Boom's down. The reset for Mecha. Gets a double kill looking for a third. Fez in a 1v5. Got a pentakill earlier on, but doesn't get the reset on the Mecha. A killing spree for Kha'Zix, and NXG are right back in this game.
Redline cannot find their battle lines in any of these exchanges since the pentakill woke up the members of NXG. They realize what the folly is when it comes to this draft and how Redline can be punished. Fez is not there at the start of these fights. Boom is not ready to block all this damage, and it might mean that Redline misses out on the Baron after all.
NXG are here, and it's only Nielsen 4 who just says, nope, I'm walking away. There's no shot. I take that. And I hate to call it out, but the mispositioning of the approach, Redline were way too confident thinking, okay, we see people, let's just chase them. But Nap Station, if you're up there with this, Rift Maker build, you're meant to be on the back line, just kind of outputting DPS with Conqueror throughout the fight, surviving. But if you get bursted down, that fight's going to go very different.
Elder Dragon's up at this point, Kangas, and Redline feels like they've lost a lot of control on this game. Oh, Luck might die.
Just might. No, Osu cannot get the kill. If that charm landed, that was absolutely a death right there.
Yeah.
But NXG, even regardless of the pick, they still have first damage on Elder Dragon. They have some zone control. Nap Station has the shockwave, though. I'm watching this Orianna. Can they get it done? Riffle frontlining against Boom, who's just trying to hold the wall right now. The shockwave whiffs! No ultimate now for the Orianna. Who gets the dragon? Oh, it's stolen by Boom! Using his life for the secure red line. Now can they win the fight afterwards? It does not look like it's meant to be. NXGL are too strong. They will win the team fight regardless of the Elder Dragon.
Incredible! I can't believe that NXG outfought the Elder Dragon and are going to win this game. 21 minutes is the timer on it. They take this game in
let's go!
crazy comeback.
The stopwatches, they're flexing on him right now. They said, who got a pentakill? Oh, right, it was your team. Who won the game? Our team, NXGL, with the late game executions coming back in what seemed like a potentially just doomed game state. That is the type of stuff you live for in a best of 3.
They just beat the team that beat Stamina also.
True.
So NXG beat Redline. Redline beat Stamina. NXG's better than everybody, I think.
Not okay. KFC expectations aside, Stamina was the team that I kind of had the most expectations for coming in. I was like, okay, this is a team, this is an org that's got international competition. They picked up games at the international level. I think that they should be in the conversation to go for that finals or just win the whole thing. But dropping out earlier than I expected to Redline does mean that, yes, NXGL beat the team to beat the team that I thought could run its way to the finals. So, yeah, props to them. I gotta say, a lot of it coming down to Sweet Tea on this set. A couple of the earlier plays, a little iffy. The dying in the 2v3 bottom lane, some of the engages, looking for luck and then getting picked topside. But then when it came down to the big moments, also the one that found those angles to get their own picks and start their own fights. So really well played.
I gotta say, I'm really disappointed in how Redline set up their team fights. After getting that pentakill and after getting a huge game-winning lead, they just couldn't find it afterward. And the comp that they were against, I don't think it was the fault of those 5 champions. I think it was just that they didn't position well enough to take advantage of that lead, and they didn't acknowledge what their win condition was once they actually got it online. Because a pentakill is huge. As soon as you get a pentakill in a game, you're thinking, okay, I'm just better than everybody. I'm king of the world. We're going to win this game. They might even have just said, we won this game right there. And then they got a little sloppy. And you can't do that. You can't completely, put aside everything that could still happen in this game, and I think that's the reason that they lost. Good on NXG, though, to find that opportunity and punish that, for sure.
I felt like execution of the fundamentals, I think is the way I'd word it for Redline.
Yep.
Get your fundamentals in order. Front to back fights. Set up at the objectives. Don't over chase. I think that was the biggest thing that I saw them do consistently, is that they would start a fight and then not identify, okay, the fight's over. They're too far away. We can't get them anymore. They would just say, nope, we're just going to keep chasing them. And now suddenly we don't have our battle lines anymore. Now we've invaded into their territory where they have everybody grouped up because they've repositioned. And now they're going to hit us from a side angle because our Darius is no longer standing in front of our Orianna. Now we're all spread out like this. And then once the backline's picked off, the Kazakhs can reset. The Ahri and the Morgana can get this chain CC combo and anybody out of position. It is difficult to play into that composition if you're like this, as opposed to this. I don't know. I'm trying to think like front line, back line versus like...
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's tracking with anybody at home, but that's how my brain works. So you just get a little insight.
Yeah, it's like the Three Little Piggies and the Big Bad Wolf, you know. They had the materials to make a brick house, but they instead decided to go over to the hay. They were like, well, hay's cooler than brick. We're just going to make it out of hay instead.
Yeah, they made a brick table instead. They're like, oh, this is much more, feasible. We can eat dinner at the table when we get fed, but it's like, okay, but what happens if the windstorm comes and knocks down the house? And that windstorm was, of course, NXGL off of their incredible performance there. So we're getting ready for game number 2. I like this thing that we're doing, Smash. We're learning about the teams together, right? It's off season. Yeah, we got a lot of new rosters and new teams. What would you say that the big takeaway for NXGL was? What are you starting to identify with some of the players here?
Well, one thing. I'm gonna keep this at the back of my mind throughout the day. Double Relic Shield versus not Double Relic Shield still has a 100% win rate. They did win with that strategy. I think it's part of the reason why they were able to stay afloat in gold, at least in those two players. I'm kind of thinking, like, how far can you go with this? Can everybody build a Relic Shield?
No.
Can you build a Relic Shield, like, 12 minutes into the game? And then use it there?
What I do wonder is if mid laners will start to funnel into junglers. If we see something like that happen, where like the mid laner takes the Relic Shield and the jungler comes in and gets mid farm, because then the mid laner is still getting a decent amount of gold in the overall exchange, but you're funneling more gold into your jungler. So maybe things like Graves could come back. Master Yi, I mean, we've seen crazy stuff like that back in League PC. But we'll see if the teams actually opt for that, or if that's where the meta goes. Because we want to take a look at a replay here, Smacks. The big moment, that game-ending fight for NXGL. I am very excited to get a second look at this, because it looked like maybe Redline had a shot at the beginning.
Yeah, just look at where Xinjiao is and look where Darius is. They are two frontliners that are frontlining for very different things in this play. We have Fez, who's taking a flank approach. He's going for the sort of 1v1 with Sweet Tea, and it makes sense to do, right? I said it before, where you really want to get all your stacks off onto the tank, and you really want to make sure that you're at maximum stacks for as long as possible in the fight, but you also are a big frontline piece of your team, and it's valuable more so for you to do that in front of your allies than just off in no man's land. So again, I think that's a big part of it, where you need to be with your team, because that's if you're going to play something like this, you can't pick Orianna. That's Orianna's entire identity, is shielding the front line, empowering them with all the damage, and setting up for crowd control. Orianna really doesn't function if no one's standing in front of her.
Yeah. And we saw that they were standing in the right position at the very beginning of that, but Riffle held the choke point for a very long time, and this is what happens when you're the second team to the objective. If you're the one approaching the objective, the other team has this opportunity to say, no, we're going to choose where you have to stop, because you're all approaching. If we have our tank right here, well, you got to get through the tank before you can get any closer. And even though they did eventually break through and get the steal, died immediately after the steal, and now it's a 5v4. You haven't done any damage to Orianna. You've done no damage to Ahri. these two champions can then look to reposition and then, you know, clean up the rest of the fight there. And also, the big ultimates need to be used in those big moments to success. Darius still locked in for Redline, though. They're doubling down, 3 of the same champions locked in.
Yeah, and they themselves are the ones that banned Nami. So if they can't get the same 5 champions in their entirety, it's their own fault. So they're at least trying to change something on this roster.
Yes.
I'm wondering, because this Lux and the Gragas together. Oh no, it's probably Lux support, right? Because that's what we saw before. I really like the Lux Dragon lane like as the carry, but I think if it's double Relic Shield, you can get away with playing Lux support, which is what we saw earlier. So I was a bit confused for a second, but I'm here now.
They still have some flexible options, so we'll hold judgment till the very end. I don't hate the AP carries in the bot lane either, so
yeah, me either.
I do still like that NXGL are holding this for right now. They ban away the Nautilus and the Ahri champions here, so also anyway, one of the champions that they played in the last game in that Ahri. Yeah. And it looks like Redline do not believe that the Lux's bot lane is they're taking away more marksmen.
I am just now remembering the Nautilus is even in this game.
Yep. Not one of the champions, not their WNS.
Yeah. Nor Icons.
Yeah.
I think, right?
I believe he came out during Icons. Like literally while the event was going on, he released, but he was not playable. Yeah.
Right. He seems not very good to me. So
I liked playing him in Baron lane when he first came out because his base numbers are actually pretty high and people never expected you could kill them. Like if you're against like a Camille, she's just like, oh wait, you win this trade? Okay. But Set locked in here for NXGL. So Set support now? I imagine it's Renekton in the Baron lane. That's really the only like known quantity here.
Yeah, it seems like a similar bot lane setup here for NXG. They've got the set again, but they couldn't go for Morgana, so instead it's going to be the Lux. Vayne seems like it's going to be the AD and then Lucian mid, right? So we still need support.
That is interesting. I have not seen a lot of Vayne. Right now in Diamond and above, she's hovering at 49% win rate. So I don't think it comes down to like, oh, she's broken right now. It's got to be just a read on how they want to play out the game and the carry that they want. Vayne is one of those champions where if you invest resources into her, she can carry, which means probably Lucian mid, Vayne in the duo lane with the Lulu. And if you're not against that Lux, if you're against something like a short-range Set Gragas, this is great, but I couldn't imagine this struggling against like a Set Lux.
So yeah, the biggest change here for Redline is this Vayne. They have it sort of as opposed to the mid lane option that they had in the previous one as the Orianna. This makes the battle lines of sort of the Wild Wild West, because you don't have that Orianna. Orianna was sort of the glue that held that composition together. You really have no magic damage now for Redline. You've got a lot of true damage instead, so it's still hard to itemize against you, but though no magic damage removes that X factor, and the crowd control is at an all-time low now for Redline. So the team fights, they're more volatile, but they're more difficult for sure.
And the Kha'Zix can do a lot of work, but the Lulu can oftentimes just completely shut down what the Kha'Zix is trying to do. But the Kha'Zix is backup. The Kha'Zix has the Set, who's also going to be jumping in there. The Renekton jumping in there. Gragas can pull people closer to you. Lux can follow up with range if you go in. So it's not like the Kha'Zix is the only threat for Lulu to worry about, but that is the key threat. Like, polymorph the Kha'Zix. Do not let this guy one-shot your Vayne, because if Vayne goes down, it will be very hard to get through the health bars of everybody else that should just be stacking armor.
Yeah, conceptually, NXG's comp is very similar, and I like that, because they adapted very well in the game, like as it was going on, to how they needed to progress. And that's a big, big boon to have on your team. I think that's probably the thing that I respect most about any team, is if you acknowledge what your issue is, especially if you witness it happen, and then you adjust properly and figure it out as the game goes on, and you actually win from there. That is so difficult to actually do. but that's something we saw NXG accomplish against a pentakill Darius. Like that's not an easy game to win, but we just witnessed it. So I respect this team a lot.
It's crazy that we have to keep saying that. You know, it's like that was Darius got a penta and still lost that game. And I think to double down, that's exactly what we saw at the global stage too. That's what differentiates some of the international competition. The teams that can adapt. KT from Korea was one of the best teams at adapting in a series. In that heartbreaker match against Immortals, they were down like 5 to 10K in both games. But they came back because they adapted in the game and they figured out how to win and what their win condition was meant to be. So NXGL already showing inklings of that, hints of having that ability, whereas Redline not necessarily having the same flexibility from game one, small sample size. So definitely opportunities to redeem themselves.
I just want to point out to everyone watching that it is Kangas who keeps bringing up the tragic Immortals loss, and it's
I'm not
me.
Over it, Smacks. I have not recovered.
It's not my fault that we're rehashing bad memories. So everyone who's crying in the chat right now, blame Steve.
I would make some kind of, it's offseason, you know, it's a little distasteful. I could make some joke about, you know, KT beat Immortal so hard that they're not even in this tournament now. But I'm assuming Immortals will be back. I hope that they'll be back for the second qualifiers and they can get a roster together because we love having them around in the scene. But for right now, we do have still some other players competing.
Yep.
This series, I still do like what NXGL have drafted here. I think I would favor them. I oftentimes don't like comps that are single damage type and then rely on a specific champion to win them the game. Unless it's a player that's already proven they can do that. Then, sure. But from what we've seen from Redline in game number 1, I would say that the pressure is on and that there is less likely chance against this comp that a Vayne can pop off. What are your thoughts, Sam?
I mean, the pressure's on in more ways than one. I agree with you that this Vayne really does need to get off the board, because off the ground, because that's the champion that's going to be Set and Renekton and Gragas. You don't really have a lot of damage elsewhere unless Darius can get all those stacks up again, which happened once in the last game, not very consistently after that. So that's 100% true. I think a lot of pressure is on this one player, whoever is playing the Vayne. We actually, I guess, don't know quite yet.
I guess.
The other reason the pressure's on, they're at match point. If they lose this one, they walk home with the 8th place amount of points, and they don't get to keep going on into the games tomorrow. So very big deal.
And to update everybody, 8th place. We don't play like tiebreakers or anything for the 5th through 8th. So if you lose in the quarterfinals, you're in that 5th through 8th. Everybody gets 6 points. That's how the point breaks down. 4th place would get 8 points because we do play a 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker tomorrow. So you'll also get 4 best of 3s tomorrow. 4th place would get 8 points. 3rd place 10 points. 2nd 12 points, and 1st 15. But here we go, Smacks. We're getting ready to hop into game number 2 of our second series of the day to see who continues on for an opportunity of more points of the first qualifier and who's walking away with just 6. Game 2, loaded in.
We're on here, and we were right. I shouldn't have doubted you. It is luck playing the Vayne. He's in the Dragon lane. There's a chance, you know, we've all been there. We've all loaded up into a game with Truth playing mid lane, and then he's like, oh yeah, Rakan, the support, right? Nope. Or Meals on the Singed. We've all been there.
I miss Meals. We got to get Meals back.
I think he's on enemy. So we won't see him this weekend because they did lose to KFC, but we'll probably see him again next weekend.
Oh yeah, future qualifiers, of course. But catching up right now, let's see what's happening in the early stages of the game. We got one ward plays from NXGL to spot out Boom. He is seen right now. They haven't seen Mecha yet. If Mecha goes for these Raptors, though, will be spotted. Let's see if Mecha actually decides to go for that. Because it looks like Redline, they're really trying to find some vision on him. They even hit the Scryer's Bloom early.
I really like the idea from Boom to start with the control ward, because then you get to drop it on your own blue buff, and if you go for any vertical jungling or early invades, you can scout out whether or not the enemy jungler is trying to match that at all. So you can see that's where he did drop the control ward, is on that blue buff. And yeah, it's exactly what we're seeing right now. Hey, this is pretty smart.
Yeah, Luck and Nielsen got the shove in the bot lane. Platinum, I don't know if... it looks like that they just got bullied out and walked away. Yeah, they didn't complete a back because they're still low on health. But either way, it gets a blue buff and another ward dropped from Redline. So they're going to continue to spot out Mecha and put him behind in the jungle clear.
Really solid map movement there. Even dropping another control ward just to spot out when Mecha arrives onto this dragon lane. And yeah, now Boom gets a free reset, gets to go take all of the jungle camps that he hasn't quite yet, and Mecha really only has like 2/3 of his own jungle to farm with.
Ooh, Riffle fighting against Fezzy. Flashes early. It's twice now, 2 games in a row. Fez has gotten that early flash out of Riffle.
Yeah. The last time Fez did it with a flash of his own. This time gets to keep it. So a lot of pressure on this Darius Renekton matchup right now. Maybe we'll get to see some more big action from Fez. I really loved that pentakill. We set it up very well in that game. Didn't win the game, but it was cool.
We need to have like I don't know if production can get this made in time, but we need like a ding counter every time we mention that, and then it just will like add 1 counter to like a crying Darius emoji or something.
I think we're at like 6.
I honestly would not be surprised. Sweet Tea with a very early roam to the top half of the map. Spots out Boom. Yeah. Don't know what you're planning to do here in this position. Boom actually just decides to back Sweet Tea. Just hanging around, seeing does Boom hang out. Not spotted. Oh, no, he was. Spotted. He was spotted. I didn't see the eyes above his character model, but okay. Oh, Boom realized what's up.
I mean, I guess there's not a whole lot to do elsewhere, so I'm kind of down with it. Also, I do want to quickly mention, I was under the assumption that it was going to be the Lux support, but it actually isn't. This matches up with what NXG did last game with the Morgana, but they don't go for the double Relic Shield this time. Lux instead trying to go full damage, probably getting a Ludens very early on, matching that of Osu, and just going for as much burst as possible. I feel like getting the Relic Shield is still worth it, though, but I don't know. I haven't played with it yet.
I don't hate it as much if you're a support that wants to roam, because then, you're just, inhibiting your bot laner to get more resources if you're not sticking with them to get the support item passive. I'm surprised Luck didn't go for it, because you're going to be next to your Lulu for the entire game, right? I don't think you're ever going to be far away from that unless you have to side lane later on. So I would have liked to see it more from Luck. Not too surprised Platinum chose not to take it.
It pays for itself, because you spend 500, you get 1,000. And I guess the downside is if you farm too much without anybody near you, then it takes away half your gold. So you do need to be sure to make sure that does not happen. You have to be next to somebody the entire time. And we're learning
stack
all
it
the
up as quickly as you can, so that way you can get the full gold from it. Yeah,
right.
Which is again why I'm thinking maybe Luck would want it. Now, speaking of Luck, all alone flashes as the exhaust went down from Sweet Tea. So Luck survives, and the team's on the Herald. So it looks like a trade of objectives.
Should be a quick one right there. I don't think Riffle can get into this one. Flash from Luck. That's the big carry. That's something we're gonna have to track a lot when it comes to the later skirmishes and fights. Whether or not Luck has flash is going to be a pretty big difference maker for Redline, you have to imagine.
Media drop.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they have the Decimate as well, so yeah, turret's dead. It looked like it was being raced by an XGL in the bottom half, but yeah, without Herald, you're not winning that race.
One more quick thing about the Relic Shield. Big shout out to Mega Blaziken, who pinged us in the middle of the first game when we were talking about it, and gave us all the details about it. Very kind of him.
Appreciate the info here under turret. There's a dive happening. Redline, they pull it off. That's a kill onto Riffle. Fezzy, not the recipient of it. It is Boom that picks it up this time around. But finally, first blood at 6 minutes into the game. Ooh, I like that, Nielsen. Jungler out.
Yeah, just a little quick bump there. Lux doesn't have flash again.
Okay. Chain of the CC in an interesting way, but it does get them to kill nonetheless. Just making sure Luck cannot dive anywhere.
Just bouncing around like the protagonist at the beginning of Pokemon Emerald, where you're just trapped in the back of a moving van.
Oh, wow. What a reference right there. I love it. Sweet Tea might just die, though. I'm
Think
trying
so.
to think of a Pokemon reference. I cannot think of anything, Smacks. So congratulations. Another kill picked up by Redline.
They ganked Sweet Tea, and it was super effective.
It was super effective. There we go. He was he was the sloth thing. He was napping in between turns. I don't know, something like that.
Oh, like Slack Off? Yeah.
Slackif, that's what his name is. I was like, what's the name of that Pokemon? All right.
Yeah, I get you.
We're on tangent right now.
So, like I was saying before, Luck's flash cooldown is the reason that he died there. He had to use it before, and NXG knew that it was down, so they get to go for that play. Now, it's going to be back up again. So they have to set up the exact same thing again. It's a cycle, as many things are in League of Legends. When that flash cooldown is down, you can go for that play, and when it's not, you kind of just have to force it to be down again, so you can keep finding these kills and keep putting Luck behind, because that's effectively what they've done so far. Platinum is up quite a bit of gold.
Luck still kind of on pace with the rest of the team, though, as an item and a half completed. So as we watch the Vayne, this is the big win condition of the team. We don't have a lot of armor built yet for NXGL, but you have to imagine it's coming in. Sweet Tea got the memo early, eventually Rift AP build, actually, so looking to one-shot people instead. But regardless, armor will come in eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure. We also have the steel caps and boots here for Riffle. Oh my word, so much damage.
Damage! Boom! Just slapping Platinum around under turret. Has the Lulu ultimate. Now Sweet Tea comes in. This could be a massive engage. Mecha looking for the resets.
Ooh.
Cannot get them. Double kill the Luck. And Redline, off of Boom's confidence, just walk up and take this turret.
Seems very similar to that last game. This is about how Redline got their early lead previously as well. They were finding all of these plays off the Rift. NXG were not very organized with their engages, and we're seeing lots of hints of that right now as well. Do these plays work once they're really late into the game? Yeah, probably. Once you have like 4 items on your set and you can live that, that's probably going to work. But you don't have any items on your set right now. So NXG, they find themselves at a major deficit again.
And like you had been saying before, flashes were available on Nap Station and Nielsen. They both flashed away from the set engage. And because the Lucian, Lulu were not hit, they can keep throwing out shields and damage and then win the fight afterwards. Now a 3,000 gold lead for Redline right as the next Herald is up. And they just rush it down. There's no response from NXGL.
Yep. No dragon alive. It's going to be another tower-taking tool to use. But speaking of towers being taken, NXG actually used the time to respond in the mid lane. I really like that play. They're really not able to get any engage off, as shown by the previous play. They even try to use the Lux ult to steal away the Herald. Doesn't quite work, but I respect the attempt.
Oh, now they have a Death Brush. Oh, this is
That's
sneaky.
5 people.
They're just... Please wait.
Somebody
No.
buff,
Sunk
right?
cost fallacy. You have to wait. Oh, no.
Oh,
yep,
that's
they're
all of
spotted.
them. Yep,
oh,
all
that's
5
actually
spotted.
hilarious. Oh, now they got to get out of there. Because now watch Redline. Everybody's here. Flash away from Platinum. Mecha's got to jump the wall. And right as Dragon's up, oh, that's actually so tragic. Nicely done from Redline to spot that out. Platinum does not have the flash. Used it earlier. But Fez just pushes the Lux out. They can look for another final Spark steal. They don't have vision, though. It'd be blind, and it is not successful. Redline bully NXGL out from their own Death Brush.
This play brought to you by Scryer's Bloom, the plant for all your vision needs. Redline, using it very well.
Sick
That's
of
kinda cheating,
dying to Death Brushes? Well, check out Scryer's Bloom. Coming to a jungle near you.
It's kind of cheating. I kind of wish that someone just walked in, so we got explosions.
For the amount of time that
Scryer's Bloom-
NXGL committed to it, yeah.
I
think
know.
that
They were there for like 20 seconds.
would have been a great audience payoff, but nope. Redline, they're dotting their T's. They're dotting their I's and crossing their T's this time around, as they do not want to lose this lead. Game 1 got away from them. Game 2, looking like they have a snowball. Okay, dive happening in the top lane right now. Fez can heal through this. Has the steal. Mecha looking for it to take down the turret first. Oh, get both. Turret falls and a kill picked up by NXGL.
All right, good crowd control used there from Sweet Tea, saving the exhaust also. Still has that one left over for later, acknowledging that Mecha, with these 2 items, definitely has enough damage, and there's not a lot of armor built by the members of Redline, because there's just 2 Ludens and Death Cap wearers on the side of NXG.
Ooh.
Whoa,
Yep.
He's dead!
Okay, Boom
Well.
getting the kill.
Wow. This is why Mecha should be building armor.
Yeah.
Because there's no magic damage on the side of Redline.
Wait. What are those Merc Treads doing there, buddy?
That's what I'm saying.
No. Oh no, it's, you know what? It's all right. It's off season, baby. It's okay.
got
PSA
stasis
for
now.
anybody at home though, there's a team with all armor and no stuns. Yeah, the Merc Tread's not going to be doing too much for you. Definitely go for the armored steel caps instead.
Yeah. The only reason I could see him going for this is so that he's polymorphed for less amount of time.
You know what? That's a good point.
I don't think that's a big enough reason. But maybe that's the reasoning we'll get after this. We'll have to talk to Mecha.
Vayne
After-
condemns as well. I suppose, okay, there are a few things that it will help with. But
Yeah.
still, that means that you're squishier, and now we have the setup at the Baron. It just spawned to be very early to go for. Okay. Oh, I thought that was the explosive cast. Osu not using the ultimate yet, but Fez gets out regardless.
Feels like we're waiting for the dragon to spawn or waiting for someone to make a wrong move. Both teams are acknowledging that the other has been semi-prone to finding some wacky engages, and perhaps this is one of them.
Yeah, Fez, I think we're getting another one of those moments right now. He's going to die way too early in the fight. Does get 1 kill. Now, Boom, the new front line going forward. Everybody's behind him, but here comes Riffle. Gets everybody splash and exhaust. That means no summoner spells, a double kill to Platinum. Riffle finds so much space and time for the rest of NXGL with that flank, and they come out ahead on the fight.
And NXG just found Fez alone again. They've got so much damage ready to punish this, and now this is going to be a Baron. This is just a deja vu of the last game, Kangas. We're getting it word for word, bar for bar.
Fez, yet again, overconfident here, walks up to Mecha, doesn't even realize he's taking damage, then decides to walk away, gets hit by Osu, and then barely gets out. And the team's doing their best over here on the side, but then they can reposition. Redline finding a nice fight. But NXGL, they still have it. Yeah.
The Renekton solo frontline, as everyone's super low, that's the difference maker. Everyone on Redline already took so much damage from Sweet Tea's setup that when Riffle arrived, they all had to just flash away. Nielsen, Luck, Napstation, they all have that flash down at pretty much the exact same time because they all just flashed away from Riffle. So we'll see if they can punish that at all on the side of NXG.
NXGL have so many threats that all of the members of Redline need to respect. The Kazakhs can try and one-shot your Vayne. The full AP Gragas with Ludens into Death Cap. And then Lichbane for the third item. Can probably one-shot your Vayne. Speaking of, though, can you survive the Darius in the 1v1? You're not built for this fight, but still do a decent damage. Trying to get the phase rush, just the move speed to get away. Cannot escape Boom, who just locks him down.
I want to point out that Fez took half of his HP to one Gragas ultimate there.
Yep.
But yeah, still a nice play to bring the jungler over and punish that. As NXG, they try to play 3 lanes at the same time. Punished for the third.
Sweet Tea could be in some trouble right here. Has to go forward for the damage. Riffles now win. Mecha not finding the resets just yet.
What a
That's a
slow.
big slow onto everybody on Redline. They get the dragon. They get the bot turret. They don't get the gold lead, though, as Redline will hold on to that.
All right, NXG. The dragon, a couple of turrets. They got the Baron as well before. It's going to expire pretty soon. This is looking really solid. They're playing the map very, very well. And even though Riffle has a unceremonious scoreline at this time, he's doing so much work in these team fights. Like, the kill participation and all the times he's died are not doing him justice right here. Because he is the best frontliner in this game, even though Fez has shown some really high highs so far in this two-game series so far.
Yeah, going for the 3 items as well. Fez is set up to be that big frontline carry, but Riffle, when you just look at the impact of the fights, has been pulling off a lot for how far behind he is, which isn't even that much. It's only 500 now that I actually look at the number to Fez here. So it's coming down to another late game fight though, Smacks. That's how game 1 went. And this time around, it's only a 2,000 gold lead for Redline. Not a massive lead by any stretch.
Pretty even in this one. And Platinum, I think he's the person with the most gold in the Rift. Oh no, it's actually Boom. Very interesting. But still, it's a lot of gold on this Lux, who's very nearly at 4 items right now. Brutal stuff. And, you know, if you're a League PC fan like I am, then you'll know Ludens and Leandries are both very good damage on their own. You're not even allowed to build them together on PC. That's how good they are. But you can build both of them on Wild Rift. Broken.
That poke damage is going to be kind of gross from this point forward. Important to note, Luck does have 3 items completed. Has the stasis as well, so these assassins will have less chance of actually getting these one-shots. But speaking of, it's Nielsen that's the flash away! And Sweet Tea with the showstopper just goes in. Gets a kill for themselves. Now Riffle trying to be that front line that comes in next. Boom is down. What can Fez do? The Darius gets the first kill. That's a reset on the ultimate. That means that everybody on NXGL says, we remember game 1. Back away. Do not engage.
But Boom is dead, and this means that Redline are wary around this Baron. NXG could have already been starting it up. They have to walk in, and Lucky's on vision!
All alone! Stasis used, no summoner spells, he's gonna die! NXGL with a crucial pick right as the objective is on the table, and they get 2 of them. All the damage from Redline is dead.
Oh, Redline. They knew that that Baron was going to be started up, and they knew that there was still a lot of damage that they were facing down if they chose to go in. But they felt panicked. They felt like they had to do something. They felt like this Baron would be completely game losing, and it just might be. But so is the result of you losing both of your marksmen and getting the Baron lost.
If Fez was with them, maybe they approach. Vayne with 3 items in stasis can do some crazy things if you have space to play with. But if you're alone against the Kazakhs, well, I hate to break it to you, you have no space to play with. You're just gonna die. And now NXGL, they get the kills, they get the Baron. They're back in this game, Smacks. They have the opportunity to close this series out in a 2-0 fashion with back-to-back comebacks.
NXG's ability to rally themselves in this series has been impressive. Oh,
Boom's trying to find something right here. Fez is on the front line. Stasises are used by NXGL members, but they're taking a lot of damage. Sweet Tea, Platinum, they're front lining. Fez gets a kill for Luck. Make it 2. Double on the Vayne, but that's a massive Gragas damage as Riffle will clean one up here. And again, Luck isolated from the rest of the team. Rampage for Mecha, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
I think that one Gragas ultimate did like 2,500 damage across the entire team of Redline. Brutal from Osu, setting up for the Elder Dragon as well. Very similar to what happened with this Baron.
Boom's got to make it.
You can't walk in.
Yeah, Osu's there to just play bodyguard. Boom gets in the pit after the Dragon goes down and just dies. That was the last-ditch effort to turn the game. Maybe a steal could have won it, but at this point, it's looking doomed. Fez probably dies right here as Mecha absolutely has the damage. Baron minions pushing in. This is game and series. Redline will end their run in the first qualifier, 5th through 8th, but NXGL continue their run.
NXGL, they 2-0'd the team that beat Stamina now. Kangas?
Yeah.
And they will keep themselves going. Moving on to top 4, will be playing tomorrow. And they do it in such a unique fashion from what we're used to seeing in Wild Rift in North America. They do both wins in comebacks. They go down early. They get picked off quite a bit. Uncharacteristically, yes, I think I said that word right. Uncharacteristically more than what you'd expect of a team that just got a 2-0. They got picked off a whole bunch early game. They gave over a pentakill. This is the 7th time that I'm bringing it up. And they still
Oh, no.
won.
Mecha's performance in the jungle was very impactful, especially in this game too, on the Kazakhs here. I think Sweet Tea is a fantastic initiator, the one that just says, look, action is going to start and it's going to start now. But Mecha and Riffle, I think, also have very strong game senses of how to play out these fights. Osu is a player that we have seen in the past who knows how to also go for these team fights, set up these big plays. The damage numbers, actually second most damage in the game, dealt by the AP Gragas, and then Platinum on top of that as well. The members that initiated, the members that do damage, did damage, and it all works out.
Platinum most damage in both these games, too, on the Mages. Impressive stuff all across the board from NXGL. I mean, obviously, the big thing that they need to clean up is that early game, but if they're going to win in comeback fashion and adapt very well in the game anyway, then do they even really need to do that, is the question.
It's a good question to raise. Interesting to note that the junglers are taking the most gold consistently throughout all the series that we've seen so far. So I'll keep our eyes on that going forward on the meta. But for right now, let's bring our eyes to the bracket to catch everybody up on who is advancing. We're going to stream every quarterfinals match. That was the second one of the day. NXGL picking up that win. So they will play the winner of Imperius versus Entity 7. KFC, we saw at the beginning of the day, the super team from North America took down Infinity from LATAM. And they will play up against the winner of Peridolia and NDE. Okay, so we see who Imperius' matchup is now at Entity 7. And I'm going to take some time to look at actually who's on that roster to see if there's any names I recognize.
Yeah, Imperius is the team that has a bunch of players that we recognize.
yeah.
Suzaku members found on this team. Also, Alui, who was previously the top laner, the Baron laner for NME. Before it was Luan DJ.
Back with the Enzio!
Yeah, back with the Enzio. In my opinion, Alui, at the time when he was playing, was the best Baron laner in NA.
Yeah, you were
and
really hot
I don't think it
on
was
him.
really close. He was really good. So I'm glad that he's back. I think his exit was a bit unceremonious, so I'm really happy that he's back.
Well, right off the bat from what I'm looking at here from Entity 7, I do not recognize any of the names of the players. If you're a player that I do know, and you know that I know you, and maybe you just have a different name, or I'm blanking right now, please message me on Discord or Twitter. I love to have that interaction so we can tell your stories correctly on broadcast. But either way, we're going to send it to a short break here while we get ready for our third best of 3 of the day. And I can't wait to see who we got lined up for it. So we'll see you in a bit.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for our third series of the day for RiftMSTRS 2022 30K Invitational. Or rather, not Invitational. This is a sign-up. It felt like that would flow correctly. We have our third match of the day between Pareidolia and NDE to continue us on halfway through the day already, Smacks. This is going fast.
Yeah, we've learned a bunch today, I think it's fair to say, Kangas. We learned a lot about these players, how these teams are going to function. We learned a bit about the Relic Shield strategies. We learned a little bit about Gwen Jungle and how it's not game-winningly broken. I can tell you that much. But it's also not that bad. And now we are into the second half of the day where we get to see some more teams. I'm really excited. A lot of players that we haven't seen before.
Exactly. So let's run through those rosters actually here if we get a chance. I think we'll get them on screen at some point. But for right now, Pareidolia. I don't know one of these players' names because it is in not English written. But we have Save the Babies, Rumi, Solo, and Wink as ones that I can pronounce. So that is from the side of Pareidolia. And NDE, a lot of names listed on their roster. I don't know how many of them are like managers or coaches or what, but Steven, Kelvin, Hui, Mouse, Iboy, Koi, Sushi, and Zong. Steven, that's my name. Nice.
Hey. Also, we got an Iboy fan in there.
True.
Perennial 80 carry player over in China for the PC version of the game. He's pretty good. I don't think he's going to Worlds this year, Iboy. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
but
shows how much I've actually paid attention to all the rosters of the LPL teams going to the arguably biggest international esports title of the year. But right now it's Wild Rift offseason Smack, so I've been enjoying this time.
Yes. We're going to ignore the fact that your roommate is a caster on said event as well. And we're going to get into this draft. Senna taken off the board. We haven't seen any Senna today, other than the ban list. I think we're getting a bit of a trend here, Kangas. I think Senna might be a little too overtuned with the new Relic Shield change, which makes sense.
Yeah, basically, so also checking with what Mblaze had said on Twitter, it lined up with my expectation and my assumption based on even what we've seen so far in these games. If you do the double support item, you stick and lane together. That means you're not going to roam. You're not going to look for other plays. If you only go for one support item, the best option is to roam. Get out of lane. Have a support that will go and do something elsewhere while the Dragon Laner just holds out for the wave. Yeah, Senna seems a little too good at that. So let's see what Periodolia and NDE actually have planned. There's no way I'm saying this name right.
I think it's
Peridolia?
I think it's Peridolia. I think. It could
That
be
tracks with-
Peridolia.
Yeah, different languages have different EI sounds.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying this as somebody who speaks a little bit of German. Peridolia. That's how I would go with that one.
As
but
you can tell, I'm a little bit biased here as well, as that is my last name.
a little bit
right down there.
Hyde. Right, uh-huh.
Also German.
But if anybody, of course, corrects me, please correct me if I say anything wrong throughout the entire day. I want to make sure that I get these right.
Yeah. We'll find out. As we're getting a few more bands in here as well. Karma, again, a champion we've not seen at all. Probably one of those Relic Shield abusers. So, gotta remove that. Also, Kassadin. Kassadin's
we've
been
seen a lot
banned
of
in pretty much
bans.
every game. Still haven't seen it, so...
Kassadin is one of those champions that I personally have had no issues with in solo queue. When I play the game, I feel like it just never gets off the ground, and we never get to
You
that
play
point where it's
Pantheon,
actually
though.
a threat. I do play Pantheon. Yeah, I play for a very early game when I go for Wild Rift ranked games, hovering around 49% win rate. But the problem with Kassadin is that it can get out of hand if you let it. Nami, first pick. Nami has been very high priority so far today.
Yeah, I really like Nami. Nami is one of the first champions that I played back when Wild Rift was first getting off the ground. I remember back in like Season 1, Season 2, Nami was my most played by a mile just because she's so fun. And she is one of those enchanters where you can play with your AD and you can make a lot of like big plays happen as well because she does have a lot of that crowd control. So we're getting
We have confirmation.
Pronunciation.
Thank you, production, for telling us. This is from the team Peridolia.
Oh.
Thank you, team, for reaching out and confirming. We want to make sure that we are saying everything correctly. So, Team Peridolia logging into Olaf and the Renekton along the Nami. This is a very early game composition so far.
I do really like Nami with Olaf also. Just any enchanter paired up with Olaf works super, super well because he wants to stay in a fight for a long time in the front line, in the way of danger. So the more healing and shielding that you get on this champion, the more damage he's going to deal because he's not going to leave a fight anytime soon. Now, he might get kited though because there's a
could get
Corki on
kited.
it too now.
You can package away. Does Olaf have a pool party skin?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, that we miss a great slip and slide analogy then, because Nami's going to be the one just making that entire water wave. He's just going to run down, give all the movement speed so we can chase down some of these champions. But Corki with that package still can't get away like you had been talking about. Kite could be the name of the game.
Certainly could. Set doesn't do that though, so someone's going to be brawling fists first in these games, that's for sure. It won't be Lee Sin, that's off the board. Won't be Lucian either. As, just trying to take away more of these early game champions, actually, funny enough. Not really focusing too much on the scaling, as NDE, they do have a scaling piece on their team now with this Corki. We don't know what lane it's going to quite yet, but regardless, it's going to scale well.
I'm trying to determine if Renekton's been 100% pick rate so far. I think it has been. So they're opting for the Renekton and then the Olaf paired with the Enchanter rather than the Lucian. Because, yeah, of course, if you don't like in Lucian, it makes sense that NDE would ban that away from you. So, let's see what Peridolia want to actually pair with the Nami, because it won't be that Lucian.
Certainly can't be. A lot of marksmen still on the board. I like the Ashe, I like the Varus. Both of those work super well. And again, with Nami, this is a champion that does want to stick by their AD carry the whole game. So this is probably going to be that double Relic Shield strategy again. Still yet to be determined if NDE want to do that also. This Set could be support. This Gragas could be support. A lot of options here. As, I like it all. I'm liking the draft so far for NDE quite a bit. I just want to see how they round it out.
What do you think NDE stands for? We can maybe get into that later. A colleague's locked in. Never die ever. That's my guess. I feel like that's a good one.
That's a unachievable goal, I feel.
I think it's fairly realistic.
Okay.
Trying to play a collie, never die ever.
Right.
Sounds like
yeah.
a James Bond movie. That's next year's remake.
Yeah, true. I mean, that franchise is never going to die ever, probably. It's gonna keep reviving it. Yeah. Do we know who the next James Bond is going to be? 'Cause it can't be Daniel Craig again, right?
No, there were so many rumors of Idris Elba, and I would have loved that. I think that he would have done a fantastic job, but at this point, no, I don't think it's going to be him. I think if they grab somebody, it's got to be somebody like 20s, 30s, right? Because once they establish a James Bond, they want them for multiple decades, which is kind of crazy to think about. But the drafts, Max. We actually have champions here locked in. Akali Assassin versus Zed Assassin. That is a really exciting matchup, but it's probably the Akali in the top lane. Or no, it's got to be Corky Bot. Yeah. With Akali mid, set top lane, and the support Gragas, or support set with Gragas somewhere else. Interesting choices.
Yeah, we're going back to the meta from 2021 here in the mid lane with Akali and Zed all the time. Maybe a bunch of Black Cleavers also. You never know. We'll just fully run it back all the way back to then.
If I ever see a Black Cleaver Akali, I'm going to riot.
That's
where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line, okay?
You know what? I said the same thing about Black Cleaver Corki, and I was proven wrong. So, you know what? Maybe Black Cleaver Akali is the truth. You know what? Speaking of truth, it is something that Truth would probably build. I bet he has built it in the past. I bet that's something that he has done. I hope that we get Truth back.
Wouldn't put it past him. What a guy. The Varus with the Nami is the lane matchup that they're going for because the Lucian was banned away. Not as oppressive, but still Varus has a lot of early game bullying that he can do against something like a Corki, so still kind of fills a similar niche in a way.
Yeah, I like it a lot. A lot of utility there too. In a team that doesn't really have a lot of crowd control elsewhere, like Zed has none, Olaf doesn't really have any other than the slows. Really valuable to have the Varus on your team. So I like the pick quite a bit. And this is a team that has some pretty good battle lines for it also. You do have that Olaf and Renekton that are too dangerous to ignore, which is very good to have on your team when you are playing this marksman. And we're getting our first taste of it. It is double Relic Shield for Paradolia. NDE not doing it, though. They're going to keep the sword on their Corki.
Interesting choice here. So Varus, Nami going to stick together. That does mean that the Gragas can roam. Look to impact other lanes on the map, which means you got to do that now to actually make it worth it at the end of the day. Paradolia versus NDE. Game 1 of the best of 3 underway.
I was really curious to see whether or not it would be Gragas or Set in the support position as well. It seems like NDE, whether by comfort pick or by matchup preference, they have sent the Set into the Renekton. Double Ignite up there also, not bothering with anything like the barrier that we see so prevalently. So, gonna be fun up there for sure. I'm imagining a lot of junglers are gonna be interested in checking that lane out. So, yeah.
Honestly, it feels like Olaf could go to any lane. Like, you get a Zed ahead, you feel good. Get a Renekton ahead, you feel great. Get a Varus ahead, you're like, all right, well, I mean, I got 3 lanes. Roll the dice, see which one I'm feeling like at the time.
Save the babies. Going for some pretty solid trading there, too.
You just wanted to say the name, didn't you?
I'm just saying it. Good trade.
I'm checking with production to make sure that Set's name is appropriate to say, because I don't trust it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not saying that one yet.
I don't know about Olaf either.
True. Yeah, I won't even know where to begin.
I think that's Mandarin, I think.
I'm trying to get confirmation from the players and the teams of how they would like to be addressed in the game. And then once we have that, we will react appropriately. But for now, it'll be a lot of champion names for this one. But Steven, I will say Steven. I know that one.
Yeah, it was it's a personal connection, perhaps, with the name
it's just
Steven.
something about him, If Taylor Swift writes a song about you, you know that... Actually, no, that's probably a negative, isn't it?
Most of the time, yeah. I don't think Harry Styles was too mad about the song Style. That one's kind of a bop.
Shout out to, the 5 people that know the Taylor Swift song I'm talking about. Because I know you're out there. I know that you've heard it. It's one of the OG ones.
Of course.
Ooh,
yes, I'm sure we have Swifties in the chat.
People losing out on the trades to Baby right here. That's pretty rough.
You excited about Midnights coming out next month?
Is that like a new Taylor Swift album? I'm not gonna lie,
Yes,
I
it
have
is.
fallen off the fandom slightly.
Oh,
I have not
okay.
maintained. I mean,
That's all right.
I'll listen to it. I listen to all the albums, but like, this might be the first year on my Spotify Wrapped that I'm not in the top 3% of T Swift listeners.
Well,
It might happen.
you can change that. You can change that
Oh.
when the new album comes out.
Oh, that's gonna take a lot of listening to catch up to all the T Swift fans with a new album drop. But you know what, Smax, just for
Probably.
you, because I know that you love them.
I do. I'm a big Taylor Swift fan for sure. I'm going to be listening to that album a lot. I can already tell you that much. Anyway, that's a lot of talking about not Wild Rift.
I really hope that Wild Rift has like a strong Taylor Swift fandom. Like, there's like this.
Oh.
Sometimes two different like fandoms will overlap. I really hope we're
Yeah.
in one of those situations right now.
I think there are a lot of like K-pop stans in the League community. I wonder if
Oh,
that's
yeah.
also the case for Wild Rift. I haven't really talked about music with a lot of Wild Rift players. Maybe I should. You know what? The person who I've talked the most with music about is Beg. We talk about music pretty frequently, actually. He recommended me an album by Isaiah Rashad, and I listened to the whole thing while I was on my train to Chicago. It was very, very good. I'm very glad that he recommended it.
I like that. Maybe that's content we can make in the future with Wild Rift players. You know, what music do you listen to?
Yeah, I really want to know, because if it's anything like the one that Beg recommended... Actually, excuse me, he was the one who recommended me the Childish Gambino album. That's my bad.
How
but
could
that
you
one was
misquote
also
him?
really good. I'm sorry. I'm remembering it now, but he recommended me Awaken My Love by Childish Gambino. Very, very good album as well. I had already listened to it, but I listened to it again just for him, and I loved it.
This is why you tune in, everybody, to the Wild Rift off-season podcast with me and Smax. But, I think there actually might be a game going on, too. So I'm going to catch everybody
Maybe.
up on what's going on there so we can get back to the music talk. Paradolia have a 2,000 gold lead at this point. A lot of that coming in just from the jungle. We have seen this Olaf taking over Steven. Falling behind slightly. I'm looking at you, man. Can't give us a bad name. But Dragon actually started earlier by NDE.
Yeah, Paradolia quietly up 3,000 gold just across the board, which is pretty
And
wild.
they're just going to lose, or rather, NDE is going to lose first blood right here. One more auto.
Wow.
The minion. Not going to get him.
Gonna need a fourth
Wow.
Minions movie to make that one happen. Minions aren't quite strong enough yet. Trading the objectives. It's a full dragon there for NDE. Maybe trying to engage onto this one in the mid lane. No, not going to do it quite yet. As Paradolia, they're the ones who take the Rift Herald. Again, expressing that they are in the business of gaining gold. They've already got so much, as it's nearly 4,000 at this point, and with this Rift Herald, might even get even more.
Save the Babies got the turret before Rift Herald even went down because the Olaf went topside with Demolish, helps take down a couple plates, and then the Renekton can just do it on their own later on. Speaking of on their own, Steven back in the fountain. That makes two as Men falls as well. 2 down for NDE, and Paradolia coming out to a very quick gold lead.
Gonna be another Rift Herald charge also. The minion wave's pretty big. This could be the turret completely taken. It's looking like it will be. That's 3 turrets in a row, one of them an inner. That's, you remember before, like 2 seconds ago when I said they had a 3,000 gold lead? It's 7 now.
That's actually, yeah. This is what we, if you remember Smax, me and Alk used to call this all the time earlier in the year. It's a slip and slide when one team has a 1,000 gold lead per minute in the game. We're past that. We are into, I don't even know what to call this one. This is an 8K gold lead at 7 minutes. Well, okay, so we got slip and slide. What's it called when it's like the water slide that you go down?
I think that's a water slide.
Water slide. There we go. Yeah, it's that thing. That's what this is. Save the Babies. Looking for a kill right now. 1v2. Kelvin at the trouble. Solo's here. Oh, and the kill with the rune. And now another. That is 2 more picked up by Paradolia. Nami sniping with this keystone.
Very true. As we've got another turret about to be taken here for Paradolia. Well, they've hit the 10K mark now. Usually the part of the game where you say that the game is over. That is before 8 minutes.
Okay, I had set up that expectation earlier in the day, right? 10,000 gold lead is usually when I would start to say, yeah, this team should wrap it up. This is the fastest that we've seen a team make it to that today.
Yeah, by a lot. I'm very impressed. I do want to point out real quick again, we said this at the top of the day, but the seeding is random for this specific tournament because there are a lot of teams that are playing together for the first time. The first team that we saw win today, KFC, they had not played together at all as that 5 players. Hold on a second.
Could be a big turnaround right now. Baby under the turret looking for a kill. Does not get it. Smen does fall, though. Okay. Paradolia, even when they're getting picked, or it looks like they are, they still come back.
Back to that point, though, we're expected to have matchups like this in a tournament where there's no seeding. It's random.
Yes.
So this is probably not going to be a matchup that we see again in the top 8 as the games progress. But what that does mean is we have a bit of a conundrum here. Is Paradolia the best team in the whole tournament, or is NDE? This is a weird framing, and I'm sorry this sounds mean. Is NDE like 30th best?
Right.
You know?
With random seeding, you can never know the strength of teams that NDA beat along their path to get to this point. Is kind of what Smacks is getting to here. They played up against a team called Faith in their first round, and then after that, looks like Felion Esports. So as the game plays out, if there's not a lot of other action, we can take a look at those teams and try and highlight some of the players we might recognize from those. But as of right now, Paradolia, this game looks like it's over. Like, this should be just a wrap. Even this Herald, we're at that point with a gold lead where they could even look to just end quick.
And the reason that we're so, like, impressed, I will say, it's not even to do with the fact that they're this far ahead. I think the biggest tell is that they've done so in a very pacifistic manner. They didn't fight anyone until after the objectives had already been secured. And they were already up 3,000 gold before they had even found First Blood. Like, that doesn't just happen in Wild Rift. You can't just get that much in a laning advantage unless it's like lopsided, and Paradolia is just really, really good. So
they have an opportunity, though. NDE, they have the Corky package. Can they find the big engage? Baby on the back line, they took him out! Kelvin's dead before the package went off, and that means team fight win for Paradolia. 5-0 ace, and a massacre on the Rift.
Oh, did you see that Akali ultimate? It landed onto 2 low health members, but it just didn't do enough damage. They're too far behind, and the damage can't stick. They're already down so heavily. We get to watch this one more time. You mentioned that Kelvin, he couldn't even get the package down. But look at the Akali ultimate. Are you ready for this? It doesn't, just barely doesn't do enough damage.
That was so close.
I know, but it's 10-0 now.
That is a very small margin to live by from the side of Paradolia. And yeah, Kelvin gets knocked up by the Nami, insta-stunned by Save the Babies with the flanking Renekton. So, that's just heartbreaking. You're the Corky, you see this big opportunity to go in and just chains DC'd, so you can't do anything. But that's how game 1 looks like it's going to be going. The bottom inhibitor is down. Paradolia have super minions shoving in for the rest of the game, as they can now just basically wait for the next big objective. We're still not even at Baron. That's another minute and 15 seconds before that's even on the table.
Yeah. This one's pretty wrapped. Should we talk about music again?
I feel like I peeked at Twitch chat briefly while there was a moment to see if there's any strong opinions. I didn't notice anything about T-Swift, but there definitely are K-pop fans. So that's one thing we got going for us. Double. It's away. Okay. Can you survive? Rise Bloom spots them. You're going to be out there for quite a while, baby. Looking for the big damage. Maybe went too far forward. Steven, chase him down. Steven, this is your moment. Live up to the name. Live up to the title. Not going to catch him.
Can't find it. Any New Jeans fans in the chat? Wait, hold on. Double K. Wait.
They're still doing this?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is okay. And Bob's the barrier and save the babies says, hey, I didn't say save the ninjas. So,
Wow.
There was I can't believe no one spammed an emote in that entire moment. That was like the moment where like if you're double and you know you're gonna die, just start spamming. You know, just go for the mental warfare at that point.
So anyway, New Jeans is a pretty new K-pop group. They've got like actual babies on their team. They're like on their group. There's a 14-year-old. There's a 17-year-old. They're very, very young, but their music's really good. Their EP is phenomenal. I love it.
I wonder if I was gonna say what the average age of Wild Rift players is actually, because I'm not actually aware of that. I was gonna say you might want to be careful calling them babies because you might have just offended somebody in Twitch chat. You know, but
Twitch chat, you're babies.
Twitch chat, you have to understand that once you reach Maximind's age, everyone's a child that's below like 21 years old. So that's basically what it feels like. As now the jungler's fighting up here. Oh, wow. And Olaf just takes the win right there in a 1v3 situation. Now can he get away? Baby is here to back him up. Olaf locks down. Can they kill the raid boss? And they do. Olaf dead. Now the rest of Paradolia is joining in. Baby jumping around. Solo getting all the auto damage off on a rampage. Double kill for Solo. Baby picks up another, and that is game. 5 members down on NDE, but they got 1 kill. They were not swept or perfect gamed. A kill and a dragon to their name in game number 1 as they look to game 2 now, but Paradolia will move up in the series.
All 9 turrets taken off of the Rift. 14 and a half minutes in, and Paradolia take the biggest stomp of the day in the first game of this series. Great game.
And if this is what we can expect from Paradolia going forward, they are a terrifying team to watch throughout this tournament. Again, random seeding, we can never know. I don't know a lot of the elos of the players that have signed up for the tournament. We had 37 teams sign up. That's a lot of teams to sign up for a tournament. We are super ecstatic about that, and we hope that we continue to see those numbers and maintain, if not improve, going for future qualifiers. But with that said, in the first random seeding round, we can't have matchups where there are teams that probably won't play each other in future rounds just due to skill discrepancies. Paradolia looking like a team fighting towards the top of the weight classes here based on that performance.
And if they keep this up and they win the next game, or just the game 3 as well, I don't want to completely rule out NDE from here, but it was not very close. If they do that, then they're in the top 4 of the first qualifier. That's a pretty big deal. So big props to Paradolia. I'm looking forward to it. I learned a new tech in that game, by the way, Kangas. There was an Imperial Mandate built by Nami, which makes sense. Very new item, already established, strong first option in League PC. But I saw it on Nami. That makes sense. Then the Meteor Enchant, which is a new boot enchant that is the damage portion of the Redemption. Because the Redemption used to deal damage and heal. It now only heals. Meteor Enchant deals the damage instead. That works with Imperial Mandate. That's genius. I really like that combination, and I'm gonna have to try this in my own games because that's really, really cool.
I wasn't aware of that. So yeah, I guess the little bit of slow, that's pretty cool. Helps proc the rest of the damage coming in from the team. A lot to learn from the side of Paradolia in that game, of course. NDE still, I'm hoping that they have more to show us from their tank. If not, hey, still happy to have them. They're still in the top 8, so they're going to earn points going into the next tournament. Because a reminder for the qualifiers, this one was randomly seeded, but going forward, it will be seeded based on points earned from qualifiers. So they're already going to get minimum 6 points. They're already a top 8 seed going into the next tournament. But Paradolia, if they can close this out, they guarantee a minimum of top 4. They would have 8 points at the lowest, 10, 12, 15 as their potentials. So that's a big difference, you know, saying, hey, we're top 4 going into the next qualifier as opposed to just top 8.
And if Paradolia does win right now, then they will go on tomorrow and play against KFC, which is a very exciting matchup. If Paradolia is the real deal, they'll show it to us tomorrow because they will be against some of the most established players in the NA Wild Rift scene that we have. So that's really exciting. Cannot wait for that.
have
may have a
confirmation
big- a
on
big,
some of the player names.
oh,
I actually
cool.
want to cover that real quick here, Smacks, because for Paradolia, thank you, production, again, for getting this from the teams for us. The jungler for Paradolia is Rumi, and support is Kyo. So from now on, I will be addressing them as that. And for ND's top laner, we'll call him Koi. That is what we have been given. So thank you to the players and the teams for reaching back out to us and letting us know how to address your name if it's something that I'm not aware of how to say right away. But also, just Max, to get back to the point we were saying, points for next qualifiers on the line, but also a prize pool. I mean, there's a minimum for all the teams that we're playing right now, $250 that they're walking away with. That's not too bad for a Saturday of fun, right? You know, you're hanging out with your friends, you're playing some Wild Rift, you're gonna be on stream and semi-roasted by you and I. But the big thing is you gotta have some fun and walk away with a little bit of a cash prize. 5th to 8th, $250. And then for the qualifiers, you still can walk away with a big chunk of change if you make it into that top 2. And then throughout the qualifiers, you'll then go for playoffs, and that's where the big money is. But either way, it's still a fun way to spend your weekend.
Yeah, hey, split that with all the members of your team. That's a crisp $50.
Yep.
We're just playing some Wild Rift in a day. So
If
I'll take
we were not casting, I would put a team together. I think I'd do it. I think I could get enough people together and make a try and go for a run for top 8. I would get absolutely decimated by every Baron laner that actually plays the game at a competent level, but I think I could. I have enough good friends that could probably carry me to that point.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you got you and me. Maybe okay. So I'd be support. We can put Rafa jungle.
True.
And then I think
bot laner.
Yeah, and then probably Mazel. Does Mazel play mid, or would we have to get somebody else?
He does not. He plays jungle and bot.
Okay.
Truth. Let's just grab
Yeah,
Truth.
let's get Truth.
See
Yeah.
what they're doing. You know, just hop
call.
on our team. You know, we're gonna run the Rift.
No, yeah.
Unironically, that wouldn't be that bad of a roster. I'm just gonna say. Oh,
Yeah,
our production say that they can support jungle. All right, we'll get
All right.
Tasty Bacon in here to help
Tasty,
out. Shout out to
you're a
Tasty
sub,
Bacon,
yeah.
by the way, for keeping everything rolling and all the action going.
Yeah,
and
and Tori for observing also.
Yeah,
the
we got a
dream
good
team.
crew.
That we do. So also, we did ask before who our observers were. It's Tori. It's also a robot. We have a robot doing it too. Yeah.
Shout out to the robot. Smags.
I don't know
now
if we
that-
can. Okay.
Now that we opened the topic though about having different rosters and us being on a roster competing, I think from this point forward, anytime a team wins, they have to play our team in a best of series, and if they lose to us, we get their prize pool. I feel like that's pretty fair, right?
It seems set up for us to succeed instead of the players, but assuming
Maybe.
we are actually worse than everybody, which we probably should be, it's just an extra hurdle for them. So honestly, Kangas, it seems inconvenient
That's the show
for
match
everybody.
at the end of the stream, yeah.
Oh, we're only doing one. I thought you were saying like we have to play all 8 teams that make it to the top 8.
Oh, that would be very funny. Wow, no, that's not what I meant, but that would actually be
Okay.
hilarious. If you want to
That's what
walk
I
away
thought
with
you
your
were
money,
saying.
you got to beat us. I just meant first place, but no, yeah,
Okay,
that'd be
okay.
a long
That's-
day.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down if it's just first place. I'm ready for that. Speaking of
Just
first
get
place,
slapped by KFC.
yeah. Speaking of first place, Paradolia, seeming like that's in their reach if all of their games go like the last one did. They're playing against NDE again. They're on blue side again.
I'm hoping that NDE can bring a couple things different this time around. Number one is find a way to slow down the early laning phase, especially in the top half of the map. Top lane and jungle fell heavily behind due to counter jungling and the very early plates going over to the side of Paradolia. If you're NDE and you just were on the receiving end of that, have a game plan. Have something prepped that's going to prevent that from happening. Either a different champion pick that can help hold the line, maybe even Scion top lane. I think that's fine if you're like, all right, we're just going to have a weak side top lane and then try and play through a different lane. Or be prepared to counter it with your own counter ganks. Something needs to be different in the game plan.
Generally speaking, in League of Legends, there are 2 approaches that you can make to someone doing something proactive on the other team. That proactive thing could be like having a strong top lane and playing jungle around that top lane, just playing to top side. The things you can do: 1, You can also try to play the top side and shut down that win condition of theirs by, ganking it, putting it behind, killing the player over and over, just putting a lot of pressure. Sending more people than your opponents to that lane can also work. Like, say they're only bringing top jungle, you bring top jungle and support, and mid lane, and then you can shut them down that way.
Overload that side of the map.
The other thing you can do is just have that guy play Scion or something,
right?
And just send 4 people bot lane. Just take over the game from that position, and then you're building up your own win condition, and then you have your win condition very separate from theirs, and you hope that yours is stronger later. That can also work.
Let's play away from the player that was incredibly impactful last game, rather than having the opportunity of maybe accidentally giving them more kills. Play to the other side. But the other side of the map is going to be heavily banned out right now. Look at all the dragon laners and supports that it got hit in this ban phase.
It's quite a few. The Senna and the Karma still off the board permanently in this game. However, Paradolia are the ones that are taking away Nami and Varus. They don't want any of that utility on the Rift this time around, and they are keeping their Gator.
The Croc is unlocked. First pick Renekton for Paradolia. Played to incredible success in game number 1, so no surprise to see it cracked out again. I actually don't hate this, especially considering just how many players have been prioritizing this. I haven't played as much, Diamond solo queue in 3.5, so I actually haven't seen or felt the effects of Renekton, but it definitely feels like a lot of players are leaning towards this this champion.
It is really interesting, considering it's been in every single game. Maybe we just found the 3 Renekton players in the tournament, and maybe next series he won't be here anymore. But
also, small aside, Save the Babies and Baby are on the same team. I wonder what the story is there.
Oh.
Yeah, I never found it time to naturally bring it up in game 1.
Maybe it's coincidence. Could be.
Maybe. Because Save the Babies is plural, but Baby is singular. So who's the other baby on the team?
I don't know.
There's lore.
But
there's lore unexplored.
They've drafted a couple of twinks here, Kangas. They've got Ezreal and Rakan now as the dragon lane for Paradolia. Very different from the last game, and a lot of mobility this time around, in and out of the fights. So I want to point out, Ezreal is one of the most defensive dragon laners you could pick, because he does have that escape. So if they are going to fully send all the resources to the Baron lane for Paradolia, Ezreal's the champion you want.
Yeah, you can just play back. You can play safe. Also, Save the Baby's going to name change to Save the Babes now, as you got to be the front line for these two. Trying to help them out here, as NDE have some burst damage between the Lee Sin and the Gragas, who, based on what we've seen, probably building full AP burst.
You want to see something cool, Kangas?
Yes.
My mouse pad is Ezreal.
Oh. That's sick!
Yeah.
Okay. That's a Pulsefire skin, right?
It is. I don't think this skin is in Wild Rift yet, but that's Pulsefire Ezreal right there.
That's dope. I feel like it is. I feel like I've seen Pulsefire Ezreal. I actually don't remember. Pulsefire as a concept is in Wild Rift. Like, there are Pulsefire skins. Yeah. I don't remember if Ezreal has his or not, but that was one of the OGs in League. I remember when that one came out. That was like one of the first. Was that the first? Like, what is it called?
That's the first ultimate skin, yeah.
Ultimate skin. There we go.
That changed as the game went on.
The particle
And then
effects.
after that, they made Spirit Guard Udyr, which is pretty good. I don't think any of them. Oh no, the Seraphine one is in Wild Rift. I think that's the only one. Because I think there are 5 in PC. Because there's the Misfortune one and the Elementalist Lux also.
Okay. It's been a while since I've paid super close attention to the Wild Rift skins as they get released. But I'll have to keep my eye on that more.
Whoa!
Soraka! We got banana time, baby!
Perfect match for the Wukong.
More lore. And Kassadin unbanned. We finally get to see it.
Wow. So, none of these champions were picked in any of the other games. Soraka, Kassadin, Rakan, Ezreal, Wukong. This is a very, very different draft from what we've seen up until this point. And I think for Paradolia, the idea that you had before about how like NDE wanted to play slower in the top side, I don't think that's true anymore, because now Kassadin and Amumu as well will scale incredibly well throughout the entirety of the game.
Oh boy.
Yes!
Amumu stacks will definitely give Kassadin more damage as well, but we got the Samira locked in for NDE. We were just talking about the buffs, more base health, more health throughout the entire game, as well as some additional damage added to some of the abilities. So, yeah, Samira is in a good spot right now.
Okay, I'm really excited for Samira. This is not a draft that I would have picked Samira in, but I really am excited to see how it works in the Wild Rift game. The reason I wouldn't have picked it here is because when you are against a lot of easy-to-access stuns, you can't dash around to get your resets anymore.
Yeah.
And you're against Renekton and Amumu and Rakan.
How about
It's not going to be easy.
point-and-click silences? How do you do against those?
Not great. Not great.
Okay. How about enemy damage dealers that can reposition and get away from you?
Not great, Kangas. Not great. This is
I
not
don't
the
like
game
that.
for Samira.
That's a trifecta of tough things for Samira to deal with. But hey, you got this your little circular wind wall thing, so you can block the Amumu from engaging on you.
Can you?
We're looking. We're digging for the positives here. NDE have a unique draft. They have a couple of circles to work with here. You got to track the circles between the Wukong and the Samira, because if they get the right engage, they can blow up members of Periadola. But as I see it, we have the wrong team sides. Okay, yeah, I was like, something looks off here. Periadola is the team that is on red right now. NDE is on blue. So we'll get that updated on the overlay here. So apologies to the teams, as there was some confusion there during pick and ban, but I will say, nameplates off, I do like now NDE's composition much more. It feels like it's much easier to execute.
It does excite me more to know that Paradolia played so well last game, and now they're confident enough to play the Samira. I still wouldn't pick it here. But if we get to see another smashing win like that on Samira, then I'm gonna be very, very happy, because I really, really like that champion. Regardless, I don't think it's good here.
It felt like Solo didn't have the opportunity to pop off as hard last game, but I saw some promise and some potential for the pop-off. But you're right, into these champions, it does leave something to be desired, but that means that we do actually get the Renekton in the other side of the matchup now, as Koi is the one piloting it instead of Save the Babies.
Save the Babies already at a pretty solid lead. It's mostly just because the wave is being pushed in right now. That's the big reason for it, but it's still there. And Save the Babies, the big reason why the lead was so big before was because of the push.
Ooh. Engage comes in. Steven's got some damage down along with Zmen. Can they actually kill this Soraka? Ooh. First blood for NDE on Kassadin. Doubles popping off here. Can you get the double kill? Not secured by the Kassadin, but Ezreal does grab it. We're still in the fight, though. Double kill over to Solo. The Samira in the early game. Getting it done. Over the wall goes Lee Sin. Trying to get something done right now. Goes back in. That's another kill. Paradolia coming out on top.
Oh, wow. This game's already so different from the last one, Kangas. We're 2 minutes in. There have been 7 kills. The first kill in the last one happened after 5 minutes. We're already getting all of the possible action immediately. And just like you said, the first kill of the game goes over to Kassadin. That's huge. This champion is the big scaling menace on the Rift. There are no champions that scale better than he does. Once you hit that level 13 point, you just bounce around the entire Rift and kill everyone in sight. So it's very, very scary for Paradolia to deal with all of a sudden.
Rumi did such a good job on the Lee Sin right there. Dancing around the fight was never the focus, but always the DPS that they needed. And now 2-0-2. 1,000 gold up over Steven again. There's now 2 games in a row where you see Rumi getting the lead, but this time around, Double is the one to focus on. This Kassadin now actually top lane's the one to focus on here as Koi in the 1v1 against Save the Babies loses it through the Dominus. Save the Babies winning the 1v1.
It's an understandable 1v1 to go for as well, because Save the Babies did not have ultimate, did not have Ignite already used previously, but still, just not enough. Seems like Save the Babies just has the top lane advantage. Baron lane completely under wraps. Oh, whoa.
Whoa. Double went back in. Now you gotta be careful. Rumi's here. Doubles waiting for that ultimate to come off cooldown. Just back up. Steven's here for the backup. Silence out. Stun out. Rumi still gonna just heal through all of this, right? Yeah, just goes right back into the pit. Says, no, I felt the Kassadin, guys. Maybe I could give them 2! Double kill! And Kyo just will not let Rumi die. Finally falls, but Solo's got the tag in for the double kill.
All of the Soraka healing is brutal for NDE to deal with, and now, oh no, Save the Babies. You get another solo kill. Okay, Kyo lives.
That was close right there. Koi just barely alive. Slows the Dominus and the Ignite top lane, so maybe you can look for something. But watch this. This is beautiful from Rumi.
Yeah, the healing is really strong.
Never mind. We might get another kill here. Dominus was popped.
Koi?
No, he's good.
You should press the recall button. Okay.
Hey,
I think
save
we're
that
gonna
plate.
be all right. Yeah, true. I'm just scared because Save the Babies is very strong on this Wukong. See what comes of that at this point, because Wukong is not a traditional Baron laner. But,
right as I said it, NDE go for the fight. Immediately Rumi picks up the first kill, might go for a second. That's a lot of CC, a lot of engage, but where's the damage? You got none. NDE, maybe Koi over the wall can look for something, but here comes Save the Babies. As Baby himself gets another kill over the wall. They just want the kills. Paradolia clean up NDE as they approach. I was just about to set up. If you're NDE, you got the Kassadin, you got the Ezreal. Do not fight Dragon. You don't have to throw the game when you have a scaling composition. You can give that up and go for the Herald yourself, but they get punished.
Yeah, bad news, Kangas. They did it anyway. They have delayed that scaling even further. As now both objectives are going to go over to Paradolia, securing them both. Infinity Edge first on solo for this Samira. That's a lot of damage.
That is quite disgusting as Rumi finds a gold lead.
Oh. Nice. Nice combo there. Kick into the Samira passive. Get the combo extender, basically. Oh, wow. Baby actually might die. Nice. Oh!
Okay.
Wow. Trade kill.
It's a trade back, so, okay. Koi get out. Barely alive. Solo doing some damage, but also taking a lot of damage. Wow, that was a series of very aggressive plays.
Kelvin's dead, I'm afraid, Kangas. As it looks like Paradolia have responded to that play onto their mid laner with a play of their own. Might get a Moo ulted here.
Okay, Steven, let's see it. You got this. Double can do some damage here. Lock down Rumi. Kill the Soraka first. You got to go for the support. She's going to keep Rumi alive. She's still alive. Finally falls. Double, though, taking all these turret shots. And Rumi, 10, 1, and 4, and their 4th double kill of the game.
Wow. Double K had the right idea there. Go for the Soraka. Ignore the Lee Sin. You can't kill him with all of the healing still there. It just wasn't enough. Too far behind. You don't have the scaling on Kassadin quite yet. Your ultimate's only at level 2. It's hard. Hard to win.
Cast used onto Kelvin. No flash available. Arcane shifts over the wall. His men uses the quickness as well just to keep the AD carry safe. 9,000 gold lead smacks at 7:45. It's happening again. Paradolia are showing how strong of a team they are in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's looking really good at this point. And this is a very different game from the last one, too, showing that even in these volatile situations, they can make plays happen like this one. Ooh, nice hesitancy.
Beautiful. From Rumi. Who is this gamer? This is insanity. Rumi, this is impressive. The level of performance you got right now with Solo just jumps in, says maybe I should be the main character instead, Kangas, because I got some moves too. Killing spree for Solo under the turret.
Paradolia are running everyone over right now, Kangas. They're already on the inner turrets at 8 minutes. They're taking everybody who even tries to defend these structures down. And we get to watch it again. I really like the way that he held on to the Sonic Wave until after the Rift Walk was used, just following that movement with all of the options available to Lee Sin. And you just can't walk up here. You just can't do anything, even if you are the supposedly tanky member of this Renekton. It's just so hard to do anything.
Incredible stuff from Paradolia. Incredible stuff from Rumi. The juggler, he does it again! Right as we come back from the replay. 3-champ kick. Rumi turning heads in the quarterfinals. All right, KFC, you gotta be sweating right now. I'm not so sure if it's gonna be a stop in the semis anymore. The Dream Team from North America is gonna have some competition as Paradolia pushing in 15K gold lead at 9.5 minutes.
They might have even tried to end the game if they have more minions there, Paradolia. They've got 25 kills, Kangas. They're killing everybody. And look at
over
the
half
KD.
of them. Over half of them are on Rumi.
That's gross. That's so gross. This Lee Sin performance, I can't remember getting this excited about a jungler, this excited about a Lee Sin since Lebmont, actually.
Yeah. Unless this is somebody that has name changed and I actually have seen them before, I don't think I've ever seen this player. And I am impressed by Rumi's performance right now. And it's not over. Looking for another one, knocked up. Okay, still alive. Does get out there, but 1v3 just pushed away NDE as the Dragons back up. Soraka will keep them just fine.
Yeah, I don't even know if NDE can approach this dragon. I'm pretty sure Wukong just runs them over.
He's locked. He's locked down. Now the silence Solo! Big damage as Kira goes straight on in now with the Infernum. Triple kill, looking for the Quadra, and gets it. Clean plays from Paradolia's AD carry as now there's one member left, and you know that a Penta's on the horizon. Will they go for it? Double trying to bait them in under the fountain. Baby's here, but no explosive cast. Do they go for the kick play? Nope. They want the Dancing Herald. 2-0 in swift fashion for Paradolia as they will take the series and advance to the semifinals.
By far the fastest series that we've had so far. In gameplay, it wrapped under 25 minutes, if I'm doing my math correctly. Maybe it's 26.
Wow.
But anyway, we've seen games of Wild Rift last that long in just one game. That was 2 games.
That was a
right
flash from a team that, again, I do not have much information on, but I am interested to learn the story of these players now because that performance was incredible. Paradolia, you have earned my respect. You have earned my undying favor for Rumi after that one. Although we'll see. Again, level of competition, random seeding, a lot of questions in the air, even after performances like that. Will they be able to replicate that against a team like KFC? But in isolation, that was one of the most impressive performances that I have seen in Wild Rift competitive.
Does Paradolia have a logo? We might have to draw them a logo.
I think we do.
So at some point in this weekend as well. We got a few on the board here. I don't know. They might already have one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen like a sign-up sheet or like a bracket with team logos. Sometimes we'll have those, but we don't have them for this event. But if any team doesn't have a logo, we love to draw them for you. Trying to think, what would the logo be? It's got to be a pear shape, right? I feel like the shape of a pear, and then we put something inside. I don't know what's inside the pear though.
You know what? I'm gonna try to Google it. How is it spelled again? Okay.
I got it. Pareidolia.
Paradolia.
We're this is live investigative broadcasting, everybody.
Okay, I've got it up on Wikipedia.
Okay. What's it say,
Pareidolia
Snacks?
is the tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation on a nebulous stimulus, usually visual, so that one sees an object pattern or meaning where there is none. So, okay, I've actually heard of this before. That was a lot of big words, but one thing that humans actually do a lot, because there's a portion of your brain that is dedicated to recognizing what a face looks like. So one example of
seeing
pareidolia
faces on things, right?
Is seeing faces on things. So like if you look up in the clouds and you see like cloud watching, if you see like an image or like picking out like something that looks like something in the clouds, that would be an example of pareidolia. Interesting.
Well, I wonder what the meaning is behind the name. Hopefully they're not trying to say that we're actually not as good of a team as we appear on the Rift, because I'm hoping they can keep the momentum going forward based on the visuals that I have received so far. But with that said, we do have a break right around the corner while we get ready for our last quarterfinal match of the day. It's been exciting so far, and I hope the fun continues. So we'll be right back after this.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
for never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final series of the day. This will wrap up all the quarterfinals played on stream before we get into the semifinals tomorrow. But this is it. We'll get to see the top 4 teams after this, Smacks, and we saved a good match for last, as this is one that we've been looking forward to. Imperious. A lot of the members coming in from Suzaku versus Entity 7.
Entity 7, the team that took a bit of time to get to their quarterfinal matchup. We don't actually know why that is. Maybe the games took a lot longer to close out, or could be any number of things, honestly. But Imperious is that team that has a lot of players that we do recognize on it after casting these guys in many different events over the last year or so. Kangas, it's been over a year since we started casting Wild Rift in North America. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, Season 0 had a lot of these names. Dienzio, Jotu, Alui. I believe even Suki and Deceived were around back then. Pain is a name that I don't recognize offhand. Do you know much about a player named Pain, or is this somebody newer?
I do know Pain, yes.
Oh, you do?
Pain
Okay.
streams a lot, known for the Pain Gap. He's a big Darius player up in the Baron lane. I don't know. Is he on the roster? I can't
Listed
imagine
on the
he's
roster.
I can't imagine he's playing Baron lane for them though.
Yeah, if they have a
Louis
Lloyd.
and Suki.
I think in Twitch chat, somebody was mentioning that Pain was their jungler. I think I saw Jotu say that. Yeah, Jotu said we have the better Lamont Jr. Pain Gap. Okay, so it looks like Pain is going to be the jungler. Pain Gap. All right. How bad's it going to hurt?
Maybe he was a jungler, and maybe he's just plays Darius jungle. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. That does sound familiar to me. But yeah, I'm excited for this. Do we know who's on Entity 7 at all? Do we know any of those players?
Entity 7, let's go through their roster. We have E7 X Nastale, mid laner, Reaper, Del Patio, 16, Kairos, Maxwell, and TZ Legend. I do not recognize any of those names, so these are new players for myself. If anybody has information, of course, hop in my Discord, hop on Twitter. Please let me know. I'd love to know more about the player stories and themselves for who signed up for these off-season tournaments, because it's fun to see who's still participating in Wild Rift right now.
Oh, yeah. On to the bans. We're still rocking with pretty much the exact same thing. If this is Karma again from Entity 7 right now, then it's still all Senna, all Karma, all games banned. Kassadin also back to the ban list. It, again, like you were saying, didn't seem that good in the last game.
Well, they tried to fight with the level 5 Kassadin at the first round.
That's true.
I feel like that was part of the issue. You don't pick Kassadin to play for early fights. You don't pick Kassadin to contest early objectives. pick Acid into scale. So I think that threat is still available.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not going to be available for this game, though, taken off the board. So maybe all these Kassadin bans are people experiencing what happens when you don't do that on Kassadin and you do get all the way into that late game. Gragas is here, first pick. We've seen some interesting first picks throughout the day. None of them have been Ziggs, though, until right now.
Yeah, Ziggs locked in. I think that's locked in. Also, just hovering.
Yeah.
But this is kind of more of a throwback to what we saw a lot. Icons a little bit more earlier in the year. Not as much today, but still provides a lot of that range damage, decent amount of burst, and can push waves and clear waves like nobody's business.
Expecting it to be in the Dragon lane most often as well. Fits that role really well. I feel like the Relic Shield also just makes a ton of sense. Because you just want to get push on Ziggs. You want to break those turrets as much as possible. So I like it a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing if it does fit into that meta as well as I'm expecting it to. With the Xin Zhao locked in, this has been a pretty popular pick today. I've liked what I've seen from that so far. The frontline potential that it provides is pretty immense. So I've been enjoying that quite a bit.
Lux answered into the Ziggs. What do they want to pair with the Lux, and will it go in the support or the Dragon position? We've seen it in both today. Alistair! Okay! So I would assume this is not the double support item bot lane then. Because Alistair, I like to see roam around the map. I like to see Alistair impact other lanes rather than just being, tethered to the bottom lane, especially if it's something like a Lux.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. You can really roam just so much in Wild Rift on support, so maybe that's going to be the option. Maybe it's going to be the option for Set also. We're going to have to find out if that is even the support for Entity 7. There's still a lot of enchanters on the board if they want to go for that one. And by locking in Set, it leaves Imperius with a bit of a question. What role do they actually want to ban out? If they do use both of their bans on the Baron lane and then Set all along, they're going to feel a little silly about it.
I feel like at this point I'd go for mid lane bans. If I really have to choose one, you won't get the counter pick guarantee. Actually, no, you won't get the counter pick guaranteed, but you can at least try and limit some of the options, because if you have to blind pick, you can take away things that would counter what you want to play. Almost looks like both teams are going to opt for that, as we see the Ahri and the Zed ban.
Seems like Entity 7 don't think it's going to be Gragas mid. Again, one of those flex picks where if you do ban all your mid laners and then it's Gragas mid, again, you're going to feel a little goofy about it. You're not going to feel great. So that's a good flex option for sure. You can't really move Alistar around, I don't think, though.
That's the one support. I feel confident. I know that you've explored him in the top lane. I don't think that translates necessarily to competitive actual team comps, but never say never. Never say never, kids. That's the moral of the story. First pick now for Entity 7 in the second round. What do they want to lock in? They got to pick a blind pick somewhere. I don't know if you can continue the flex picks this deep in.
Nope.
And they blind pick the Orianna.
This is pretty similar to what we saw Redline do with its Orianna. They have a front line set up. They have a very established back line. Not a lot of physical damage from the back line as opposed to the Lucian that we saw from before, but Xin Zhao Orianna together makes a lot of sense. And Set does too, because then you can get that shockwave off pretty much guaranteed with a showstopper. So I like the combination so far. It is pretty risky to blind pick, though. I'm with you there.
It is something that can be blind picked, I think, much easier if you've already banned away the Zed and the Akali, because they're already saying we're going to take away a lot of these assassins that would burst her down.
And Ahri,
it's going to... Yeah, and Ahri, right? Like, most of the burst champs are off the table. And even something like a Kassadin that could scale into her, not available. Mid has been pinched incredibly. So probably just the Lux, or Gragas mid. Yeah, Gragas mid, I suppose. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I also do want to quickly mention that it very easily could be Orianna bot lane, and then they send the Ziggs mid. That is an option at their disposal for Entity 7. So something to think about. Lee Sin is here as the jungler for Imperius. Assuming that it is Pain on that champion, that's going to be pretty fun. Now with the Garen locked in, we know it's set support.
We can't escape him. No matter what meta, no matter what patch, Garrett will be played eventually. You know it. You love him. The tanky front line, the everyman's champion. You can do anything in Wild Rift. You can build damage, you can build tank, you can build front line, back line. I don't know. I'm running out of things that he can do, but Garrett does do it all, in fact. Maybe not AP, that's the one thing. But it will provide a bigger front line for the Orianna and the Ziggs to hide behind. A lot of peel available for this team.
That's true. I think that Entity 7, they've got a comp that is hard to break if they're trying to siege something. Because Imperius, their wave clear doesn't really exist outside of a Lux ultimate. So Entity 7, they've got a really solid setup to take these structures. If there was ever a game to try Hullbreaker, even though it's been nerfed so many times, this would probably be the one to do it. Your Hullbreaker, your Garen, maybe your Set as well, and you just put Ziggs mid, take all the turrets off the map.
That would be interesting. Yeah, they have this kind of unique, if they went for something like that, a 2-point threat for turret taking, because Ziggs can push waves and take turrets very fast. Hullbreaker obviously built for taking turrets fast and being in the side lane. Can make it difficult for Imperius, but Imperius, they're lacking a little bit in range, but they're not necessarily lacking in engage range, which is interesting because Gragas Barrel is pretty long range. Lee Sin can look for long range sonic strikes, and then the Lux also can look for the long range bindings. So it feels like if they hit something, everybody can follow up on that thing. So Entity 7, they just got to make sure they don't walk too far forward, because yes, they have a tanky front line, but even a Garen, if you get knocked back by a Gragas Barrel or a Lee Sin kick, there's probably enough CC and damage to actually kill you if you're isolated. But if you can just survive the initial burst, that's when it gets really tough for Imperius.
A lot of options here for both teams. I think the big question that we all have is this Imperius team going to be successful with the sort of hodgepodge group of NA players that we've seen perform in a lot of instances? Or is Entity 7, the unknown factor, going to prove to be very competitive, just like what we just saw in the last series? So, I can't wait. I want to see. I want to see more Suzaku players. I'm still completely broken up that they disbanded, but as long as we still get the players in here, that's what matters. So
that is, in fact, what matters. It is a fun group of players that are at the core, and even players like, Aloy and Dienzio being reunited is always fun to follow. Entity 7, I don't want to say, discredit them or disrespect them at all just because they're a team and a couple player names that I don't recognize. But they do, I guess, I have some work put out for them as the unproven quantity from my perspective. If you're somebody who knows Entity 7 of these players, please let me know some information on them. I would love to help share their story. But Imperius, a lot of story names, even going back to season 0 of Wild Rift, which also had some expectations, maybe some more pressure for these players going into game.
A lot of pressure, I'd say. Because, again, you really, 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 really want to get into that top 4, because there are only 3 teams that qualify from points to get into that playoff. And there are only 4 total teams in the playoffs. So if you are consistently getting into that top 4, that probably means that you're going to be top 4 in the playoffs. And that means that you're in the playoffs. So that's the math that I'm aligning with here, Kangas. Tell me if I'm being too crazy with it.
I feel so bad because based on how the playoffs points work, as we are loaded onto the Rift for Game 1 here to close out the last series of the day, top 8 will get points. I don't actually know. I read the rulebook. I don't remember what it said about the anybody that's not in top 8, how they're seeded, if that's also random. But, Enemy didn't get top 8. So, imagine...
Oh, true.
Imagine your first seed. You win this whole thing, and your prize is you get to go against Enemy first round in the next qualifier. That would be interesting. Something to think
Realistically, Enemy could go from 9 to 16 to winning the next qualifier. That is a very, very real possibility. Now, they did lose to KFC, but we didn't see those games. It could have been very competitive. And Enemy got second overall in the last event. And the team that they lost to, Immortals, isn't participating. Which, again, brings up another question. What if Immortals starts playing also? Where are they going to be? So, there's still a lot of volatility here. You need to get points as early as possible. When you have that opportunity, you have to play as well as you can in all of these events to get to that playoffs.
Every point's important. Flash from Dienzio! Oh, the thunder brought down as Dienzio gets first blood. Double kill, answering one back as Pain will fall. But what an aggressive early play from Imperius.
Flash engage from the 80 carry player at level 4. No ultimates are even available. Who does that other than Zio, Kangas? I challenge you to tell me any other 80 carry who's able to do something like that. That's ridiculous. I absolutely love the early playmaking capabilities, and this reminds me of things that happened during the offseason at the start of this year. It really brings me all the way back to then, because you'll remember, Tribe was the best team in NA at the end of 2021. They made one roster move. That was to go from the second best AD carry player to the first best in their eyes. During that offseason, they went from old school to Zio, someone who had been with Tribe in other esports before. They brought him on to try to be a ringer again. It just barely didn't work when it came to Icons. They got third overall. We only sent 2 seeds. They lost by 1 game to Sentinels. And a lot of their success, I should say, is because of Zio. And now they're going for it again.
Yeah, why not a killing spree for Zio early on, 3-0 to start off the first 3 minutes of the game.
I'm loving
I'll
this
take
look.
it.
I really love seeing Zio at the forefront of our minds here and getting all of I'm sorry, Kangas. I'm really enjoying talking about Zio. I need to acknowledge the fact that we have players named I'm Done and I'm Done Too.
Yep, that's gonna be fun. That was also dawning on me about the same time. So I do believe one of those is Joe 2, and the other is Suki, I'm assuming.
I think Suki is playing support, and I think that's a Louis top.
That would make sense.
Or maybe I'm wrong.
So Joe,
can somebody in the Twitch chat tell us?
Joe 2 renamed to I'm
Who's
Done.
who?
I actually think I think I'm Done is on my friends list. So yeah, I think that has to be Joe 2. I'm pretty sure Joe 2 and I are friends on Wild Rift. And we
Suki
actually have
is top.
confirmation.
Kimmy-
I have confirmation from Asmo. I'm Done is Joe 2. I'm Done 2. It's Tsuki. Thank you,
Okay,
Asmo.
so Louis is not
for letting me
playing.
know.
Deceived is support. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Twitch chat. You're the best.
We appreciate all the info as we... name changes are the most confusing thing to follow up on. Especially when there's not an in-depth wiki with all the information. Pain kicking back. Del Patio. Reaper there to back him up as well. So early lead still to Imperius, and hey, they're keeping it rolling.
They really are. Only giving up that 1 kill, but it was in the response to a play that they had already made underneath that turret. Pain is completely okay dying there if it means giving over all of those kills to the Dragon Lane duo. And Zio rocking with the double relic shield still. You said that you wanted to see some roams from the Alistar. That's not quite what we're getting, but I think it's still working.
I saw that.
Well.
I saw that, Joe, too.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Yeah,
We
you're
all
right, yeah.
blinked, right?
Nothing
Everyone in Twitch chat, we blinked, right?
Collectively, as a Twitch chat, all of our eyes were closed in that one frame. As now the Herald has started up here, 5 minutes on the clock, and traded as Del Patio is actually on the Dragon. So Entity 7 will get something for their troubles. Maybe.
Jotu's trying something.
Jotu's walking up. Okay, uses the explosive cast. He could maybe look for a kill here. That's a very low health on the Xin Zhao. Yeah, they got to get out.
Wow.
I think now the rest of Imperius are here in the mid lane, threatening Entity 7. They got a kill. Now it's Maximo that's going on to Zio. Gets the kill traded. 1 for 1, but Herald charges the turret and gets some plates. And the biggest win for Imperius is stopping the Dragon take.
It may have been a 1-for-1 in terms of the kills, but it was not a 1-for-1 in the objectives. Johto does so much work, dealing all the damage to the enemy team's jungler, denying the Drake take, and now Imperius, they can regroup on the Rift, they can bring Zeo over to that objective, set him up for positioning, and take that one as well. Imperius, I really love that setup quite a lot.
Well done from the side. Formally, Suzaku players now on a new, under a new banner here. They could look to regroup for the Dragon themselves. Get the push in the mid wave. You have the items, you have the ability to just shove this in onto the Ziggs. Usually not what we think of, but okay, Ziggs does actually immediately catch it as I say that, but still, they have even I'm Done Too coming in a little bit earlier, so Tsuki joining up for the 5v4 at the Dragon fight.
The names are too funny.
Yep.
I'm having a great time. I wonder if the other members of previously Suzaku have matching names with them.
I'm done. I'm done too. I'm done as well.
I'm
One of
done
them
3.
One of their names is just well done.
Medium rare.
Medium rare. Ditto. Yeah, there's so many things that they could name themselves. Oh,
He's
speaking
done.
of, he's done. Big knockback. Shockwave trying to stay alive. Nostala almost survives. Tapatio joins in, has some damage. The Zinjao should be able to equalize at least one, if not more. Can't quite get it. Oh, the turnaround! Pain Train, you're gonna feel it. And that's a gap.
That's the Pain gap. That's what we wanted to see from Pain. He's been a big streamer in the space for a while. Been a very entertaining person as well. I've been a big fan. He's been known in the space, is what I'm trying to say. But he hasn't really made his way onto a comp team up until this point. We're getting to see his competitive debut, and if it looks like this, I hope we get to see a lot more in the future.
One of the things that I love the most about Tsuki back at the WNS on Suzaku was the ability to turn plays that seemed doomed, and doing it again right there. Yes, it's Pain that gets the kills, had really good positioning and patience, letting the cooldowns come back up, but also really well played by Tsuki right there just to... Actually, wait, no, that wasn't Tsuki. Sorry, that was Johto. I'm getting confused. All right, never mind. Nothing positive to say about Johto. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Johto. We love you as well.
I do love Johto. Johto, okay, this is going to make me sound mean to the other players back in Summoner Series, and I'm sorry, but the first player that I was a fan of ever was Johto.
It's pretty wholesome.
I like you all, but Johto was the first player that I was a fan of. I'm a fan of the other players. Like I don't want to leave people out, but you have to have a first person, and that was Johto for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That was the most.
I love all my children equally. I just love Johto first.
Yeah. Oh, true. The firstborn. Smax's first kid.
Johto is my firstborn son.
Remember the team Johto is cute? Or cuter.
Yeah.
Johto is cuter. That was the name of that one. I forgot who was the start the lore of that naming trend, but good old Season 0. Okay, Pain.
Somebody knows.
I'm fun with it.
Somebody can tell us.
Mm-hmm. Asmo says Apex. Apex is cute, and then Johto is cuter.
Yeah. Yep. That's who it was.
There we go.
Shout out
memory,
Asmo.
the history lesson for anybody tuning in right now who's not aware. Yes, we have history in the Wild Rift competitive scene.
We do. It's a small community, but it's a thorough community, and we all love each other very much. Right, chat? Tell me you love me.
Also, I did notice that there is... I'm not going to acknowledge that, Smax, but there was a team named Sparkle is Cutest. So the cute lore does continue. I don't know if it pays in, but here we go. Diving underneath the turret. Tsuki does get out, and that's another kill picked up for Imperius. D7 struggling to come back into this one. Still looking for some as Reaper has joined in, but yeah, they just have not found a way to get any gold in their pockets, and now they might have walked even too far forward. Reaper is pretty tanky though, but like I said, you isolate him, he will die. And meanwhile, Pain even gets the solo kill onto Del Patio. Wow.
The knockbacks from Imperius have been used so effectively in this game, and it's so creative as well. The Lee Sin kicks, the Alistar headbutts, the Gragas ultimates, all of them have been landing beautifully. Oh, this could work.
Oh,
Nice.
Maximo! With Nastale on top as well. 2 kills picked up from Entity 7. You walk too close to that turret, you're gonna get hit. And Entity, show us what they got.
His position says support, but he's the one that has all the kills. So who's supporting who here, Entity 7? Some really nice set mechanics there. The E-Flash Facebreaker is something you can cancel with that animation in this game as opposed to PC. I'm very jealous, as I am I've been spamming PC. Every single time that I play Galio or Set or something, I just wish that I could do the things that you can do in Wild Rift, which maybe just means I should play Wild Rift instead. That's probably what it means, actually.
That could mean that. Yeah, hop back on, Smax. You know, let's have a race to Diamond. Who can get there first?
Ooh, that'd be fun. I'd have to see where my starting off point was. I don't know what rank I am right now.
I'm a little ashamed to say that, you know, it's been a struggle in Emerald 1 for me right now. But here's a big engage from Maximo again.
Whoa.
And the Patio knocked down to the turret. Pain! Just putting him in the bouncy house. And now goes back in. Okay, that one was probably unwise, as that is a double kill for Legend.
Imperius, all of a sudden struggling to find these kills, less organized than I think they were planning on being at this stage of the game. They've got all these objectives at their disposal, but they're letting the kills go to the wayside at this point, giving over 4 in a row. Entity 7 finding gold across the rift, and those ones went over to Legend.
Hey, it's no longer just Maximo. Let's go. 6 kills, 4 on the support, 2 on the Dragon Laner, as Del Patio picked off again. This jungler struggling heavily right now, but the rest of the team, they think maybe they can turn it. Maximo joins in, and Suki, very low health bar here, but has bought enough space, bought enough time. Now it's all about the minion waves and push for this Dragon priority, so Imperius should get this. And it looks like secure.
Jungler's the one that dies, which means you don't really have any business going for the objective anymore. You don't have Smite to deny, and Pain gets to take that one uncontested. 2 dragons now for Imperius. And Kangas, something very funny is happening that makes me sound way smarter than I actually am. Yeah. But I was right this time. Reaper did actually buy Hullbreaker. They actually are doing the thing that I wanted them to do, which is go for a 2-lane approach, taking the turrets as much as they possibly can. Haven't actually taken any turrets yet, so it hasn't worked at this point. But those 2 kills onto Ziggs should help quite a bit.
This is what I call the lose lane rage split build, where it's like, it doesn't matter, I'm behind in gold. I'm just going to go to the side lane. I'll pull the jungler in, spam ping the team. What are you doing while they're spending 2 people at me? Oh, we didn't actually get anything for that. It's rough, but I still can work later on if he can play, you know, further up towards the turrets while the rest of the team is at an objective. But well identified from Pain to say, hey, that's a Garen isolated. We have the damage to kill.
I wish he was playing Scion.
That would be incredible.
That's my wish in this game. Demolish Scion with the Hullbreaker. You can't kill him. Even if you do kill him, he keeps hitting.
The best part about the Hullbreaker Scion, when I have played that in the past, is like if you're getting ganked, most of the time you try and like position to ult back towards your base. Most people understand that and they'll try and like body block you, but instead you ult towards their base and you just do the donut thing where you just clear all their minions and then you get away regardless. Very fun. Big engage coming in from Imperius right now, right around the red buff. Oh, they haven't quite got Maximo yet. Flashes away. The Patio's out as well. Nobody's dead. Entity 7, they still survive the onslaught as I say it. Suki finds Del Patio underneath the turret and does find the kill.
Reaper's trying to find something over here in the team fight. If you're team fighting on the Hullbreaker Garen, something's going wrong here. Everyone super low on the side of Entity 7. They cannot defend their turrets. They cannot defend their own jungle. Dying at the Raptor Pit.
I'm assuming, as a support, you're expecting them on the Baron. They killed a jungler. I'm just going to walk up, see if I can get a ward down, spot them out. But they had the Death Rush set up, and now they're on Baron.
you know what, Kangas? That's just how support works sometimes. You just, at a certain point, you're losing. You gotta walk over and you gotta ward. I was kind of close there for Legend. Respect.
That was very close there for Legend. And it was actually Johto that secured the Baron. So the smite did not land correctly from Pain. It's okay. We all blinked at that moment, right? It was another one of those collective blinks.
Right. For sure. If we're blinking for Johto, then we can blink for Pain also. Pain gap.
Pain gap, indeed. It actually is a little bit of a pain gap in this game. 3K up over the jungle opponent, has had that 3K lead since probably the 7-minute mark. Somewhere around there is when it kind of exploded. And now he can just do this. Like, literally, find him. That was a rocket belt insec. Pain. Oh, that was beautiful.
Something's going on today, Kangas, with the Lee Sin players that we've got on the stream, because everything is working so well for this champion. Both the players that we've witnessed so far.
I'm just gonna get another one.
Beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, just dive underneath the turret. Alistair can tank this for literally years.
Ooh.
And that is another kill for the side of Imperius. 66.6 thousand. That's about how this series feels to be going. At least game one looks to be wrapped up by Imperius very quickly here. They're getting kills off screen. They're taking the turrets on screen. There's nothing left in the base. Pain will dive the fountain for another kill. The team will get them across the finish line. Nexus falls. Imperius goes up game one in the series.
GG's Imperius. The hodgepodge team of good NA players winning in this series as well. We've got two of those in this entire bracket, Imperius and also KFC. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The offseason bringing us some wacky rosters.
Let me just confirm. I believe on the bracket, it's NXGL that will play the winner of this, and then KFC is playing up against Paradolia. So KFC Paradolia is going to be an exciting match based on how the last quarterfinals went. But there's a chance we could see KFC versus a team like Imperius in the finals.
Oh,
that would be incredible. Not to discount NTG7 though, because I will say that there were definitely moments in that game where it felt like they were coming back. They were making the comeback plays, and I do think that they have shown that they're strong. Like I know that we came out of that one saying, okay, Imperius was absolutely crushing it. Good gold lead, especially the jungle matchup. But I don't want to take anything away from NTG7. I think that they actually played that pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah. I do want to point out, though, Barrel Link kind of got rocked. Suki did pretty well up there. And it reminds me of when we were interviewing the members of Suzaku. Do you remember this back in Minnesota?
Back at the Mall of America?
The Mall of America, yeah. We were talking to all the members of Suzaku, and we were asking them, like, who do you guys think the best player on your team is? And word for word, like, every single one of them, back-to-back, was like, Suki. And then it got to Suki's like, I guess it might be me.
Suki's just got that confidence, you know? Like, you talk to them, you're like, oh, yeah, this guy knows.
Oh, man. That was such a fun moment, because, like, yeah, I mean, he's got the confidence, right? But he was also like kind of just smug about it. He was just sitting there like he's got his baseball cap on. He's like,
yeah,
it could be me. You never know.
There's a chance. There's a shot.
I love that, and he did a great job this game for sure.
The Suzaku special is something that we talked about a lot back at the WNS as well, where it's like, you know what, the viewpoint of the game from this team was like, gold lead doesn't mean anything. It's kill the Nexus. It doesn't matter if you have a 10k gold lead or if you're down 10k. It matters if you kill their Nexus before they kill yours, no matter how you get to that point. It definitely feels good, though, when you have the gold on your side, as they did this time around. But they got to keep that momentum going forward because they still have another game to win. You don't want to get ahead of yourself in moments like this when prize money and points are on the line, especially for a team like Suzaku, where they paid for a lot of their stuff out of pocket, right? Like, they were just like a group of friends that got together under this banner. Prize pool for teams like this feels really, really good when you're able to grab it.
And Imperius, you know, I don't know if they have a logo this time either, Kangas.
True.
We might have a...
What would an Imperius logo be? I'm imagining like a chess rook. That for some reason that's the look that I see. It's like kind of like a pillar with like the crown thing across the top.
Yeah. It's like
and
imperial. That's like
and it's an eye. It's a big eye that looks like the rook.
Oh, and then the dot on the eye has like the rook spikes on it.
Well, I'm thinking capital I. I'm thinking capital I. Like the bar on the bottom and then the bar on the top. But the bar on the top has like the kind of like the crown look. All right, we got to draw some logos after this, Smags. I think we got to work on it. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe for the teams that get top 4. That'll be our prize. Any team in the top 4 that does not have a logo, we will draw logos for you. Maybe we'll check and see if Stream would rather us do it live on stream, or if we should do it ahead of time and then just show it off. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do have a logo, I think we should just draw all 4, whatever we think it is. Let's just go for it. You know,
well, I don't think any of them actually do in the top 4. Now that I'm thinking about it,
I don't think they do.
Let's take a look.
Maybe if E7 reverse sweeps, maybe they'd have one.
NXGL, KFC, Paradolia. I would be surprised. Yeah, I feel like Entity 7's the only one that maybe is. I don't know if they're one of the Latin American teams, or if they are an org or not. I did a quick Google search, and all that came up was a blue bird.
Of Entity 7?
Yes, named Jerry. I don't know anything about this bird, but apparently this is Entity 7. I don't see anything about like an esports. Yeah,
blue
true.
Bird named Jerry.
All right, so Entity 7, their logo is going to be a blue bird, I suppose.
It has to be. That's what Google said. That's too specific to avoid, I think.
Jerry is a small bird with resemblance to the hyacinth macaw parrot.
Okay. Is that the one that's in Rio, the movie?
Maybe. I don't even know if this is real. I think this might be like a fictional bird from a story based on its... Yeah, I don't know. I'll do some more lore dump into Jerry later on. For right now, I feel like we should still chat about how the teams are going. We've been doing this after Game 1 Smacks, where we do like, okay, what did we learn about the teams, right? For impressions from what we've seen so far. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this last team. Who do you want to start with, Entity 7 or Imperius?
Let's talk about Imperius. I think the biggest thing for me, that was Payne's debut on a competitive team. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think he was ever on one before. I don't remember watching if that was the case as well. And if that is the case, I'm sorry. But the big thing for me, I think his mechanics are pretty solid. I think that was a really solid Lee Sin game. He looked like one of the strongest performers on the Rift. And from what I know, talking with, playing with, watching Payne's streams, he's totally a memer. And I wonder if, like, after they started winning, he started, like, memeing it up and being like, oh, yeah, Payne Gap, let's go. Like, while the game was going. I kind of hope that's the case, but I also do want him to hold it back just a bit, because I could tell they were getting a little,
loose.
A little for fun. Loose. Yeah, that's a good word for it.
A little loose
certain points in that game. I bet that's part of it.
Good to point out there. But yeah, I think Payne was the standout for me as well. I think Joe2 actually played it incredibly well outside of that one moment that we all blinked. Also, Aggro NXGL in chat is saying that they have the best logo in the tourney. What's the logo?
Really?
Aggro?
Yeah, tell us.
I haven't seen this logo.
Post it in the RiftMSTRS general chat. Post it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have that up on the side in case anybody actually gets that in there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wait, they actually already did. There we go. That's actually a pretty cool logo.
Oh, it looks like a purple Darius axe.
This is how we're gonna do it, because I don't think anybody on stream can do this. So production, don't worry. I'm just gonna throw this up on my camera so everyone can actually watch this.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
just, say
what?
This is bootleg production, everybody. I'm taking away from our own production.
What team is Aggro on?
I'm assuming the NXGL.
And I see it now. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
It's based on the Noxus crest. Yeah, okay, I could tell.
Oh, that's cool. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there, everybody. I'm pulling it up. Browse.
Oh! NXGL stands for Noxian Glory.
Oh, wait, that's actually
It's all
cool.
coming together.
It's all coming together. All right, and transition now. Boom. This is what it looks like.
Perfect.
The NXGL logo. That's a pretty good logo. I do like that actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of like looks a little bit like a dragon getting almost. Like I'm getting dragon face vibes.
It's pretty intricate. Like there are a lot of small details to it.
That's dope.
Yeah.
All right, if anybody else has
I like
logos that we are not aware of, send them over and I'll try and get them on stream for you.
Yeah, post them in the general chat. We'll check them out. Yeah, especially if you don't. Okay, that's the other thing. If you don't have a logo and your team wants a logo for us to draw, give us like a general vibe that you guys have.
What's your team's mission statement? You know, give us something to work off of here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tell us what your 3-year plan is. What Wild Rift champion and item is most exemplifies how you are as people?
And who would your mascot be? What would your mascot be? Yeah, I think that's one that we need to discuss more as a esports industry in general. As we see a updated bracket here, Imperius 1 win away from locking in top 4 and a minimum of 8 points, along with $500 that they're walking away with. That's $100 per player. It's a decent chunk of change for one weekend of your time. Not to mention the other qualifiers that then they'll have higher seeding for and a better opportunity to make it even deeper runs at those ones. Yeah, so obviously Imperius in a really good position right now. Entity 7 not out of the series yet. We are waiting for Pick and Ban to start for game number 2. And look at that! As I say it, it appears.
We're ready. We're getting into it. This very well could be the last game of the stream today, and that'll be it for us until tomorrow. Unless Entity 7 can show us some of our first Game 3 gameplay of this day. We haven't had any.
It's been all sweeps, hasn't it?
Only 2-0s. Yeah, only 2-0s.
Oh my goodness, it's 7 p.m. Pacific time right now. This is absurd. Well, hey.
Speak for yourself, Kangas. It is 10 p.m. where I am.
Imagine being on the East Coast. All right. We have coming in here the bands locked in from Entity 7 and Imperius.
There is an Entity 7 logo, Kangas. Check out the general chat. Look at that.
Ooh.
That's kind of cool.
So this was ripped off the Team Liquid Summer Showdown Liquipedia page. Okay, is there any information about Entity 7 on the Liquipedia page?
Their name
like
is in red from here, so I assume not.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I will work to get that on screen. Here,
I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Talk about
you're doing
about the draft.
Okay, I'll talk about the draft then while Smax gets that set up for us. Gragas, Jace, Varus banned away, so a lot of the ranged physical damage champions, and still Senna and Karma banned every game. I don't know if that's going to change at all this weekend. Kassadin as well banned away, and Smax has got it. That's a pretty cool logo, too. I like that. Yeah. It is kind of like a capital E and a 7, actually.
Yeah, I like it.
That's dope.
Pretty good.
Now Lucian locked in. First pick for Entity 7, the team with the logo that Smax is showing off on screen right there. Down to the series, but not out of top 4 contention. They can turn their fortunes around in game number 2 here, and a Lucian first pick makes me think a Nami could be right around the corner.
Gragas taken off the board for Imperius also. That playmaking potential from Johto. They don't want to deal with it. But they kept the Lee Sin, and that is going to be scooped right up by Pain. Keeping that one. All those knockbacks. Not all of them, actually, because Gragas is gone. But they could still go for Alistar.
Mm-hmm. It would appear that Entity 7 are not traumatized from the pain that they received last time around, and they are up for round 2. The pain gap was very real with the Lee Sin, and now gets a second opportunity. Garen locked in here with the Lucian. Wonder if they go for a jungler now. Just lock in something to answer the Lee Sin, or do you go for the Nami? Just guarantee that you get this powerful bot lane matchup. And I'm trying to think. Has it won a game yet today? I'm actually blanking. I don't remember if the Lucian Nami has won a game as a combo.
I think it was only played once. And it was by Redline, and they lost.
Because we had the Nami Varus game as well. It's so funny, like when you watch
I think that game won
7 games in a row. Sometimes they just blend together, and your brain can't differentiate anymore. Ari picks though, not where I expected Entity 7 to go with this, but it is a very high priority mid laner So they do guarantee it's not banned against them in the next rotation.
Yeah, a lot of mid laners banned in the last game, especially in the second phase. So I think that makes a lot of sense. They want to scoop that one up. They do give the opportunity over to Imperius to counterpick it without banning away a lot of those mid laners, and that's exactly what Johto will do. The Akali locked in. It's not going to be top lane because they already have this Renekton, and the whole top side's built up.
Yeah. Akali means it's the answer to the Ahri, which can sometimes struggle in just literally how the kits work out. If you're using the Shuriken back and you take it again and Ahri knows the timing and is able to answer in kind, can just easily land the charm on you mid-animation. Yeah. You got the Shroud after that, obviously, and Ahri probably won't just one-shot you there, but it can be outplayed relatively easily from the Ahri's side. So, interesting choice for Imperius. Johto, feeling it.
I like it. The Gragas performance was pretty good. Makes sense to me. Taking away some of these junglers now looks like for Imperius. That makes sense. Maybe going to be removing a support also. They have the opportunity to take away Nami if they do think that Entity 7 is going to go for it. So, no, they're not going to go for it at all, though. Another jungler, Xin Zhao and Olaf. Those are, I think, the only junglers that have actually been picked really today is Olaf and the Xin Zhao and Lee Sin as well. I don't think there's been
we got on a Mumu
other big ones.
We had the Amumu game.
game.
Yep. Shout out to Amumu players out there. But yeah, we will most likely see something different, something new. Kha'Zix, I guess, is that kind of next string that a lot of teams have been leaning into. So I would guess that's where we're doing. And I actually do like Kha'Zix with the Ahri. One charm lands, and you can blow up that member.
I like it too. See if that's what they decide to go for. Imperius, pretty hard to kill, I will say, right now. This is really the first champion that is easy to kill that they've locked in this Nami. Taking that away from the Lucian, this is now telling us why they didn't ban it, because they're actually just going to deny it in a different way.
I guess so. They won't have it with the Varus. I mean, Samir is on the table if they wanted to go towards something more for team fighting, the big combos.
So is Ashe. I like Ashe here too.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention Ashe would be pretty big. Oh! Cool. Okay, I'm a big Thresh fan. I love this from Entity 7.
It's gonna be fun. This is actually the champion. When Thresh first released, I saw a lot of people picking it into Nami. I think that matchup is pretty Nami favored most of the time. Thresh doesn't deal enough damage to outlast the Nami healing, in my experience. And maybe that's changed over the months that it's been in the game. But I doubt it, because Nami's healing is really high, and there is the Imperial Mandate that bolsters that even further now in the game.
I will say, I don't think that you need to pick the Thresh for the lane matchup itself. It also just adds to the picks. Ahri Charm or Thresh Hook. If either of those land, it's not the Kha'Zix, but it's the Rengar. Similar concept. If there's one member that is CC'd and isolated, blow them up. Just jump on them, throw every ability you have, and you can probably 100 to 0 most of these champions. Renekton's going to be the toughest to get through, especially if Dominus is already popped, but Lee Sin, Akali, Nami, Ashe, all four of those, you can probably 100 to 0 with an Ahri Charm into full Rengar combo.
Yeah, and you can still see the Akali, in her stealth if you have your Rengar ultimate activated. So you will have that opportunity to still jump on her through the stealth. I like the Ashe pick. I already mentioned that from Imperius. I'm glad they went for it. This is just an extra pick tool that they have at their disposal, more agency, which is, I think, something that a lot of the teams that we've seen win today have. They have a lot of agency to engage fights and engage them on their terms, where they have all the people crowd controlled already. In the previous game, we saw that with the Gragas, the Alistar, and the Lee Sin, which we get again, but the Gragas was banned away. They didn't go for the Alistar this time. Instead, they do have that Ashe ultimate. They do have the Nami wave also, and just a bunch of melee champions that they can use to just dash in and out.
Based on how Pain have been playing, I think that Pain is going to be the initiator on this team comp. It's just going to be Lee Sin doing crazy Lee Sin things. You got to be careful, though, because, again, hit by one stray charm or hook, even like a Garen silence might be enough time for then Rengar to jump in full combo. Garen follows up with the Demacian Justice, and the execute threshold on that, if Rengar gets you low enough, could just end your life right there in the silence itself. So all of that comes down to execution for Entity 7. Do they have this the synergy and trust in each other to actually hit the skill shots they need and then follow up with everybody else? Because in theory, champions work together, but we're humans playing a video game. You know, errors happen in execution, and you can't just assume everything's going to go as well as possible.
I've been generally unimpressed with the Lucian champion as a whole today. I think the damage has been a little low compared to what we've seen in the past. I haven't been paying too close attention to Lucian. Maybe his damage got nerfed a lot since I saw him last time, so that certainly could happen. I already mentioned this. I think the Garen-Renekton matchup was very one-sided in the last game, and Suki should have a pretty big advantage, especially if the Hullbreaker is built again. You don't really have a reason to build Hullbreaker this game. There's no Ziggs tower threat to go for. But even having that, they didn't really use it to take any turrets. They didn't go for any map trades at all, and they were behind for pretty much all the game, so it makes sense. But you have to try something like that when you go for the Hullbreaker, and there were too many times when we saw him actually go for the team fight. So just go Black Cleaver instead.
Yeah, I see this as full team fight composition for Entity 7. They don't have like crazy big DPS, especially as the game scales later on into the game. Lucian falls off a little bit, especially when not going for the full crit build. Ari, you know, she's more about the kind of early mid, especially mid game burst and just kind of pick potential. I guess you could even say a similar thing for Imperius. So like Akali's probably going to be the biggest threat that they pack in the late game. So we'll see if it even gets to that point. So far, we've had very quick games as we're loaded onto the Rift for the rematch between Entity 7 and Imperius.
I've just realized that all of the E7 players have X after their tag, E7. I wonder if that's part of it, or if that's just in place of the space. It's kind of neat, though. I like that they're all matching.
Yeah,
very cute.
I like that. It's very cool. It's, you know, you look at any of the nameplates and you know which team that they're on. Same cannot be said for KFC, which was very confusing to cast, as there are different teams and orgs with their titles there, but it's okay.
Molly did still have Sen at the start of his name, but maybe Molly was taken. Maybe that's the reason.
That's actually a good point.
I don't know if you can take summoner names in Wild Rift. I'm pretty sure you can just name yourself whatever you want.
Is that true?
You can do it in Valorant.
Oh, flash early from Maximo. Exhaust is down. Not a lot of damage coming out here from Kairos, but just enough. Maximo, one more auto!
Ooh.
First blood claims it. But Zio answers right on back and has a much bigger health bar than Kairos, so arguable who actually came out on top there.
Yeah, Cairo, really hard to stay in this lane now. I think he's still going to be fine thanks to the Honey Fruit.
Okay.
The Reaper's having a tough time too.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage and heavily one trade.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. You know it's bad when you're Rengar and you're running away from the AD carry. This is not what you want. But it's very early game, so that's not going to be an indicator for later. But Zio already that threatening on the map. I mean, we've all seen the picture of Zio as a baby competing in esports tournaments.
Oh, like, yeah, that's one of the funniest
photos.
What,
like 10 years old? 9 or something?
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. I remember TJ freaking out about that when he saw it. It was like, oh my goodness. That's a terrible TJ voice. I'm sorry, TJ, if you ever hear that. It's not how you sound.
We're getting confirmation that Tasty Bacon was actually there. He casted Baby Zio.
We have eyes on the ground of Baby Zio. Tasty Bacon, can you give us one of Baby Zio's best mannerisms? Like something that you remember about Baby Zio? Zio, I keep butchering the name. We'll wait for Tasty Bacon.
Was he always DN Zio, or was it just Zio before? That's what I want to know. Because
like it would just be Zio. Ooh, okay. All right, that's Ash Arrow down. Actually, here while we're debating the Zeo lore, we did see some slight scraps. Pain's still sticking around. Even had I'm done Johto hanging out on the bottom half of the map, but everyone's backing.
The trades are so one-sided in Baron Lane here. Suki is doing a phenomenal job up there. Did get confirmation that his name was always Dienzio, and the reason that I ask is because I feel like if that's true, then his name does actually outdate the DN joke.
That is true. Yeah.
Do you need me to say? Okay, I think you're
what's
on the same page with me.
What's DN, Smacks?
I think everyone knows.
I'm not looking, but I hope Twitch chat is just spamming right now. As Zeo walking up, has the slow, is getting some damage. It looks like a maybe attempted dive. Barely not enough damage, but one more flash again. The bubble of death coming in here, but maybe too much, too far forward. Zeo barely lives through it. Oh, but same cannot be said of Reaper. Dove top lane.
2 plays at the same time for Imperius. They've got so many minions here. I think the turret dies. All of the plates going over to Suki and Pain. That's a gigantic lead up in that Baron lane, and this is a Renekton that you do not want to snowball into this game. We've already seen Renektons do just so much for their teams today. Now, up about 1,500 gold. That's a lot.
14,000 at the back. Yes, Reaper will pick up this wave and try and catch up a little bit. And it looks like going right for that hole breaker. First build for Reaper again, unless it pivots into the Sterix instead. Maybe there's a chance, but I mean, based on what we saw, it seems like it will be. Yep, there we go. Back in the hole breaker. Back to old tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we already talked about it. Rengar is in ult. I don't think you want to jump underneath that turret, but just trying to find something right now before they go for the objective.
Oh, looks like Ash Arrow. Nestale barely lives. Oh, these snipes! Deceived, you're too good! And the Pain! Massive kick insect, locking down 3 members so that Suki can come in here and die under turret, but he lives! Johto gets out with the double, and Imperius pop off in the play.
That was nearly a full ace. The only person that didn't kill was the Hull Breaker Garen, and now Imperius. They can go right over to this Rift Herald, secure this one, and not even worry a little bit about trading for this Drake. Just getting vision onto the R the entire time. I think Deceived forgot that Redemption doesn't deal any damage anymore. That looked like a damage look on the Redemption. But you know what? I mean, that's okay.
It baited Nestale, who actually sidestepped out of it, so it did have an effect.
You're kind of right, now that I think about it.
If Nestale walked directly away, maybe had space to dodge the next wave, but another Ash Arrow. There's no time to catch our breath. There's no time for Entity 7 to catch their breath.
Ouch.
Imperius are pushing.
6k up, using that Rift Herald for yet another turret. They've got all of this advantage. They can now spread over to the Dragon. Another objective taken. Kangas, I think we're going to get 4 2-0s today.
It's looking likely, Smacks, unless Entity 7 finds some way to pull themselves back into the game. The Dragon over to Imperius with a 6k gold lead at just under 7 minutes.
Looking like it. Imperius. Ooh. Hold on. This is a lot of experience advantage for the Akali right now. Has vision.
Johto no. Oh, actually, wait. I think the Ludens went in. The hook lands here. Deceived. Picked off under the turret. Johto, meanwhile, wins the 2v1 with the help of Pain and kills Nestale.
Yeah, we were definitely expecting that to happen, but for Entity 7, they're still finding these picks. That is pretty big. Still not wavering under the pressure. And there's a lot of
It's-
pressure. Let's be clear. There's so much.
Yeah,
So the fact that
yeah.
they're still finding picks is pretty good.
Oh, big
Hey.
flank right now underneath the turret. Who's tanking it? Okay. They juggle the aggro correctly. Payne's now come in saying maybe there's a bit of a gap right now. I don't know. Can I chase down Kairos? Not going to find it, but there is a rampage for Joe2. Picks off Maximo. Reaper in trouble. Double kill to Joe2.
5 kills on the Akali now. Payne and Joe2 are having a competition to see how many kills they can get, who can have the most in this game. Looking pretty solid for Joe2 at this point. Double kill helps secure that one. Meanwhile, Payne slacking behind there, buddy. Trying to find a Lucian who's already been called into the base. What are you doing?
You know, it's about the KDA, Smags. You gotta get every kill you can. Give the enemy no quarter. Take that.
Yeah.
You take that. Now you actually don't. You should not take that. But I thought Payne would, based on previous examples. But no, we do have just all outer turrets cracked now for the side of Imperius, who can backspend all their money and enjoy this 9,000 gold lead. We got the slip and slide. It's back.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a minute.
definitely is. I
Zuki
think
could be in trouble.
Suki is okay.
Flashes slowed.
Yeah.
Maximo will not commit. They don't have vision on that half of the map, so once Jotu's over, or Suki's over there rather, they gotta let him go.
It's like a siege on this turret. I don't think they can get the entire thing here for Joe2, but he's just the diversion. They're taking more damage on the structures elsewhere at the same time. Looking mid lane here for Zio and Deceived. All of this pressure. I keep saying pressure, but it's just because they keep applying it. All of this. They're just throwing out Ashe ultimates just to deny recalls and keep them in this uncomfortable spot where they're just getting all these waves crashed onto them and they can't even find a time to base.
If they have not spent their gold, they cannot contest, especially 10,000 down, which means that now they can go for their own resets. Imperius doing just fine as Suki gets out. And reset, spend the gold, go to the second Herald. It has just spawned on the Rift, and there's nobody from Entity 7 on this side. Wait a minute, what just happened there?
He's
Did
blind,
the Sonic,
you know?
It didn't land.
Lee Sin, that's his lore. He's blind, so Payne is
yes,
just
but
role-playing
I thought there would have been a Herald there. That was weird.
Oh, there
It's
was.
been
He just missed.
Oh, well, there you have it. Now we see in the bottom lane here, it looks like Suki biting off more than he can chew on a killing spree. Gets one, gets a double in a 1v4 scenario. Suki popping off.
That's crazy. And now, with everyone focusing bot lane on a Renekton who's just killing your whole team, this might be a full inhibitor turret.
Yeah, the Herald will land. I don't think they have enough minions to commit. And with the Thresh Ari, you got to give respect to the pick potential, but that's 2 turrets cracked, a lot of damage on the inhibitor turret. And Suki even gets a 1-for-2 trade, so it's not like Entity 7 got anything for that play.
Oh, wow. Suki, I wish that we got to see that one. I understand why we didn't, because there's stuff happening all over, but that had to be a crazy, crazy play. This one might be too, Joe2.
Yeah, I don't think he landed the Shuriken flip. If that landed,
He
might
did,
have had
but
the
he didn't want to
damage.
go for it under turret.
Fair enough. Del Pastio having some backup around them as well means that Joe2 wise to back off. Maybe a Death Rush setup here. No, looks like Entity 7 are just going to go hard on into the mid lane right now. Dienzio taking some damage, and Zio's down. But now another kick from Payne. Immediately charmed up. Tries to flash away. Death Sentence, where you going? Flay out to 2! 3 kills picked up under turret for Entity 7. Oh, but Joe2 wants this. Joe2, 1v4 will just get one cleaned up. But hey, bot time for Tsuki. Might even get more here. Oh! That was some damage! As Kairos goes down as well. Imperius are feeling themselves right now.
The Dunn brothers getting it done. They're here on the Rift when
They're
everyone
doing
else
it.
has died. They're done doing it, Kangas.
I cannot believe the lengths they're going to just look cool in this game, honestly. But now Tsuki says, hey, you know what's cool? 1v1 in your lane opponent right now. I'm going to level up. Don't even have an item over him, but close enough. The sentence lands. Oh, Reaper in the middle of my speech says, no, I'm actually the main character in this story.
I think we have a replay of the
Okay.
previous Renekton play
I
as
think
well.
he's
Hold
actually
on
just
one
gonna
second.
die.
Though.
Yeah. Oh, take the
Lantern.
lantern. Hey, let's go.
All right, Imperius. They're again playing loose, but we have to watch this one. All right, look at this.
Okay.
1v1. It's a 1v2
1v2
now. Things are getting a little scary. Just a little bit.
Oh.
Now it's a 1v3. Oh, now it's a 1v2.
And then the Ash arrow too. Wow.
Maybe if that redemption was a bit earlier, could have lived for a bit longer. Or if the redemption was earlier here also. As it seems like Deceived is continuously finding the bad end of Thresh Hook. I guess Fish
Actually,
do have
once
losing
more.
matchups to Hooks, though.
Entity 7, they realize, hey, we got a 5v4. We got to look for something more right now. They're getting really aggressive, but they don't have their Garen with them. They can maybe lock down Pain. They got the jungler. Pain's down. That is huge. But now can they deal with Johto? Can they deal with Zio? Johto's got one. Johto's got two. And now on the flank comes Tsuki. They're looking for the kill. They really want Johto. They secure it. Kairos down. Tsuki healthy. Reaper out. And Imperius win another fight.
Oh, these fights are starting so bad for Imperius. They're getting picked off in very unceremonious ways, but they're just turning it around with the Renekton and the Akali. All of the damage, all of the mobility. It's working so well. And I gotta say, Pain, his engages look pretty cool, but he's not really killing anybody. It's the rest of the team that is cleaning up for him. And the fact that they're this far ahead is the reason that it's actually working.
And in that moment, Pain thinks he can find the insect, but Ahri has the mobility to get away.
Yeah.
So we see what happens when maybe they overreach a little bit. Back to live. Lapazio's looking for the steal. He's in the pit. He's knocked back. Where's the Baron health? He can't get it. It's secured by Johto again. Johto securing these objectives left and right, and that is 4 down on Entity 7 with Baron buff. That's the series. That's the day. That is all 2-0s for the the quarterfinals of the RiftMasters 2022 30K championship. Big plays from Imperius. Well fought from Entity 7, but Imperius will advance into the top 4 and have an opportunity tomorrow to fight for that championship. Just Reaper left, Rampage for Tsuki. Game over. Imperius win.
Cleaning up that final kill, ace on the Rift. And you may think that Johto's role on this team is mid, but I would say that Johto's role is Baron Smiter, as he does it in both of the games, cleaning everything up off of the Rift. He's done. He's done with the series. He's done with the quarterfinals. He's going to the semis.
Really well done from a lot of the members from the last Suzaku roster. They're no longer with Suzaku. The roster disbanded, but now a lot of them finding their way here to Imperius, not skipping a beat on the journey here, Smacks, as they are showing that, hey, it's maybe not just a one-horse race to that finals. KFC showed incredible dominance in their earlier series. We saw them at the beginning of the day, but we are seeing some rosters, some teams that are looking like they can bring that level of competition as well.
Yeah, the Suzaku solo lane's definitely a big highlight for me. I gotta say, Zio's early game, really solid also. I'm loving the look from his early lanes. The lethality that we saw on that Flash Lux play continued forward on Ashe with the arrows.
Yeah.
I like it.
It was crazy.
It's good.
Literally, like, level 2 is flashing forward to go for it. And then this game, Maximo said, all right, I see your plan. I'm going to do it instead. Flashes lands a death sentence, and then chaos ensues from that point forward. Yes, gets the kill, but then Zio gets the kill in response with a full health bar, can stay in lane and just push out Lucian. So a lot of early game decisions in the bot lane had big implications on how the rest of the game played out. And it's cool to see that Zio's willing to take that step and is consistently performing when the pressure is on. Wild Rift offseason, Smacks. What a way to continue things. I know we already had the Team Look at Summer Showdown, but this feels like these players are still in their groove, man. We didn't skip a beat.
Yeah. I want to real quick say that Maximo, very good. Yeah. I think that guy might have been the best support that we saw today. That was really solid stuff on both the set and the Thresh, even though he lost both games. Big props. I love the engages. I love the mechanics. I love the skill shot usage as well. Really solid stuff. I really want to see some more of Entity 7 if I can see more Maximo.
Exactly, and there are other qualifiers. This is only qualifier 1 with random seeding. This is, a tournament, right? This is like when you think of just a tournament structure, this is like the tournament structure where it's single elimination. Best of ones up until quarterfinals. There will be more opportunities for these teams that lose today to continue competing throughout the second and third qualifiers, even the last chance qualifier going into the playoffs. But for now, it's about the teams in the semifinals. So let's look at the bracket and catch everybody up on the teams that made it through the day. We had best of ones up until all of the teams you see here in the best of threes, but none of them went to 3 games, Smash. We had 2-0 sweeps across the board.
I hope that doesn't happen tomorrow also, because we've got some really hype matchups. I'm really looking to see if we actually do get KFC versus Imperius, but before we even have the possibility of getting to that, we have some incredibly hype matchups. I think KFC versus Paradolia is the real one that everyone should tune into, because that could very well tell us what the best team in the region is right now, because Paradolia, those games were not even close at all. But they're against what we expect to be the best team.
Yeah, their match against NDE was very one-sided, and Rumi in particular in the jungle had an insane performance in that series. I think was the biggest difference maker and biggest gap that we've seen all day. Let's just be honest. And from what I've seen, I'd never heard of Rumi before, but some of the folks in the scene have mentioned, oh yeah, I know Rumi. Yeah, he's pretty good. So when you get in the recognition of players like Zio, like Joe too, that's when you can tell, yeah, there's some promise to this player. I'm excited to see what Rumi can continue doing going forward. But Smacks, that's it for day 1 of our first qualifiers. Thanks for being on the broadcast with me. It's awesome to have you back. I'm happy that we could do this together. Thank you to Tasty Bacon in production for keeping the gears
and
rolling. Tori on spectating, and also shout out to Dawson, tournament admin, for keeping all of the gears rolling on that department and giving us all the names of how to pronounce everything. Could not have done it without all of you. Smacks, when are we back? Where can people find this next?
We are back tomorrow, same time, at 6 Eastern, 5 Central, and 3 Pacific. If you're in the other time zone, no, you're not. That doesn't exist. But yeah, gonna be exciting. We have our top 4. All of these
Rafa's balding
teams,
right now. He's like, no one recognizes Mountain Time.
Are looking to get as many points as they possibly can. Top 3, as a reminder, from these next 3 weekends, get directly into that playoffs. That's what you're really looking forward to, because the playoffs are a full 15,000 that you're playing for. So definitely want to show your best week in and week out. And we've got 4 hot contenders for tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody who tuned in to day 1. We'll be back for day 2 tomorrow to see who, as of right now, is the best in the Americas. We'll see you there.